Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Paradigm. Good, everybody. How we doing? I'm awake, I promise. So yesterday we just arrived here at this location. This is just a little house that we are going to be staying at while we're on one side of town here in Irvington. And as fate would have it, we located a magazine called How to Use Generators. It was in this trailer, of all things. Chalk that up to one other place you could find the magazine. Now we are in weight gain, rapid weight gain. We are going to be fat soon. Good morning, Gimbaki. Yeah. This be a place that we're staying in currently. I'm going to hit some of the neighboring houses to get a little bit more regular food, seeing as we're in a state where we're going to need to not want to be gaining too much more weight after a certain point. 81 kilo in rapid weight gain, that means I've got like 2 days before we are at risk of being overweight, so... This is one of the random generated basements for this house. Interested in welding supplies and blacksmithing, perhaps. It will be a low priority to bring back to base. Nails. Sauce of the gods. Wish I could tell you why I was having trouble finding them for a while there. But we've got a fair few now. We just had to leave Rosewood. There's something wrong with Rosewood when it comes to nails. The moment I stepped out of Rosewood, suddenly, nails just ain't a problem. Weight's not going to be a problem either. We got plenty of ice cream upstairs and downstairs. Can establish a garbage bag specifically for blacksmithing and or welding materials. Keep it separate from some of the other stuff here. Okay. We only have a little bit of time before I'm going to get fatigued. I'm going to go ahead and check the neighboring houses here. That's not... Dodge Challenger, huh? Honestly, I would take a 73 Dodge Challenger over a lot of things. Modern cars have so many problems. These houses of the old design are so... It's jarring to go back to seeing these. They're just so simplistic by comparison. But they have a little bit of stuff in them. Hey, coffee. That's okay. That's the first bullet of coffee we found. If we can get some coffee brewed up. The irony is, the number of coffee machines in the new maps is off the charts. But I didn't find any coffee yet in the new maps. It's freaking wild. Fully barricaded, safe place to sleep right there. Of all the pens, we actually haven't found a red one yet. Good morning, Kitten. Good morning, John. How we doing? So today, we're going to hit some Irvington. It was a bit of a spur-of-the-moment thing for me to type Irvington in the stream title. We're going to be hitting Irvington for a little bit, but I also want to start... I want to get some military gear, so... Honestly, pushing up the side of the map. From Irvington up to Ekron and then Brandenburg. And then lock in on Brandenburg and get ourselves a couple backpacks. Yeah, and the lack of... Okay, so I'm going to say something that's going to be controversial for game balance. There should be boxes of tea in this game. Single tea bags. And I say this as somebody who regularly drinks tea. You don't very often just find single tea bags. It's usually a box of tea bags. I've never once... I mean, okay, in my bags maybe. Like if I'm going to work. And I'm bringing some of my tea because I like the Numi brand a little bit better than the shit they have at the office. Okay, yes, maybe in my bags I'll have individual tea bags. But everywhere else, it's just in boxes. Yeah, it's this game, man. So for the immediate moment, I'm just checking some of my neighboring houses because I'm looking for some food that's a little less calorie dense. That sounds like somebody in the bedroom. Yeah, somebody in the bedroom. That's fine. I don't need to go in the bedroom right now. More coffee. The second house we go to in Irvington, more coffee. Okay. Alright, if that's how we're going to play this. That just means I got to locate a coffee machine now, which in the old house designs, it's actually harder than you would imagine. Because in the older house designs, you'll notice that none of these houses actually have coffee machines in them. one of those garages without a window to get in from. I'm still working on my car thru. It's an ongoing process. The goal is you want to hit them with just enough force to ragdoll them, but not enough force to get blood on your vehicle. My threshold is if you get blood on your vehicle, then you've hit them a little too hard. You're damaging your vehicle too much. Because you can ragdoll them with basically no damage to your vehicle. The other factor is I wanted to get the... I don't like corpses in my street, so... Why are they going in that direction, huh? Did you come out of that field? Yeah. Yeah, if you're good with those break rooms. I'm just gonna skirmish these guys out. Gotta wait for your fence. Yeah, that's right. We are well underway to axe level 5 here. I am very on board with that. There are no fields out here. There's infrastructure, but no fields. So no aminals over there. Now, about the aminals, we could do worse than a field like this right here. Once we get all the zombies out of here, I mean, we've got all these feeding troughs. Fill up some of them. We can pull them away from the, pull them away from the problemed area down the road. Yes, Kitten, we found a trailer right at the end of the stream yesterday. I pushed all the way to the 12-hour limit, but we got ourselves a trailer. Regrettably, okay, so what we did is we went to the factory farm, and the factory farm has a good shot. The whole parking lot has a pretty decent chance of there being animal trailers or blue trailers, the haulers. We got one of each. To be honest, I expected a few more animal trailers, but okay. Come on. Now, one of the only reasons I'm using a pickaxe for combat right now is because I happen to find a couple of them. If this was my only pickaxe, I wouldn't be using it on that, but pickaxe is great early game because you don't have to stop and think about sharpening. It doesn't have sharpness. It's an axe weapon, and it hits just about as hard as a regular axe, but no sharpness stat. I don't know if that's a bug, but it's in my favor. If it is a bug, it's one of those rare ones that actually helps us. But I mean, honestly, pickaxes are not the kind of thing you would normally sharpen. I'm literally just chewing on some pineapple here because it's not gonna be as heavy in the calories. Speaking thereof, I'm gonna put a lot of the food that we just got into the fridge here. Because we are now gonna coast our weight gain here. Yeah, the small blue one here. This is the one we found yesterday. It came with a lot of stuff in it. Most interestingly, it was a generator magazine in it. The generator magazine was the only one we found so far. I can't say I've ever had that happen to me before, where the generator magazine, the first one I ever found, was in a trailer. But strange things can happen when you start in towns that you're not as familiar with. Small form food going in the corner here. I'll put it all in here for now, but we're going to need to sort through it before we go. Obviously, I'm not leaving coffee behind, but I also don't need to be carrying it around with me actively. still have water pressure going. It's been a while since I think Danny had a relatively early water shutoff too, and so both of my previous long characters did not get blessed with long-term unlimited water. I'm establishing a low priority garbage bag here for all of the tapes on the floor here. One of them was a trapping VHS. I don't care that much about trapping, so I might just watch that for the sake of watching it when we get at the moment of downtime. We were putting welding and blacksmithing into this bag, so of course, propane tank. I know, right? It's funny because magazine armor, you know, the armor you can make with magazines in this game, like Brad Pitt did in his World War Z adaptation. That armor, if you leave it outside in the rain, if it gets 100% wet, it just disappears, it just vanishes. I guess I'm thankful that the devs haven't done that to regular magazines. I'm just gonna clean up some of that crap that's on the floor and put it in one of these boxes. Also, we've got all these extra planks. For the evening hour, I will get some carpentry experience by stapling some of those planks onto my windows. It's redundant at this point, but yeah, experience. This pickaxe has its handle right about to break. We've already tried repairing handles. It's completely pointless. We're only like level 1.5 maintenance because we're that low level. Any method of repair that we try is just so pitiful that it's not worth the materials in the slightest. Just kind of separating these boxes by priority. I'm not trying to put too much thought into it, but since we're not at a critical point here, we're just burning the next 10 minutes here. That's everything locally cleaned up. I will finish going through that after we catch a sleep here. Close the curtains, of course. We're still in a phase where somebody from the neighboring area could wander up, and it's better that they don't see me and just start slapping the window. We don't have a pillow that we ever located here, so all I gotta do is take the one that I have with me everywhere I go now. Just remember that I have an IOU for a pillow in the truck. Otherwise, I will forget about it. It's interesting how pillows work in terms of reducing your fatigue. I mean, you know, if in a nutshell, it makes your sleep better. But how exactly that works, if you have a stat bar mod, you'll see this. It causes it so that when your sleep gets reduced, or sorry, your fatigue stat gets reduced while you're sleeping. What happens is it continues to reduce by like a small amount after you wake up. It's a little weird. If you've ever observed it, you'll know what I'm talking about. Stat bar mods can teach you some very strange things about this game that you would not probably immediately predict. Alright, we are going to fix ourselves something to eat here. Or at least that's what I would say if I had a piece of cookware. I do have a piece of cookware, it's just if I had some locally sourced. It's fine. Putting the bigger stuff into a frying pan here. Nice veggie stir fry there. Roast can do 6 ingredients, so we can put the rest in there. And we got a fresh clove of garlic for each. Let's cook those up. These will both be relatively low calorie, but they will reduce lots and lots of hunger. While those are cooking, I'd like to triage what we got from that trauma bag. On our way here, just right at the end of the stream yesterday, we nabbed an ambulance wreck with 100 condition engine, or 100 engine quality. As usual, though, the shears we found are kind of subpar. Oh well. 3 antidepressants from a single ambulance. Interesting. So I'm going to put the roast in the fridge. That's a 90 roast. I'm going to put the stir fry in my backpack. That's for today. And if we happen to find another piece of cookware, then I would like to make another something with all these leftover ingredients. If anybody's not familiar with my naming convention on these food items, I just name them after how much hunger they reduce. So this is a 90 roast, so I know that once I've started eating it, eating 1/4 is just 1/4 of 90. So this duffel bag has been triaged. We can put it in the trunk. Got about an hour before we can go to bed. Coffee would be great, but we would have to fight our way to the nearest coffee machine. I'm pretty sure we could secure one probably in the break room past the... Oh, no, wait, okay. So this is where we got the trailer from. Right here. Okay. I actually thought we were on the other side of that building, and that's fine. Okay. Interesting. I'm going to use up these planks just to get some barricades put in. Free experience while we're here, and it also helps us defend. Usually when it comes to plank barricades, my preference is a limit of 2. And then if you want more, you can do them on the inside and the outside. As long as it's just limited to 2, you can still see in and out of the window. What? Oh, we ran out of planks, but it didn't close the menu, so I thought okay, interesting. Oh, right, yeah. I just, sometimes I'll rename it and just call it like a chunk if it's got a lot of calories in it. I do have a flashlight. Does it automatically select it if I hit F? Okay, that's good. Sometimes, so if you have multiple light sources, when you hit F, you can actually hold F and it'll open a wheel. And you can choose, like, I have a lighter, or I could have a flashlight that I'm currently using. Lots of the tools that we saw down here are just low condition stuff. Anything that says worn next to it, I'll put on the lower priority side. I don't think I have a wooden mallet yet in my vehicle, so I'm holding on to that. Wooden mallets has a few niche use cases that you cannot use the club hammer for. being as the wooden mallet has a bit of give versus the club hammer, which has got a very powerful head. Static head. I was doing tools on passenger seat. Yes. Okay, second bedtime is a go. For anybody joining, welcome. We are getting warmed up here in Irvington. Just at the end of last stream, we secured our trailer while we're here. We just got interrupted by a nightmare at 7:30, which means we are going to get tired pretty early today. Unless we just drink some coffee. We have coffee now, but we don't have... we don't have a mug, and we don't have a coffee machine. So we will... we might be able to secure a break room if we take over the building that has the trailers and the animals. So I shall acquire some more water here and then deploy for that down the road. I don't know what animals we're going to see inside that building yet. That's kind of also a TBA. There's rabbits up there. Hey, I broke my pickaxe. Fuck is he? There we go. He's hiding behind the vehicle. The pickaxe handle was... Okay. Good. I just need a new handle. So I do have another pickaxe in there, but that I don't know if I have more pickaxes back at base after that. So we're switching back to fire axe for the moment. Shit. I'm spoiled by the range. The pickaxe has amazing range. Honestly, if I just toot right here, we'll get the attention of a lot of people who are currently in the animal facility. Out of the road he goes. Into the ground he goes. My vehicle foo is slowly going up. That's like one of those skills in real life that it doesn't really matter what your skill is in-game because, or rather your character is in-game, because driving vehicles, the only thing that can change it is if you take fast driver or Sunday driver. Which is one of the many reasons I'll avoid those traits, because I want driving to be a predictable experience. Waiting for a slow one to come over the fence is agonizing sometimes. I just get impatient with it. Now the reason I wanted to wipe out everybody here is because if we can just actually clear all the zombies out of the animal facility and then just take all the animals outside to a field where they will have sustainable water, then we don't have to do anything else with them. We just need to make sure that they have their needs met for food, water, and I don't think a lack of shelter is gonna kill them. It's really just food and water, and then you need to make sure that they're actually eating, because that's what happened to our Simmental cows. They stopped eating for some reason and then died. Hey, JSVR, good to see you. It was a good place to find hiking back. I have no idea, to be honest. I got lucky with this one. This one was on a zombie. A random zombie, just a hiker zombie in the middle of Rosewood. I could not tell you where to find them reliably because, again, you have camping stores on the map. I don't know if Dixie found a single hiking backpack anywhere in all of the camping store right outside of Riverside. I don't recall seeing one. I do recall seeing a regular hiking backpack at the camping store that is on KY60, kind of between Riverside and Ekron. There's like this little crossroads, got a gun store. On the other side of the gun store, you got a... What are the rabbits doing? The hell? I've seen them react weirdly with fences before, but that's a new one to me. B42 Stable, everybody. Are you feeling stable right now? I don't think those rabbits are feeling very stable. Anyway, this is what I was talking about when I said trailer resource. Every parking spot here is a decent shot at a trailer, but we got a grand total of one of each type of trailer. Now, this factory farm, the interior of this zone right here, has a tendency to be a miserable place, filled with zombies and animals that are potentially starving to death. You can already hear them screaming. Thankfully the power's still on, so I should be able to just turn the switch on, right? I gotta do that, I guess. There we go. Alright, why are they freaking out? I don't even see any zombies. Those things are really freaking out. There's probably a zombie on the other side of the wall. If you listen very closely, you can hear Ethan Ralph. Wee, wee. Yeah, there it is, there it is. They're freaking out because Karen on the other side of the wall here. Oh, I wonder if they fixed the lamb problem. We got some cute little lambs here. For a little while in B42. Lambs would spawn in the early game as we just saw. We got some lambs up there. The problem used to be, early on in B42, is that the lambs would be spawning early game, but early game is outside of the mating season of the animals. So the animals would not be producing milk. And therefore the lambs would just all keel over and die because the mamas are not producing milk. I have no idea if that's going to be the case, but I'm not going to be hand-feeding lambs. Nature is going to have to take its course if that's going to happen. Come on, you're pissing off the pigs. Let's go. They can sense the zombies on the other side of the wall. Now, there are a lot of animals in this place. If you try to save them all, that's going to be very, very difficult. The best I can do is get them some food and water so that they're at least not dehydrating and starving to death. I actually did come prepared for this somewhat. I've got dispenser bottles that I can go fill up, and we've still got pressure in the sinks. These sheep out here they have no water. This is yeah. This is some serious neglect here. But we have the technology. We can save them. We need only do a very simple thing of filling up some water bottles and dumping them into some containers. Now, sheep are a lot more easy to move than cows. They are medium animals. Alright, I'm clocking 2 pens that are going to need water in the interior. Makes that 3. Scratch that, 4. So we've got 4 pens inside the building that have no water, that need water. And then we've got the outdoor pen that just doesn't have water because it hasn't rained. I'm going to start with this one here because this is an unused pen, and it's got a feeding trough already. Oh, are you telling me that I didn't take the dispenser bottles? I thought I left them in here. Oh, what a shit. Okay, well, I've got a bucket. That's fine. A bucket will work. So really what we're doing here is we're creating a long-term deposit of animals by making sure that they're fed and watered. We can make sure that they'll have reasonable belief that they'll still be here when we come back here later. But we have no reasonable belief they'll be back here if they're walking around because they have no water. Yep, see, look at that. She goes right for it because she's thirsty. I see another... Okay, this one here has water, but it's unused. So we can fix it. Oh, what is my sound system? It's a Sony STR-K660p. It's just what it is, it's just a 5.1 surround sound system from like a decade ago. Most motherboards these days do have an optical output. And, but the real question is getting Dolby support natively in Windows. So it's usually more of a software question than a hardware question once you've actually got the thing. Look at that, they go right for the water because they had none. Factory farms, man, how do they work? Okay, we've gotten a small amount of water for everybody here. Oh, those cows don't have food. Man, these places. Six pieces of hay. See, whenever they're walking around for no reason constantly, that's usually a bad sign. It usually means they're looking for something. That's not to say it's always a bad sign, it's just sometimes, it's when they don't stop. Now these animal feed bags that are in this container, these feed bags last 100 times longer than anything else. So just by distributing these feed bags, maybe one or two in each pen, that will make these aminals a lot better off for a while. Oh, these guys have already got some, okay. Never seen a piglet in this game, as far as I can recall. Cute little piglet there. Speaking of piglets, I think these guys down here also need water. At least a second round of it. And of course, these guys have no food at all. The other ones had a little bit of hay, but like these ones have nothing. It is silly. Utterly neglectful. Cows down here don't seem too much better off either. You know, if I didn't know better, this is a bit of a cynical take. If I didn't know better, I would say that the devs just have it so that these troughs are completely random as to whether they're food or water. Or empty. Command, KTO, how's it going, guys? But yeah, that was my sound system, my surround sound system. You can see most of the speakers on screen, the left, surround right, and right. Center is directly above my monitor, but even my fisheye lens can't quite capture everything from that distance. I also stream in surround sound. It's a bit of a niche, but about 30% of my viewership is on YouTube TV as the viewing experience. And so because of that, if you happen to have a surround sound system plugged into your TV, if you watch through the YouTube TV app, then YouTube will actually stream you a surround sound version of the stream. It's really stupid that, you know, I'm sitting here playing on a desktop that has a surround sound system. You would think YouTube would be able to stream the surround sound version to me. No, I only get stereo. The YouTube desktop client can't do surround sound at all. It just doesn't work. I don't understand it. I think these guys down here need the water more. Yeah, they already drank half of it. Wow. Boys were thirsty. Okay, that's, I'm gonna call that an artifact of them just not having enough water, and not an artifact of that meaning that they're gonna run out very quickly. All of this could be very easily solved if we just took them all outside. The problem is these animals are in separate pens because it's a mix of males and females. There's like 3 bulls in this building. If we let them into the same field, they'd all kill each other. We don't want that. If the animals are going to be dying, it's going to be because I butcher them. Preferably. And we probably could have finished this by now if I had those dispenser bottles that I thought I had. But that's okay. The bucket works. Just takes a couple more trips. Now, don't get too worried if you see the pigs laying down. They're just lazy pigs. They just like to lay down on their side. Wow, these guys had nothing. Okay. I didn't realize that. Alright, they got water now. And these guys have no food. Jesus Louise, dude. Okay, this is a rabbit hole of neglect over here. I know factory farms are bad, but man, this is pushing it. You would think they would at least have cynical concern to make sure the animals just don't straight up die. Otherwise, then they don't make money. Now, to be honest, if I wanted to consolidate them so that it's a mix of pigs and sheep, we could do that. We could get away with that. Males of different species don't care about each other. So we could get away with consolidating them like that, but that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. They're going to be fine like this, I think. Maybe one more round trip of water. I mean, these pigs, right here, they're still very unfortunate. Now, when we come back here, let's just say we go into the future. Go into the future and we have a animal pen that is able to receive any number of animals. What we do is we come back here with a trailer, and we take shipments of them just by driving through. Just add water, there we go. Now I'm using right-click transfer liquid instead of right-click fill, because it actually takes less time to transfer liquid than it does to fill. Not sure why that's the case. But right-click add liquid to item is the fastest way to transfer anything. You saw a guy making holes in the roof for water. That's not a bad idea at all. If I had a sledgehammer, that would probably be faster than what I'm doing right now. We probably could have taken some planks and built a staircase to the roof and just busted some holes. Okay, this should be the last transfer here. I mean, if I had to prioritize the animals based on just, species and what I can get out of them, obviously the Holstein cows, the black and white cows, they're the best milk producers. So if I had to, triage who I would save first, it would easily be one of these Holstein cows. Preferably a mating pair. And then, as many females as I can acquire. These lovely animals. I'll give this one a pet. The goddess of milk production is there. Okay, I am feeling a lot more comfortable about these animals' long-term prospects. Now we just got to go outside and give a little bit of water to the sheep. That pen of sheep outside has a outdoor-facing trough, but there's no water in it. So it is actually possible that some of those sheep are having water problems right now, because they don't have any water as they spawn in here. That's stupid as that sounds. That's the game we're playing right now. So honestly, I think it's probably best to just leave this animal trailer over here. Just leave it here, because I mean, honestly, once we have a pen built that can receive the cows. Now, be advised, when there is no critical assets like food or water, then the animals will wander out of the zone very quickly. It doesn't look like any of these sheep have wandered out of the zone, so I think we're going to be okay. Just got to get a little bit of water in here so that they are not actively having problems. Now I quickly get out of the way so they don't accidentally stand in front of my truck. Okay. The animals' needs have been met for the foreseeable future. Now, that being said, in my previous character, Dixie, we had cows dying for no reason. And I never quite figured out exactly why. My best theory that I have right now is that for some reason they weren't eating. As in, I had to hand feed them, and I didn't realize that, and they actually starved to death. Despite the fact that they had food accessible to them. Now, that only happened to my Simmental cows. I have not seen that any sort of issues happen with any other breed. It was just Simmental cows. Simmental is the brown spotted white ones. I've not seen that problem with anything else. So, I don't know. I do not know yet. But needless to say, there are some Simmentals in there. So I could go back and check them after a few days and see if they're still having problems or if they're good. I think we're past the point of worrying about animals, but I mean, the least I could do is make sure these guys actually have water. Available water, 0 milliliters. I don't know what it is about. I mean, the funniest part is, the absolute funniest part about this is is all the rain we had the other, God knows how long. Hey, look at this. So in this barn, on this haystack right here, it's a regular axe. However, it could have been a sledgehammer. If you see a farm with, a barn in it that's got hay bales, you see a potential tool laying on the hay bale, check it, because that is a thing that does happen. So these guys not only don't have any water available to them, there isn't even a trough that's available to capture it. We can fix that with a couple of nails. Literally just a couple of nails. Because we got a tree right there. I don't want to give off the impression that I'm a animal lover or anything here. I have no strong feelings one way or another, but you're not going to show me a field full of useful assets like that and have me just ignore them. When I can do very, very little and actually have them be okay. So, yeah, no. This is an acceptable minimum amount of work to save some animal lives. So we took some nails out of the truck, and we sawed a couple logs. We can now do... When it comes to water, for some reason the long and the short troughs have the same water capacity. So a larger number of short troughs is actually better for water than a equal number of... or rather a smaller number of largers. Each one of these can take 50 liters. I have a, where is it? I do have a little bit of drinking water that I brought with me. So just to make sure they don't immediately dehydrate, I put that in there for them. So they don't have much, but it's better than nothing. See, now that we rely on some sky water to feed some animals, now that we need the sky water, it's never coming back. It's gone forever. That feels like what's going to happen now. Okay, so with the animals taken care of, and a trailer acquired, those were the two biggest things I wanted out of Irvington. The rest of Irvington, I really just want to kind of drive through it and take a quick look at the, sorry, seeing more animals just shut my brain down for a second there. Just see if there are any strategic assets here that are worth looking into. So we're just going to drive down the main road all the way down to the shopping mall and then double back. I want to know if they ruined the loot tables of this place. So this Master Fatco, there's one just like this in Muldraw, and Riverside used to have an Electromax, which is sort of like their competitor. But they absolutely fucking ruined Electromax in Riverside. Like, it is kind of sad how bad it's been ruined. The loot tables have been. And we can just spend 2 seconds checking loot tables here, and it's been ruined as well. Okay. It is all workshop loot tables have been ruined. All workshop loot tables have been ruined. Still don't know if this is accidental or intentional. And when I say ruined, what I really mean is all these used to be full of tools. Potential weapons, things like hatchets, shit like that. Nothing but planks and steel sheets now. The shelves, of course. Yeah, sure, there's a few things on the shelves here, but I mean, we would expect stuff like this in every other container in this building. It's an agriculture book that I didn't have. And that's it. Let's try to take this bottle and dump it into the sheep on our way back. I know, right? Yeah, I wish I knew why they did that. But, okay, so after Master Fatco here, we've got, this is a jerky packaging plant. You can fight your way in there and get tons of beef jerky and brown sugar and stuff. I'm gonna be real with you guys, I am baffled by the lack of zombies. This is usually a pretty heavy hotspot right here. This is probably just luck of the draw for the map spawn here. Like, I'm almost tempted to try to sneak in there and steal some jerky. But it's 1,500 hours. I would like to be out of Irvington by the end of the day today, if I can be. I don't know if I actually will be able to, but I'm going to try. Lunch break up there. Parking lot up here. Quick peek at the parking lot. I did find a decent step van here once. Not this time. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's mostly just the fact that it's been. I'm used to it. That's really the thing that bothers me the most, is that I'm used to it. I am one of those people who would prefer that change be explained if it happens. And of course, there were no patch notes mentioning this. And so the sitting there and speculating over whether it's even intentional or not, that's probably even just as frustrating about it. Scarlet Oak Distillery step vans usually just have stuff like whiskey in it, but as you can see, it looks to be in good condition. And I'm very curious to see what the engine quality is. We still don't have an actual good engine quality step van. Our other one is actually higher than this at 78. This one's 70. But the other one has a bad condition versus quality. This one does have a gas in the tank. Very nice parts on it. Very nice parts on it. But we might not have the key. No key in the vehicle itself. This house is so small that I actually kind of doubt that we're going to find the key in the house, but let's take a look. If I don't find the keys to that van in here anywhere, I will carefully tow it out of here with me. Not all the way out of here, but I will tow it and leave it at the safe house. I have an IOU on a pillow, so I'm taking that with me. Okay, we've got no keys. Now, if I was desperate, if I was absolutely desperate, neighboring houses sometimes have the keys to their neighbors' vehicles. As silly as that sounds. You know what? It's good weather. I'm going to try foraging. I seriously doubt I'll find it, but I'll try. If it's on the floor, but I can't visually see it, this will point it out. But I don't think that's the case. I think we're not going to be finding anything here. What the fuck is this? A lead pipe. Okay. We found a lead pipe. Alright, I guess I'll take a foraging level. Oh, the florist van. I gave up on it. The florist van had engine condition 48. So it's just a hauler without a purpose right now. That's the one I was talking about when I was comparing the Scarlet Oak Distillery van. To compare it with the other one that we already have. The one that we already have, because the engine condition is 48, it randomly shuts off for no reason. And I can't have that under any circumstances whatsoever. It's extremely dangerous to my democracy here. We got a copy of 2 books on the shelf here that I did not already have. Don't have a lot of room left in the backpack here. I'll take this jack and car battery. Everything else can chill. Shot at a generator. That was really the only thing I was looking at, and that's specifically in there. I'm going to put a marker on the map here for 70 step vans, so 70 SV. So far, just driving around in Irvington, we have located Electrical 1 and Mechanics 3 and Mechanics 4. Mechanics 1 here we are with us. So I am still in the market for a new handle for my pickaxe. And this axe that we found is going to break, like, very quickly. So I'm just going to use it until it breaks, because then I can put the axe head into the trunk, and the axe head will be more lightweight, easier to carry around. I expect to get tired any minute now. Our sleep got interrupted just a little bit early, and it's right about to be 1800. So yeah, I expect to get tired any moment now. So at some point, very quickly here, we'll be too tired to be combat effective. We do have a gas station up here. It's going to be coming up on the right. Wow. Okay. Well, I guess we found out where all Irvington's residents went to. The tobacco shop, naturally. There is gas. Yeah, sorry. There's still power in the gas station, but that's not currently necessary. We don't need to fight for that. Got a junkyard here with only 3 vehicles that are not burned wrecks. So I do not want to be exploring residential right now. I'm going to come back here someday long in the future, and exploring residential then we'll have a greater shot at survivor houses. Ooh, okay, so mail vans. We have one in Rosewood that I haven't looked at yet. Oh, we've also got a survivor house. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going to have to mark this. Okay, that's going to be interesting. 3 mail vans and one of these trailers is a survivor house. Okay. No, so the boarded up windows on the trailer, that's how you know it's survivor house. Chances of that much higher late game. Well, much. It goes from like up to 30% or something like that. Look at all this. 3 Corvettes on the lot. And we've got a law enforcement state trooper, or full driver up here at the gas station. Probably got some guns in the trunk. That's 2 car alarms going off at once right now. Friggin' chaos. Alright, so, for taking a look through the rest of Irvington, we're just staying on this road. Ah, one of my kindred. Couple of my kindred here. Spiffo van there. The legendary Spiffo battle axe as well. Since I'm not too tired yet, I will use what fatigue I have left to see if I can secure this vehicle here. But if I'm going to do that, I need a secure angle of approach. I think using the fence here to my advantage will be okay. See, never underestimate how much noise these silly bull drivers make. See all these guys over there on the right? I don't want to be pincered from 2 different directions if I'm going to be doing anything here. Honestly, if these guys want to keep coming in my direction, then okay, I'll just lead them away. I mean, McCoy in there is almost empty now, or accessible. There's like 2 or 3 zombies left on it, but there's the fatigue. There's the fatigue. Right on time for a early interrupted sleep. Okay, we're just not going to be... We don't have the action economy to check McCoy right now. It's basically just a D6 version of the truck that I'm in right now. The only thing that makes it special is the open bed. I'm always in the market for a D6 with an open bed with a good engine quality. And McCoy logging vehicles do seem to be a cut above other vehicles in terms of average quality. But there's no grabbing it now, not with the fatigue. And it would take a little too long to just lure them away with horn honking. Alright, here's the mall. Irvington's Mall. One of the basically farthest things in the corner of the map here. I'm looking for step vans with keys. I see a key. The closest vehicle is that... the closest vehicle is this van right here, so I assume it's probably that. See, if I see a step van with a key right next to it, and it's unambiguous, then I would feel like it's worth the effort to lure some of these people away and see if I can steal it. The most valuable stuff here is on the right there. You got the Wizard's Keep, some rare headgear in there. Then you've got the Army surplus over there. That's about it for this area. I mean, there's other places, but hardly anything in them. The strategy here would be to just honk the horn and lure everybody in this direction. You've got a big, nice, wide open field over here. But right now, I don't see any immediate incentive to do so. Sports shop over here, if you baseball bat lovers want your baseball bats. Sports shop, probably a good shot at lots of baseball bat. And of course, always Gigamart up there too. Okay, we're out of here. I just wanted to survey the situation, and nothing is jumping out at me as interesting at the immediate moment. That is the whole point of the map tour, to see what's available. So, as we go in this direction, this road would actually curve all the way up, take us past the Speedway. Speedway, shot at race cars. Getting in and out of the Speedway is actually very difficult. There's barricades on your way in. Concrete barricades. Gotta have a crowbar, and gotta not be choked by Zeds while you're trying to move it. We don't have the time of day for that right now. So we don't, and we also don't have a sledgehammer to create a back door, so there's no way in or out of the racetrack. I've stayed in this house before. This house has also had generators for me as well. In order to see if there's going to be a generator, I have to get a little ways into the garage here. Yep, okay, we got a blue. I don't care that much about blues right now, but we get it on the map, and we've done our job. That could be the generator I end up using for the gas station here. One less thing I got to bring with me. Jenny. Hey, Gloria, how's it going? Good to see you, good to see you. At 1900 hours, are the chickens already going into coops? I have no idea. If not, then there's no chickens over there to be going in the coops. We got Holsteins to my right. Way too far away. Way too far away to help them out. Right now, my only goal with going in this direction is to see if there's any interesting vehicles in the parking lot of the racetrack. The racetrack has a massive parking lot in front of it, usually full of Zeds. Wee. You can tell they're French pigs, because they keep saying yes. Rage pig reference. I have no idea what you're talking about. We've got a Holstein cow over there in that field. I would only be in the market for another Holstein cow in this side of the map if I was going to be coming back and forth to pick up multiple race cars. Because then I could just, take an animal trailer with me and tow it back with the race car. I actually did that once I did that multiple times with Danny. That's where we got some of our cows from. Alright, so we are now coming up on the parking lot of the racetrack here. Racetrack is on the other side of this wall to the right. Full of zombies, as always. I don't think that was a group. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Is this doofus here with the hat and the satchel? I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm not going to challenge it for now. I'm just going to do what I came here to do. In order to see an entire row of vehicles, you got to get a little closer. This part of the parking lot doesn't even show up until you get close. I don't think we're close enough to spawn in the building yet. So we got a Kentucky lumber here. And we've got a alarm, of course. Ah, okay, here we go. We got a bull driver. I don't have the ability to check its engine quality, but... We got a fire bull driver and a Kentucky lumber. Both of them in the front parking lot. So if you wanted to go into the racetrack itself, what you would have to do, first of all, make sure you're not getting mobbed by zombies while doing this. Second of all, you've got to pop this gate right here. But then you've got to make sure that you have a crowbar with the capability of picking up a concrete barrier. Concrete barriers, they weigh like 25, and you got to be able to pick them up if you want to drive onto the racetrack. You can go in on foot if you're comfortable going in through that. I'm not comfortable going in through that. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to double back, but we're going to take a slightly different route. I'm going to take Irvington Heights Road to get back into town, pass through the town, and then we're going to go back to where I have a safe place to sleep down there. My gameplay encouraged you. Okay, well, I hope you guys have fun. The way I played this game is a bit niche. It's an acquired taste for sure. It's not going to be for everybody, but if you like what you see, hopefully you have fun. I say that because, of course, my friends got me into Zomboid, and then my friends promptly burned out on it. So, yeah. I can tell for sure that some people are going to like it, and some people are definitely going to be like, wait, I got to put that much effort to enjoy a video game? What the hell are you talking about, dude? I got a day job. Alright, so this is Irvington Heights Road. This is going to... I want to say this is the one that takes us... Yes, this one is the one that takes us to where the gas station is. A different gas station from the one we drove past. This is one that, like the one that used to be at Phallus Lake. The two-story building next to it. Usually, this one is usually surrounded by a lot of zombies. It's also going to be right next to a police department. Last time I went to that police department, I was very disappointed in the garage. If I remember, there might have actually been nothing in the garage. But that's straining my memory a little bit there. I just remember the disappointment. I don't remember if the disappointment was because there was no light bars or if it was literally just nothing at all. These stutters are getting a little repetitive. So if I went Irvington Road here, Irvington Road itself, if I took a screen right, if I turned to the screen right here, that would get me in the direction of Ekron or Echo Creek. Like, I think it splits and you can go either way. But we're going to take a screen left turn here, and that's going to bring us back into Irvington. Alright, yeah, here's the gas station. Surrounded by zombies, no surprise. 2 pumps. Storage units. Storage units. I wouldn't call them less valuable than they used to be, but they've definitely... I didn't have to look at any in order to find a good collection of books on my previous character, so... but then next we pass by the police department here. It's got like a stapled on, or like not even stapled, it's a separate building here at the garage. No windows, so I had to break in through one of the doors. There is a police cruiser there. Oh, the local fire department is coming up next. Hey, we got okay, another fire department bull driver. Now, fire department loot we're actually really good on right now. We're actually really good on fire department loot for the immediate moment. I'm just going to check this thing's engine quality. Wow. That is 86 with, like, really, really, really good parts. Okay. I'm going to mark that. Now, it's still a bull driver, and I've already got a bull driver, so it's not the most valuable thing in the world. I would take it over the one that I'm currently driving, though. The parts, just the regular parts on it, are even better. And there's a little Jeep up there. Jeeps are very highly niche. I had trouble trying to actually find that niche, but it's there. Off-road towing of trailers. We've got a basic bitch step van over there, nothing special looking about it. Couple of sheds, no visible survivor houses. But then here we link up with the rest of cleared territory. Now, coming up next on the left, our only other reliable shot at trailers on this side of the map, and rolled nada. So this parking lot in front of Farming and Roll. Every spot in that parking lot is a roll, an elevated chance at trailers, and we got 0. So far, we have found a grand total of 1 trailer in the reliable spots. Ooh, okay. Speaking of survivor house right there. Let me get that marked really quick. So, massive fight to get there. That's alright. Okay, that's all I wanted to see in Irvington, really. You like to see my clean gameplay. Well, that's, yeah, okay. I guess you could call it clean, if you, by comparison. Clean is a little, there's a lot of different things I could phrase. Sometimes I do reckless things here, but yeah. Hopefully it is enjoyable. There are basements in every single one of these townhouses here, but they're kind of samey. The loot can be different between them, but the basements themselves are kind of samey. I wouldn't call it a high priority check, but it's usually if I'm ever in the market to clear Irvington, then that is something I end up doing. So, we're going to try to take this thing home with us. And when I say home, I just mean the local house that we're staying in. I'm going to tow it in reverse. And I'm going to do my best not to bump into anything. Now this is going to make a lot of noise. If there are any zombies who hear me doing this, they will come from quite a distance. Now the reason I'm going in reverse is it's an artificial way to limit my speed, so I don't accidentally go too fast. Otherwise the vehicle will drift into me and bump into me. When we get home... See, okay. See, it almost bumped into me, but... what I did is I stayed ahead of it, and then the tow chain broke. So that is the counterbalance to going in reverse. It's a lower risk of damaging your trunk with a self-collision, but it's an elevated risk of just losing the vehicle. Basically, what you have to do to make sure it doesn't detach. This is a video I posted on my channel, the first 0.52 seconds of towing in Project Zomboid Stable. It's the reason it broke was usually because because what I did is I accelerated too quickly. That's all it is. There were people in the comments of that video when I showed this happening. It was a similar hookup. It was a pickup truck instead of a bull driver. But the same thing was happening. We were hooking it up, but we were accelerating too quickly. And the act of accelerating too quickly like this, that's what breaks it. If you accelerate more slowly. And again, I know people in the comments of that video were saying, well, if you want to tow it right, you've got to ease up on the accelerator. You've got to ease on the brakes. And I'm like, ease. You're talking about easing in a video game with buttons, keyboard buttons. How do you ease a keyboard button? It's a rhetorical question. You have to tap it. There's no easing here. There's tapping. Because it's a binary button. It's on or off. But people don't usually think about this shit. They just want to have an argument on the internet, defend a game that is almost indefensible in certain aspects. I mean, it's a great game. I'm not dissing Zomboid in general here. It's just certain aspects of it are just very tiresome to deal with. And this is going to get... Okay, well, you know what? I'm okay with the fact that I detached there, because I'm stage 2 fatigue. I'm not combat effective. So I'm not going to fight for that. That was an awkward spot to try to get out. I'm just going to leave it. We can make use of the fact that it detached. It's fine. We'll come back well rested and deal with it then. One of the loading tips in this game is the vast majority of deaths are by taking unnecessary risks. Fighting for that would be a very unnecessary risk. We don't have to fight for that. We'll just come back for it after we sleep. I mean, we don't even have to really come back for it. Not right now, at least. And the reason for that is, whatchamacallits. It's not going anywhere. It's still going to be here. And I don't have a way to hotwire it, so I can't even use it. I just wanted to bring it home with me tonight, and then I could leave it at this place where I'm staying. That's kind of all I wanted to do, but can't even do that, so fine. Whatever. It's okay. Priorities. Ultimately, what we came here for was this trailer right here, and we acquired it. Everything else we've been doing today is really just extra. Oops. Just gonna have a bite of pineapple since we're hungry. We'll cook a proper meal overnight. Otherwise, right on time for bed, 22:30. That is my preferred bedtime. All right. I'm just gonna... So I was gonna break this axe through combat. Since I couldn't get any combat before I got tired. It's fine, I'll just break it myself. That makes it more lightweight. The handle was moments away from breaking anyway, so... we've got a roast in here that we made the other day. And then we've got this garbage bag of loot on the floor here. So we're coming home with several books that we didn't have when we set out. Very relevant to my interests. As soon as we get another large handle in good condition, we can rebuild that axe right there that I just put in there. Okay. That's my bag sorted out. I did come home with an extra pillow to return the pillow I borrowed from the driver's seat of my vehicle here, so I can leave behind the one that is currently christening our bed. So I actually, I'm pretty organized now for the return trip. I'm going to go ahead and spend the rest of the evening getting a little bit more water out to the animals in the local area. We got a dispenser bottle and 3 buckets, and we should still have pressure in the water. Yeah, we still have pressure. Nobody playing any video games with me. Everybody's saying, what? I'm not sure what you're talking about, man. This huge game. I got nothing on that. Sounds like you're only playing because a lot of people refuse to stop playing. Not sure. Alright, so that's a good, what was that, 25 liters right there? And then we'll get another 20. Which game are we boycotting here? I see the word boycott being used. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm just going to go ahead and freeze the rest of this stuff in the fridge. Now that we've got a roast that's going to last us all day tomorrow. I parked too close. Hate when I do that. There we go. Ooh. Mr. Lamb almost became Lamb Roadkill. And you gotta be wary of these things, because every once in a while they'll run away from Mama and then run right back to Mama. So Mama's over there. So little Lamb is running right in front of me because of that. Alright. I have not accidentally killed any animals yet today. Or, not yet at all for this character. At all. We've actually been quite kind to animals on this character's journey so far. Hey, good morning, Gumrty. How's it going? Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. Boycotting. There was a PlayStation boycott, if I remember right. But here's the problem with boycotts. Subscriptions kind of break them. I mean, how many of the boycotters canceled their PS Plus subscriptions? You know, how many people have canceled their GeForce Now, their Xbox? It's the Xbox one. I forgot already. Game Pass. How many people canceled that stuff? It's subscriptions are where people make their real money in the gaming industry, and most people, most customers have not canceled their subscriptions. So what I'm going to do is give the water that I'm bringing in now to the cows specifically, because I do know that cows consume more resources. Why are you running in circles? They're running in circles. There's probably a zombie outside. Okay. That's not going to stop me from giving them water. There's another set of cows on the other side here. Oh, I almost forgot. Hatchet just randomly laying on this table. Or a hand axe. I'll take it. What? Don't you get stressed on me. I heard that. That was a stressed moo. I don't like stressed moos. They're very distinctive. It's got to be because of the zombie nearby. I don't see anybody over here. Did they start going around? Huh, I don't know. Okay, well, I don't know what pissed them off. But I've given them water. That's all I can do for the immediate moment. Okay. So the other group of cows has about 45. These guys have about 50, a little over 50. They're going to be okay. For the foreseeable future, at least. We have done our due diligence for the aminals here. I'm going to shut both gates. Reduce the chances of any Zed tomfoolery. I can't stop them from walking up to the walls. And if the Zeds are on the other side of the walls, the animals know they're there and they get pissed off. That's why I looked on the other side of these walls to the right here. But I saw nothing, so I don't know why those cows started freaking out. I don't think it was anything I did. If it was anything I did, it would have been not just the cows, I don't think. But, yeah. I mean, it's, I mean, so there's a reason that I'm playing a 13-year-old game that's never sold DLC and doesn't even have a merch store. That's, you're preaching to the choir on this one, buddy. Preaching to the choir. This is one of the, I would be streaming, Stellaris if Paradox had better business practices. I actually really like the game, Stellaris. It's a very fun game. It's a game that I enjoy a lot. It's a game that, kind of like Zomboid, it's got a very high skill ceiling to understand it right. And because of that, it would be right within my niche. I'd love to stream it, but I hate the business practices that Paradox has been engaging in so much that I don't even play it anymore. Or if I ever do play it again, it will be because I'm playing it by myself, not because I'm streaming it. I'm not like acting like I have like a massive audience or anything like that, but even my own small audience, I will not subject them to something with a horrifically bad business practice. I just don't feel like doing that. Gamers unite when we get it. Yeah. A little bit idealist, buddy. Just a little idealist. Alright, so I'm taking all of the perishable food with me today, because we are closing up shop here in Irvington. I don't think it does. At one point, we were thinking that it might make them lose health. I don't know whether it does or not. I'm actually not 100% sure. But we did have a cow, or a bull at one point, who was looking unhealthy, and then we cleaned up all the poo, and then suddenly he stopped looking unhealthy. I don't know if that's why, though. He might have just been unhealthy for another reason. Needless to say, the game does not actually tell us anything on that, so I don't actually know. Okay, Dan, I'm going to need you to stop spamming about unrelated stuff, buddy. I don't think... I'm going to take the garden fork, that's about it. Most of these tools I already have copies of. Most of them, at least. See, I shouldn't feel so I shouldn't feel the need to be so discerning. We do have lots of room in the two vehicles. But I am a little bit sussy about getting more stuff than I need. That's just more work to sort through. Plaster powder is not required in the long term. There are substitutes you can use instead of it. Did I get the floodlights in there? Okay. And then the gas can. We've actually spent enough gas driving around up here that I can actually just put the gas into my vehicle, and we should be fine from there. So we do have a couple of saw blades. Usually that's really low priority loot for me, but those can make improvised weaponry. I'm going to go downstairs and take some of the wooden crates. Because it just doesn't feel right to come home with an empty trailer. It really doesn't. I don't care about the wooden crates out here because they are the lower condition ones, or lower quality ones. Can't fit very much into them. Okay, we're hooking up and we're getting out of here. Okay, bud, I gave you a couple warnings about unrelated stuff. Hey. See, I genuinely don't mind people who actually bring up unrelated stuff to the game. But if you're gonna sit there and have a one-sided conversation with yourself in chat, then no, chat's not supposed to be a diary for somebody. Angus, 4 Angus, I think. 4 Angus in that field. So on our way out, we're gonna turn north at Horselick Road right here, because that is a different route back, but it's going to take us right back out next to Rosewood on the other side. So we'll capture a little bit of explored territory, and we will also get back to where we're going. What's up, Kitio? How's it going? Oh, that's right. You were here earlier. See, I can't... It's harder to keep track of chat when it just gets flooded. I don't know how the big Twitch people do it. I would not be able to engage very well if it was just nothing but endless spam. It's probably a skill of the job, tool of the trade. I'd love to go faster on this road, but I can't. It's not safe. Because of trees that are 6 meters away from the roadside. See, I actually see a lot of that when it's like, it's actually just a case of, like, people just don't, like, you know, they don't make it a conversation. They don't make it a conversation. They just sit there and say things and just keep saying things. And they don't stop saying things. Not related to what anybody else was talking about. I feel for the guy. He seemed to be genuinely upset about what's going on in the gaming industry, which is literally the whole reason that we're playing Zomboid instead of something else, but, no. That's, I think my turn is right up here. I wish I could say that it would be a little bit easier once we turn north, but I don't think it will be. I think we're still going to have trees overhanging the road. There would be Dark Wallow right there. The little neighborhood outside of it. And there's my turn. Okay. How many kills? 518. We're coming up on 2 weeks. So we're right about 13 days in right now. Honestly, that's higher. That's way higher for me. I have sometimes made it several months with only a couple hundred. And I haven't even hit the checkpoint yet. That's the wildest part. It'd be a little different if I was about to turtle the checkpoint, but I'm not. Now, speaking of the checkpoint, Brandenburg checkpoint, I don't know if that's the closest one to us in Rosewood. I'm used to thinking of Brandenburg as being the closest checkpoint because I'm used to starting in Riverside. For Rosewood, I think it might just be 6, 1/2 dozen the other for between Brandenburg and Louisville. Because, I mean, just going down 31 West, straight through Muldraw, and then up to the Louisville checkpoint. That's a long shot. A couple of roadblocks are going to be in the way. But, I mean, by the time we get to our destination, it's, See, KY60, I don't know. I'm thinking about the map right now. Brandenburg might be easier. Yeah, Brandenburg is still easier. Maybe not in terms of distance, but in terms of total obstructions on the road. Yeah, I should have done that. Brandenburg is, of course, going to be easier. Fewer obstructions on the road between where we started here in Rosewood and where we should want to go. We've been having a lot of this, trying to explore new territory, and the game grinds to a halt while it generates new map cells for us. We're actually going to be passing the military research facility. I can't remember if the military research facility was actually a good shot at zombies with backpacks and Alice webbing. It might be. It might actually be. We might do the military research facility instead of the checkpoints. Now, we're not going to go too deep into it. I'm talking about the zombies on foot outside of it. can't remember if the zombie's on. I mean, we would be able to find out easily because the road is not overgrown yet. So it would really only just be a day trip to get down there at most. I might do that. It's the power substation there. Oh no, I have a lot of Zeds in Rosewood too. Like an impressively large amount of Zeds in my Rosewood. Rosewood, I was commenting on that. Rosewood just feels way bigger than it normally would be. That's not the worst thing in the world, but it's definitely a shift from what we veteran players would expect. And this is it right here. This is the turn. If I take a left turn and go this way, that's the military research facility. Last time I hit that and fully cleared it was Nora the Explorer. It was a very interesting experience. We had an extremely close call while we were in there, inside the building. Had a couple of Class 3 mistakes there. And here we are. Rabbits. They're lucky I have no need for rabbit meat right now. Alright, here's Main Street for Rosewood. We've got a lot of Zeds that we lured out to the back of town to get them past Gigamart there. I don't actually remember exactly what I did with some of the Zeds in town, so I'm just going to drive right down the main road here. Towing a trailer, that's going to make a lot of noise. That's going to result in a surprising number of Zeds coming out of the woodwork and showing up. That's okay. Okay, based on their movement patterns, I can't just go right back to the fire department right now. I'm making too much noise. That would just bring everybody right up to my front gate. So I'm going to do a bit of a loop around here. It's a Knox Distillery van right there. Probably a bunch of booze in it. Okay, so what I did there effectively is I went all the way around the fire department, or rather, instead of going straight to the fire department, I went all the way around the side of town so that anybody who was tailing me down Main Street would not tail me straight up to the front of my garage here. So we have a couple of generators that are here and fueled, but I couldn't connect them because I didn't have the generator magazine. But now we found it. We found the generator magazine and we read it. So we are able to hook up generators now. So the moment the power goes out, we've got our failover right outside there. Alright, perishables into the freezer. Except the freezer is both of these are completely full. Thanks in no small part to an oversaturation of bell peppers. I'm going to grab half of those out of here. I would prefer to have, like, this freezer for the fridge here to be like a variety freezer. So anytime it's full of stuff that's not much variety, like 52 bell peppers, that's silly. We put them over here with the rest of them. Now we have our freezers on separate sides of the base because when the power goes out and I switch to generators, what I want is to have yellow here powering the kitchen, the floor lights and everything kind of, you know, in a circle out here. But then I'm going to have a second yellow at some point. I'll move it to the other side of the road and just power these two freezers here with it. That's going to be a little bit interesting how that is going to work. I do see somebody who probably heard me make a noise there. I will empty the vehicle after we do a quick perimeter check. She may have been the only one who heard me, and that would be good if so. So don't be fooled by the ambulance and the fire truck here. We don't have keys, and I can't hotwire yet. We might be able to fix that pretty quickly. It's usually not a very early game thing for me to kind of blitz my way through electrical level 1 and mechanics level 3 so that I can hotwire vehicles. But the fact that I have two really good vehicles just sitting right here that I can't use, I am extremely tempted. Yeah, I saw that featured mod in the workshop. Somebody made dinosaurs for Zomboid. I don't know why anybody would ever want to do that. But if you're interested in Project Zomboid with godforsaken dinosaurs, yeah, you can do it now. The technology now exists where it didn't before. A couple of books have been acquired that we didn't have before into the collection over here. I will be holding on to Electrical Volume 1 because that is relevant to my immediate or shorter term interests here. Whenever we get collectible things like VHS tapes or skill books in a collection here, we mark them as unwanted so we don't pick up any further copies. Add an axe head to the collection here of things that need handles, as well as we have the pickaxe head too. Needs a new handle. If I get a new handle, the first thing that'll get is, of course, the pickaxe head. Very, very, very useful early game weapon for axes. Basically, the way I'm doing my loot, it looks very disorganized, but there's actually a method to the madness here. Charm Flowers is currently completely full of just variety loot, and everything on the floor behind it, directly behind it, is more variety loot. And when I say variety, I just mean a little bit of pretty much everything that I haven't gone through the effort of sorting individually. Meanwhile, everything else that is on the floor is in a specific pile for a specific reason. Firearms and ammo-related shit right here. Axes and more axes right there. Skill books and skill tapes in there, and everything over here is just firefighter clothing that I can disassemble and turn into a very, very small container of firefighter, airmid thread, rather. Airmid thread. All the stuff that I just dropped on the floor here is just super heavy stuff that I don't really need right now, that I only brought home because I had more room in the trailer than I knew what to do with at the time. So, doesn't count what I put intentionally into these containers for kitchen use, so... Otherwise, we are feeling all right with our organization system here. Okay. So, Ekron to Brandenburg. And most importantly, I can now make coffee. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I can't believe I did this. I can't believe I did this. I am such a moron. I left the coffee that I found in Brandenburg. I'm sorry, in Irvington. I left the coffee that I found in Irvington. Shit. It's not like I would have no reason to go back there. But that's a long way to go just for coffee. I think that's fine. It's at a base, right? It's at a base. I know where it's at, and it's a place I'll be going back to someday. That's enough for me for now. Coffee machine works without power. Now that's interesting. I never even looked at that, whether that does or not. So we still have water. I have stopped gaining weight at 83 kilo on the dot. Now that is interesting. If I can feather my weight gain a little bit from there. So what I can do is, if I just eat some chips right now, I'll probably go back into weight gain. Yeah, okay. So if I just chill and don't burn calories for a moment, then we'll probably gain another kilo. I was talking about mechanics and electrical, because that can get me to the point where I can hotwire vehicles. We now have even more incentive to go ahead and go for that. So we're already part of the way through mechanics. We could probably finish the rest of it this evening and make a good chunk through electrical. And then we have a literal billion electrical things that I can disassemble. Like a literal, well, not a literal, but we have, like, you know, containers overflowing with things that I can disassemble for electrical experience. So, yeah, that is definitely what we're going to be doing. So Mechanics 1 has been finished reading. Now we're reading Electrical 1. We've got one VHS tape of Car Zone right now. Car Zone is the VHS tape that you can get for Mechanic Skill. There's 3 episodes to it, but since we've read the skill book and we are a bright learner, or fast learner rather, we don't even need the whole episode. We don't even need a whole episode to get through the first 2 levels. It's actually kind of wild. 2300, we're going to go ahead and sleep. Oh, whoops. I had floodlights in my hand. I'm kind of waiting until I get extra hungry to eat more of this roast because it's a big one. See, we're treating our hunger and our calorie situation completely separately right now. Because they are completely separate things. Eating a quarter of that roast, despite how much hunger it produces, won't actually do much for our weight gain situation. Okay, we have survived for 14 days. We've killed 519 zombies. We are 84 kilo. So once I finish reading this book, we can stop thinking about weight completely for quite a while. Basically, you lose weight slower than you can gain it for the most part, unless you take the traits that screw with that. So going into weight gain rapidly and then getting just below 85 kilo and then stopping there, that's a pretty good way of going about it. So I'm going to take the VHS tape for Car Zone out of here. And I'm going to pop it in the TV, and we're going to instantly gain 2 levels of mechanics. And then if I get to the point, I will stop the tape if we get to level 2, and it's still going. There's level 1. Hey, Kraken. Good to see you. Mechanics level 2. Okay, so the moment I get Mechanics level 2, I stop the tape. And there's probably another, like, I don't know, little bit of experience left that I can get from the tape if I resume it. Or rather, you don't resume it, you just play the whole thing over again, but you don't get any credit for the parts you've seen. But the parts you haven't seen, if there is any experience left to be gotten out of it, we're waiting until after we read the next book. And the reason we're doing that, of course, because level 3 mechanics, that's both when you stop gaining experience from VHS tapes and when you are able to hit the threshold for hot wiring. Now, we might only get a very small chunk of experience. And if so, that's fine. I'm not going to lie, I'm actually kind of hoping that the power goes out while I'm awake and while I'm in town here. Because the last thing I ever want is for the power to go out while I'm not at the location where I have all of my stuff that I want to keep frozen. Because that's what fucked me up last time. If I had a step fan, I could bring all of my stuff that I want to keep frozen with me. But I don't let the step fan over there fool you. I don't have a step fan. That thing randomly shuts off because its engine condition is below 50. So that's not a step fan, that's just a hazard. A hazard that happens to have a large trunk that I might be able to fix someday. Alright, Mechanics Volume 2 has been read. So we've read all the necessary literature to get ourselves to the point of hot wiring. Now we're just going to watch the last of this tape. We might just get a little bit of experience from it. I'll take anything I can get. There is a VHS shop here in Rosewood. That might be my next target. Because honestly, if the VHS shop just so happens to have the VHS tape for electrical, that would be amazing. It's a very long shot. Very long shot that it would have VHS for electrical, but that is Nightstick and Spawn House. Very nice, very nice. See, got a little bit of mechanics experience left on the tape. And it was just one charge. But that was 1/3 of the level. From that one charge, we got 1/3 of a level. That's freaking wild. I love it. That is the power of being a fast learner who has read a book. Takes some time, but it is absolutely worth it once you've finished taking that time. So our two options for getting mechanics the rest of the way are to either fight our way to the VHS shop and hope that we've got something in there that we can disassemble. I'm sorry. Hope that the tape is in there. Or just get started taking cars apart that we don't care about. While I think about that, we're just going to go ahead and level electrical a little bit here. It only needs to be level 1. Now, there is a VHS tape for electrical, so this would be a bit of a waste if we had that, but since we don't, it's fine. We'll wait to watch, we'll hold off on that for the next couple of levels for electrical, because the VHS tapes are good until level 3, so. We're just targeting level 1 here. 27 watches, I think we'll have no problem. Alright, so we are electrical level 1 and mechanics level 2.3333. What we do with that is we... first I'm going to get a generator bag put together here, hang on. So this bag right here, I call it a generator bag. It's going to be for refueling the yellow here. The red one I'm going to take to the other side. Two yellows would be preferable, but a yellow and a red, just as fine. We'll kind of minimize the exposure to generator sound that's going to reach across the fences. We don't want to try to connect it until the power actually goes off. Okay, so we've got 2 generator bags. I'm just going to split all of the electrical parts that I picked up between them. That in there, grab half. That works. Leave them next to each of the generators. Looks like we got more rain. Now, if I had to pick one of those 2 generators to put the floodlights next to, it would be the red one, because that's the one that seems more likely to be within sound distance of anybody who might be wandering around the area. So being able to see them. Sour cream is starting to go stale. That's no good. I can't freeze it. Sour cream is one of those things that, for some godforsaken reason, you are unable to freeze it in the freezer. Now, regrettably, we don't have a oven here in this location downstairs. I have to go upstairs. One more level of electrical, and I'll be able to move ovens myself. Yeah, well, I know, 2. Sorry, 2. That's a level 3 skill. I really take it for granted, because on my previous character, I didn't even have to, do much for electrical. We had the tape, and we got straight to 3. Alright, there's a 6-ingredient roast, and we can put some of that sour cream in it. Get a little bit use out of it before it goes bad. Or, no, we can't. I don't even know what to use sour cream for. Well, that sucks. I think at electrical level 2 you can move around the, what's it called? You can move around the fryers. The fryers are small. Alright, there's another chunky roast there. 70 roast. Now, I brought some crates home. The problem is I don't know if I want to be deploying them here. I will put them down, but I don't know if I want to be filling them up with anything, because I don't know if I want to stay here forever, right? This is, it's a great place for a base. There's better places. Much better places. I don't know if getting locked in here too deeply is a good idea. Especially because it feels like I'm slowing down on my map tour a little bit, just for the sake of this area. This is mechanics related. I found a copy of Blacksmithing 1. If I did, I don't remember what I did with it. Oh, it's in the... Okay, so in the trunk of the truck here, we've got these... These are books that I'm able to read soon, or we'll be able to read, like, in the not-too-distant future here. Maintenance 2, we're pretty close. We're about 2/3 of the way through the level. So if I take a tire iron and a jack, I could just go and disassemble parts of that vehicle out there, that standard, and get a good bit of experience from that. Hunter basement with a chicken coop. Now that's pretty nice. Car key is required. Okay, well, I got my car key right here. Honestly, I think if you fail, it's worth it to just try again tomorrow. Because I think there's a 24-hour cooldown for every action. And I don't think failures, or rather, I don't think failures don't. I think failures trigger the cooldown. Not 100% on that. We'll check on the door again here. Let me see if I get any experience. I'm at 134 right now. I failed. I'm at 135. I failed again. I'm at 137. Okay, so if you fail to take a part off of a vehicle, but you keep trying, you are getting experience. It's probably not the best ROI. But I mean, it's mechanics experience. Every bit gets me closer to level 3. Level 3 gets me the ability to hotwire. And then suddenly, if I can hotwire, then suddenly I have 2 more much better vehicles in my lot here that are much, much, much better than anything else that I'm currently using. Okay, we're going to go sleep. I'm going to park this bad boy on a facing where I can use its headlights for this whole lot here. Hell yeah. See, this is honestly just easier than rolling the dice on potentially getting another episode of Carzone by fighting my way to the VHS shop here. That would be a fight, and the fight itself would take longer than just taking apart a couple of vehicles that are right in front of me. It's also passing time while it's raining. Rain is part of the reason that we lost my previous character. Rain is, of course, I can't blame the rain for everything, but I mean, it was a factor that worked heavily against me. And so it is all the more reason not to be going out and doing heavy combat, or even light combat, even, if I can avoid it. $259. So I'm still getting experience even though the part is literally broken. That's kind of funny. Gas tanks are the hardest thing to remove without damaging. So at low levels, if you have a vehicle that you don't care about and you just sit there and continuously try to yank the gas tank off of it, yeah, that'll get you plenty of experience. There we are. We are now mechanics level 3, and because of that, we can now hotwire. Just like that, we have an ambulance and a fire truck at our disposal. Hey, Clumsy Crowbar, you had a chicken apocalypse, huh? We do have a fix for that, but it requires you to back up your saves. Right, this thing needed a... Okay. We never did find the key, partially because of the windows, but that's okay. So we break the window that's lower condition on this side, and then we can go in there, hotwire the bad boy. Engine quality is 92. That's why that took so many tries. Amazing. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and take that 20-liter bottle over here and split it between the ambulance and the fire truck. And we can take them both down to the gas station, get them fueled. Oh, Grumbaki, no, you did not miss the end of the map tour. Sorry, I didn't do it because I wanted to have some better vehicles and we were really close. So we actually, what we just did is leveled mechanics to 3 and electrical to 1 and just hot-wired these beautiful vehicles that are right in front of us. Or rather, we've hot-wired one of them, now we're hot-wiring the other. Then we're going to gas them up. And then we're going to go on a map tour with a much better set of vehicles. Now this thing could use a better window. I don't know if we have a chance of damaging them, but I'm going to risk it for the biscuit here. I'll try to steal one of the windows from Greens here. It's fire trucks in my fleet are always heavy combat vehicles. Wait, what? Oh, I don't have... Okay, shit. I don't have the magazine read for intermediate mechanics. I got standard, but not intermediate. Okay, fair enough. That's fine. We can still... I mean, the ambulance, we've got access to, so we don't have to break the window to get into that. I mean, another thing is I'm not just doing the map tour for that purpose. We're also... I mean, we've got specific goals in mind, too. The, I'm trying to get... Like, my next goal, really, is going to be to try to get the... what's it called? To try to get some military backpacks. Oops, wrong side. I always forget which side it is. Quick perimeter check. Okay, so I was gonna leave the blue one here. I was gonna leave this blue one here for hooking it up to the gas station here when the power goes out. I'm actually gonna take it with me. In case we get a power outage while I'm trying to take the checkpoint. Oh, that was a freeze up. That's another freeze up. I'm starting to feel like the game is getting less stable on me. I lied. I thought we had a key to this thing. That must be the other ambulance. Okay. This really sucks. Roadblocks everywhere I look. Roadblocks everywhere I look. So here's the skin. Here's the situation. Right now, I got me a vehicle with a broken window on the right-hand side because I had to get into it. That ambulance is the same way. And the problem is I can't replace those windows. I don't have intermediate mechanics. Mechanics level 3 is not good enough. You need to have the magazine for each type of vehicle before you can touch that kind of vehicle. We got standard. That's why we were able to level up using those other vehicles. I would like to fight my way down the road to get to the bookstore, see if maybe we luck out and get one of those magazines, or maybe hit a mechanic shop on the way. Both of those objectives are being heavily tempered by the rain right now. It's not like the rain is making me combat ineffective, but it is... I mean, this is, like I said before, this is one of the reasons we lost Dixie. First of all, it was the decision to fight in the rain, right? That's I don't want to blame the rain for it, but I made the judgment call that I can get out of the truck and start, fighting on fucking muddy terrain while we're surrounded by a rainstorm that's drowning out my ability to hear things and see things. The only difference is it's not nighttime right now, and it's Rosewood Street as opposed to Guns Unlimited farm field. It's not all that different, and so I'm a little bit stuck. If I leave this area, if I just say fuck it, if I just start a map tour anyway, or I just start going in the Brandenburg direction anyway, the slight problem with that is then I don't have any sort of reassurance that I'll be able to preserve what's in my freezers when the power goes off. If I am like on the other side of the map when the power goes off, then I have to drive all the way back here, and I'm going to come back here, and half of my freezers are going to be rotten, even if I get here within the same day. I've seen it happen enough times that I just don't trust it anymore. I need to be next to my freezers when the power goes out. So what else can we do in the meantime? I really hate this, but we can just sit here and read books. I really hate doing that when it's early game still. We've still got infinite water, we still got infinite power. I feel like that is the prime time to be doing other things. But I'm so limited right now. I'm so limited by my own, my own metrics. Now, if I just packaged up all of the perishable stuff that I have, and we took it with us, and then took a generator as well, and then just, you know, made sure that the generator was deployed when the power went out, we could do that. I don't know if that is going to dodge us from the script that spoils things in the freezers. I've never found out. Never even tested it. I think we're nearing the point of me feeling like it's worth it to test it. Now, if I was going to go that route, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look around town to see if I can find a step van with a good trunk that I actually can get into without breaking a window. That would be great. If I could do that, that opens up a lot of doors. And that's something that I can do despite the weather. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do. Let me just empty out my backpack then. I'm taking some ingredients out of the freezer that are, like, about to be used up. We'll put those into something and then eat it. Yeah, that looks good. Oh man, I should not have left that attached. I drove out of the area. That was still attached. Should not have done that. We've seen what happens when we do that. That's no good. Books. I'm looking for a book. Something that I can read while we're cooking. Alright, got another 80 roast here. And we've got reading material for when we need to read. Feel the need to read. storm got even worse. Visibility is shot to shit. But I can now steal whatever vehicle I want. So we're going to take another look at some of the local step vans. Really weak. It's an option. 57 engine quality. I thought there was going to be more than one step van in the slot. Okay. Perhaps not. Regrettable. I'm going to steal the popsicle freezer. Forgot that I had another blue generator in the car. We can... We've got both a generator and a freezer in the car now. That's interesting to know. That looks like a place that might have coffee right there. I hate breaking windows, but yep, there was a coffee machine. That does not mean that there is going to be coffee necessarily, just that there's a shot. Okay, nothing else of particular note here. Oh, there's a mail, whatchamacallit, post office here in town. We might be able to secure it without too big of a fight. I'm just going to observe it, see what it looks like. I'm trying a little shortcut here. I don't know if it'll still work. I remember using this going around the church and getting up here back when Rosewood was a different town. I don't know if it's still applicable. But I'm going slow anyway, so I don't really care about going slow in this context. Ah, graveyard is here. Okay. Yeah, this is absolutely the drive-in theater, Beans. We actually did check the drive-in theater. Regrettably, there was not a single heavy-duty vehicle on the lot. I found that to be very disappointing. We're going to be passing my starter house in a moment here. There is a mechanic shop right here. Now, okay, so male step van and just regular white step van over there. I only see a Z on the other side of that fence, and it hasn't noticed me yet. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at this place. Oh, look, the garage door's already open. That makes my life a little bit easier. Okay, that was a little bit nerve-wracking. I had shut the engine off already. Shit. Okay, we're good. Partially because I don't have my flashlight on me, so it's visibility is a little bit not as good until we turn that on. Let's see if this place has anything for us. I actually was not expecting it to be so undefended. Yeah, look at that, Mechanics 5. Performance heavy duty. Hey, look at that, performance. Okay, so this is not the magazine I was looking for, but it is one of the ones that I need. Two copies of Mechanics 5. That's the wrong kind of lightning striking me right there. If I read facing this direction, I won't get surprised. So we're just looking for the other magazine then. The most important one to me, the heavy duty one. What the hell? There's been a zombie standing there this whole time. That is really funny. This is a dummy. That's okay. We don't judge her for it. She's old. Those are cute. Light blue. Potential shot at coffee in the break room. This is only welding related stuff, or welding and, I mean, metal stuff. Different loot table. Oh, I saw one. Oh, that window was already broken, okay. Okay. Aha. Got somebody in the corner. Is that two of them? There's one outside. Is there anybody else around this corner? No. Okay. Just this guy. Come on. Out of there. I'm going in that corner. Come out here to me. Ah, shit. I don't like that at all. I don't like that there's two of them, and I don't like... Yeah, I don't like anything about that. There's actually three of them. Yeah, that's why I don't like that. Bunch of dead crops on the other side of the fence here. Largely because we didn't harvest them after spawning them in. Because that's how that works. So we still got tool loot up here, or vehicular loot, so we still have a remote chance at a magazine over here. Okay, I think that's the whole shop. These are fake. Whatchamacallit, those cabinets are fake. Strongly dislike this little room here. Oh, it's just bathroom and bathroom, isn't it? Alright, that's the mechanic shop, and on the other side is the, flower shop. I don't think there's going to be anything upstairs, but I'll take a look. How's our water looking? Still unlimited. No water cut off yet. Oops. Okay. There is nothing up here then. Just a roof. Oh, hello. Make sure he's not the only one. Okay. For the moment, at least. He probably came from all the way around the corner there. He probably heard me making noise. Killing those other dudes. So what we've got here are two performance tires in perfect condition. Well, one of them is heavy duty, one of them is standard. I thought I had two heavy duty across the building, but I only saw one. Okay. Last but not least, the garbage. Then we can mark this whole place off. Another welding torch. Okay. So we searched the entire mechanic shop here in town. Found Volume 5 mechanics book, but no, whatchamacallit, no, is that the VHS shop right there? It's right next door. If it was not so late in the day, I would consider that. Well, actually, okay, I'm still going to go, but we're going to be nice and slow about it. And we're just going to check for zombies. Because even if it's clear, I don't have enough room in my vehicle anymore. We filled it up completely. Now, our original purpose was... I literally forgot the post office. That was one of the original reasons we came up here, was because of the post office. I got lost in the sauce when I saw when I saw the mechanic shop. Beautiful. That's a bunch of books I don't already have. Trunk is in perfect condition. Fuck. Locked. Okay, I don't care. Higher quality than normal engine, 400 horsepower. It's worth it. Perimeter check from the outside first. So there is a chance at pretty much any magazine in the game, in mail loot tables, but it's less focused than the, it's less focused than going into a mechanics shop. So we still have a shot at the mechanics magazine that I want, but the overall chance is way lower. Handy knife. That's pretty handy. Ooh. Alrighty then. That's a lot of book that I don't already have. Garbo bag of book being established now. There might be a couple of dupes between this and what is in the van outside. I think the van outside, I think we saw one dupe. I don't care. I don't care. That'd be a good time. Mailbag. Every time you see one of these mailbags, yeah, look at that. How to use generators. Episode of Car Zone. Sweet. Just in time to be useless. It's fine. There was no way we could have known that we would find that, so it's okay that we didn't. Mail satchel. with another generator magazine in it. There it is, Lane's Commercial Auto Manual. Thank God, we found exactly what we needed today. It was a slog, but we got it. Fucking jump scare ass light bulb burnout noise. For a second I thought it was a zombie slapping a window. We're alright. Can't let shit get too boring now, can we? I think that's everything. Break room, of course. Some of that fucking coffee. Hell yes. Okay. Now that's everything. Haha. And finally have coffee that's not forgotten in Irvington. And we're only going to be a little bit late for bed. Assuming I don't just, you know, gather 200,000 zombies on the way home. Alright, I'm going to tell you what. I actually don't really care about the sports car immediately. I'm not going to forget about it, but I'm going to leave it here tonight and just drive the step van home. I'm not going to try to tow them. I would sooner, like, come back here on foot and pick up the sports car later. I mean, we didn't... Okay, so we haven't even grabbed the back room. There's still stuff back here. Shoot. Problem is I'm full and it's bedtime. I know, right? I could not imagine trying to navigate this while towing the thing, even without towing being broken. Shit. This is where we ditched all those zombies. But it never be said that we don't have one hell of a curveball thrown at us right now. Jesus, come on. I did that. I can't blame them. But I can get around them. That was a trunk hit. So we've already damaged it. Okay, we're home. Jeez Louise, that was a that was a trip. But we are now capable of repairing these broken windows. This is a hurricane, by the way, if anybody was not familiar. This is a friggin'... It's either a hurricane or a tropical storm. One of those two. Which is why it's not going away anytime soon. I was in sneaky mode because I was not sure if anybody followed us back. But now, if they did, I don't care because I can kill them without problems. So let's go ahead and read the raison d'etre for the little side trip there. Boom. Now that is actually, KTO, if you're watching right now, or if you got me on in the background, that is what was preventing me from being able to take those windows off. It was not because of the lock or the glitch or anything. It was just because I didn't have the magazine read. All the stupid things. I've almost taken the magazine for granted at this point. So we now have a full collection of mechanics books. Because of that, I'm going to go ahead and pack them up. It's going to be a minute before I get to level 4 and need to read the next book. Once you have all 5 books, you can pack them into a box, and that makes it easier to carry them around. Alright, sleep schedule still intact. Don't be fooled by the supposed lightning of the sound. No. It's still raining. It's not going to stop. That's a false stop. I've been around this block long enough to know a false stop when I hear it. Here's a couple of books we didn't already have. These two that we did already have can get left behind here. Agriculture 1 I'll leave on the bed because that's reading material. Mechanics 1, this is literally a dupe, so it can stay here. Now, we only have a little bit of maintenance left to go, 50 experience. But the book's right in front of us now. So we could get that 50 experience pretty quick, but there's also other ways of grinding the mechanics, or the maintenance skills, so I think we'll be fine. The second book is already loaded up in the truck. Got a couple more duplicates of books here. But then a couple of non-duplicates to add to the library, which is now full. That was always going to happen. A couple pieces of cheese left. Those can go in the freezer. Hopefully someday we can use those to make a pizza. I don't know if the fact that they're stale has ruined them. If it has, then too bad. No pizza for us, ever. That's the reality for all too many people here in this game. Three magazines that we came home with that we hadn't read yet. Be still my beating heart. Is that the rain actually done? It's possible. Anything's possible. It's definitely eating up some of our time here. I'm not going to instantly trust that. I'm going to read for a little bit and see if it comes back. Everything else is out of the van here. So basically, if anybody wasn't here earlier when we dealt with Charms Flowers here, Charms Flowers has actually a very good engine quality. Unfortunately, it's got a terrible engine condition. And by terrible, I just mean 48%. That didn't used to be such a, deadly risk of terrible, but it is now. The vehicle just randomly shuts off because it is below 50% engine condition. So it's unusable. It's literally unusable. I will maybe drive it back and forth on secure roads, but there's basically no secure roads that I'm going to be going back and forth on right now. Every road's going to have a little bit of zombie on it, and I can't have a vehicle just cutting out on me randomly while there's threats all around me. So basically what mail van here is, it's just a replacement for Charmed Flowers. Just a drop-in replacement, because the problem with the mail van is it's not a good multi-purpose vehicle if you've got other options, because as long as you've got other options, the trunk being inaccessible from the cab it really nerfs it as a step van. So basically Charms Flowers is now being decommissioned until we can fix the engine someday. At that point it might be one of the best I have, just because of the sheer quality. But otherwise, we've transferred the stuff from its trunk over to the mail van, and there is a little bit of stuff we can fit in there. Beyond that, but not much. Charms Flowers also had a full passenger seat, driver's seat, but not glove. I'll be happier when I can get rid of this satchel completely. It's just distracting at the moment. I'm not used to having that much space. Mail van is now a full loot carrier, but a second-tier loot carrier. Still want to go locate a better one. And when I say loot carrier, what I really just mean is that at some point in the future when we change bases, or let's just say hypothetically I decide I want to stay here permanently for the local area, or for, I don't know, the long haul. Basically, the way that works is I will be either unpacking it here if I decide to stay here, or I will be taking it with me to wherever I decide to actually finally settle down. On the floor right here. That's a good question. I wish I had an answer. I unfortunately don't. Wait a minute. Okay, never mind. For a second there, I thought the cheese was not freezing. But it is. It'll freeze and it won't go bad. We'll be alright. This is long overdue, but first cup of coffee is coming right up here. Taking some of these flowers out of the freezer because then we can actually put the flowers in our coffee. I know that might sound silly, but that is one of their uses. You add flowers to coffees or salads, and the coffee gives you more happies, or the salad, applicable. So now that we've got the ability to take windows off and or replace them, let's see if we can yank the window of the ambulance without breaking it. There may be some damage. Oh no, no damage. We got the magazine and we got level 3. That's all we need. This is why we risked ourselves last night to get that magazine. So now we just gotta do this. And we have an ambulance with the zoomer number, engine quality. So, this is our new primary expedition vehicle. It's as good as we're going to get for a while. That means we are going to outfit it with everything we could possibly want, and then some. But we'll also leave plenty of room for the trunk to be filled with loot. The McCoy logging was kind of my, basically it was my expedition vehicle before this one. Bugs. Train flies every once in a while around here. Get maintenance look that. Okay, that's this vehicle emptied out. Ominous. Oh god. Oh no. Oh please no. I know who you're talking about. I am very sorry to hear that comparison. Last thing I ever want to do is remind somebody of that piece of work. Alright, I am now outfitting the driver's seat. I do want to leave room on the passenger seat for a sledgehammer if I ever find one. That's a big if. But the space will be allocated. The coffee stays with me. That's not even going to go in any of the vehicles. And then vehicle tools. Hey, Nana Madhouse, how's it going? We have made some good progress for anybody joining. We have acquired both the magazine for mechanics on heavy duty and mechanics level 3 and electrical level 1, so we can now just hotwire vehicles as we see fit. I am now just setting up the field kit for the ambulance so that it can be my primary carrier for important stuff going forward. Wait a minute, am I... This ambulance didn't have a damaged trunk, did it? Okay, slightly damaged. Slightly. It's actually noticeably damaged. Shit. Well, worse things have happened. Someday we'll be able to fix it. I mean, the truck has a damaged trunk too, so there's really no escaping a little bit of damage here and there. welder mask would be either in one of these bags, or I would have accidentally put it away already. That would be put away already. And by put away, I mean in the step van over here. We probably have enough rope to make a stack out of everything that's in the trunk here. Yep. That's mostly just going to be relevant when we're capable of building our own bases. Or rather, when we want to build our own base. We're capable now that we have a fair amount of nails. I know I had multiple welder masks. I don't... Okay, then. See, even though I'm not, like, you know, ready to start power leveling welding or anything, having a mask so that I'm capable of just deleting a fence somewhere is actually rather important. So that tells me that we are probably going to need to be on the lookout for welding mask. Because having torches is only going to get us so far if we don't have a mask. Nobody cared who I was till I put on the mask. Didn't make its way in there or anything. I have to step away briefly, IRL. I won't be gone too long. I'm going to have her read blacksmithing, continue that a little bit longer. When I get back, we are going to... there's a couple things we need to do. The question is what order. So that's what I'll be thinking about as I step away here. I'm going to hopefully have a good answer when I get back. See, actually, one of the biggest things with me is actually not what I need to do. It's what order I need to do it in, because there's just so much to do. So many things that are good to try to knock out while we're in the early game phase here. Okay, I'll be right back in just a moment, folks. And then we will proceed. Alrighty, I'm back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Something I realized after I stood up is that looking at the map is going to help me determine our next course of action. So there's Rosewood. We've surveyed Irvington and decided that we've gotten what we need out of it for the most part. We made it up to the Irvington Speedway. We ID'd a few vehicles here and there. Nothing overly impressive. So, I'm actually thinking that Echo Creek is going to be next, and then Irvington. I'm sorry, we already hit Irvington. Echo Creek because we're mostly just going to pass through. We're not going to set up there. Echo Creek and then Ekron. Now, by the time we get to Ekron, we might need to set up shop. Actually, if we gun it to Ekron and set up shop there with the perishables, take the perishables with us so that we're ready for when the power goes out. Let me count our perishables real quick. So 1 full freezer here, 1 90% full freezer here, and 1. Okay, so here's another thing. Here's another thing that we can do. Right now, the problem with me with perishables, with freezers and whatnot, is when the power shutoff happens, there's some script that just runs that just unfreezes everything in every freezer in the world, and then spoils some shit rotten instantly. That's what happens when the power shutoff happens. It's instantaneous, and that has resulted in some of my own stuff in freezers that I left out in the field just instantly going rotten, and that has just been lingering in the back of my mind for a long time now, because we're getting, every day that passes, the mean time to happen for the power shutoff just cuts lower and lower and lower. I think we still have water too, which is pretty wild because we're super prepped for that to be cut off, because it could happen any time as well. But in any case, if I just deploy a generator just outside, away from buildings, and then deposit my frozen produce in that generator, so that's already just running on a generator, even though grid power is still up. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. That might avoid the problem. And I think I'm about willing to take a risk on that. The only question is, where do I deploy that? And I'm thinking it's going to be at the Brandenburg military checkpoint. That's what I'm thinking. But before I decide that, let me get Charm's flowers out of the way here, because it's just breaking my brain a little bit looking at it. Everything that we're picking up and putting in it is low priority because of that. What just happened? It's just the stupid engine cut out, because it is engine conditions, 48%, and because it is 48%, it just shuts off randomly every couple of seconds. It's pathetic, unusable. But I can at least allocate stuff into the trunk and then do a direct transfer to a different trunk once we get a better vehicle. So that's kind of what I'm doing now. It's 126 encumbrance on the floor here. I'm not going to bother complaining about it. There's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it. It is stupid, and I'm pretty sure everybody watching knows that it's stupid. It would serve nobody any purpose to just sit here and complain about it as much as I want to. As tempting as it is. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so homie's asking what my main goal is. I'm working on that, because one of the problems is, there's ticking clocks right now. The ticking clock for the power shut off, it's going to affect my ability to preserve these freezers full of perishable food. That's the biggest ticking clock that's kind of just throwing me off. If that was not a problem, if I just did not have to even think about these perishable foods instantly going rotten, then I would have been in Ekron already by now. I would already be in Ekron, and I would already just be exploring the town, and then we'd be at the Brandenburg military checkpoint. I want to get to the Brandenburg military checkpoint and get some better backpacks. That is kind of, if you just want to say that's my goal, that's my goal. It's more complicated than that, but yeah, that's what we're working towards. That is what we're working towards. This is my library that I have in my hands here. In the past, I have turned my trailers into libraries. No, I'm not doing that right now. So a quick tally of my total perishable stuff is 18.4 plus 39 plus 26. I have 83 encumbrance of perishable food. If I were to add 30 to represent a generator, and then 20 to represent a double freezer, that's basically just a trailer. I would have to remove 3.4 encumbrance, and then I could make that work. That's doable. I can do that. Okay, so don't say that too loudly. Solio's going to hear you. So this popsicle freezer has 39 plus 39 storage. That is 78. And then, of course, anything else that is frozen, I can put in my what is it? The freezer of whatever area that I'm operating out of. You know, these jars theoretically don't have to be frozen anymore. But for some reason, I see the word fresh next to it, and I'm just like, why would I ever let that not be frozen? It doesn't make sense. I shouldn't have to freeze jars. That's the whole point of a jar, is to not have to freeze it. And yet. on this FRZ VAR freezer variety. So we've got a garbage bag of frozen food in the main freezer there, and then we just take what's in the side freezer here and separate it into garbage bags as well. Oops, wrong button. Now, one of the problems is stuff that is inside of a bag, inside of a freezer. That is stuff that gets, I'm pretty sure that's stuff that gets automatically spoiled by the automatic script that runs every time the power shut off happens. So this is a temporary measure is what this is. Okay, so that should do the trick. So what we just do now is put them back, or just have them so that we're doing 13 in each. Minus the sour cream, of course, because that doesn't work. If you're saying weird shit just for a reaction, it's not going to work, buddy. So that's just another 5 encumbrance of regular bell peppers. That's fine. We can just hold on to that and use it as we need to. So what basically what I've accomplished there, it's a little esoteric. These two freezers equal the contents of a popsicle freezer, which we're going to take with us. And then we don't have to worry about the power shut off anymore. So I have erased that as a factor to consider. The last thing I want to make sure is that we can actually fit all that in one trailer, otherwise I'm going to have to split it up. Should be able to. That actually should be a perfect fit for the trailer. Yeah, we can fit exactly 130, and we've got 128. Are you asking me? Sleeping in bedrooms? Why would I? I'm going to sleep where it's most convenient to sleep, and bedrooms, I don't see any... Is it really worth the amount of time to run all the way up the stairs, all the way to the other side of the building just to go to sleep? Doesn't make any sense to me, but okay. You guys do what you guys see fit. Okay, I think that is the order of... Okay, so let's hook up the trailer and get it out of the way. Charms flowers, we also need to get it out of the way. It can go in the lineup, but it's not going to go anywhere anytime soon because it sucks. It's just going to shut off repeatedly. I'll be lucky if I can get it into the parking lot. Yeah, see? I can't even go and repark it. And every time that happens, I think the battery gets a little bit worse. So, yeah, whatever. long-term goal of this game seems to be saving clicks. You know, you're not wrong. Doing something in fewer clicks is actually kind of pretty important. I wouldn't necessarily call it a hardcore goal, but it helps a lot. So assuming nothing stupid happens, we're leaving tomorrow to go to explore Ekron and then set up in Brandenburg and take the checkpoint. Now, this is going to sound really silly. The most reliable vehicle on my lot is still this one right here, McCoy Logging. It's got a really good engine condition, quality, good parts, and the trunk is completely undamaged. So, in terms of the vehicles on my lot, despite the fact that we now have the ambulance and the fire truck, the stupidest thing is the McCoy Logging Co. is actually still the most reliable vehicle on the lot, and that's its own problem. These are all the guns that I've picked up so far that I'm not using. And basically I don't need them anytime soon, but I want to keep them in a similar place. I suppose for now they could just go in the fire truck. The fire truck does not have a purpose just yet. It's... Honestly... We'll see. We'll see. I'll put them in here for now, because I know, if nothing else, the fire truck's coming with me. That's not even in question. Eventually, the fire truck is supposed to be heavy combat, but we're not anywhere near the point of having a designated heavy combat vehicle. We only just got there on my previous character, who's no longer with us, so... I don't know why I put the whole ass jerry can there. I do need to make sure that there is gas in the blue generator that we loaded up into the trailer, though. I can't remember if we put gas in this or not. We have not. Alright, problem solved there. Different strategies to level up skills in different playthroughs. Do I always do? No. I do. I basically... Okay, so this character right now is mechanics level 3 and electrical level 1. There is very little chance I would have done that if it not had been for this specific situation that we're in right now, where I was at a dearth of good vehicles that I couldn't hotwire or find the keys to. This ambulance and this fire truck would not be... Neither the... So the ambulance, the fire truck, and the mail van. I wouldn't be able to use any of these 3 vehicles if it was not for the fact that we went out of our way to grind mechanics and electrical to the thresholds that are appropriate. It's whenever it comes to leveling skills on my playthroughs, it's always just a question of what is the most viable thing to do at the time. I always just kind of play it by ear. Separating VHS tapes in the garbage bags. I don't know why I didn't do that before. Otherwise, library is fine to have it as is right now. Okay, 2300, that's bedtime. As an overnight task, I'm going to see if I can go ahead and disassemble all of the firefighter gear over here in the corner. All of that firefighter gear that's in those bags and in the corner there is all harvested from zombies, so it's full of holes. Wouldn't be useful to wear it even if I wanted to, which I don't. The purpose of it being over there is so that I can cut the aramid thread out of it, which I should... No? Tailoring level 2. Okay then, we'll just come back and do that again someday. I actually forgot that there was a level requirement, so we're going to just yank it out of these bags and leave it on the floor in front of these tables. Now, this bulletproof vest is better kept separate because you can do other things with a bulletproof vest. If you have firefighter gear with holes in it, since you can't repair the holes, one of your best things to do is to just scrap it for aramid thread. But I forgot that there was a level requirement to that. If there hadn't been a level requirement to it, all these firefighter items, which are like 150 encumbrance right here, an entire fucking step van of it, wouldn't even need to have any room to transport it. It would all be reduced to like a couple encumbrance points worth of thread. Okay. There's the 2 freezers over there. Just a few encumbrance points of food in the main fridge. A few belts that I don't need. Just going to put away this white freezer. It is no longer required. It's okay to leave behind the canned food. That's heavy stuff. Very heavy. Not necessary to carry around. Just deploy it, or rather store it when I get a new base location. Okay, so honestly, literally made the whatchamacallit. These buckets, I literally just, every time I get a bucket, I just drop it on the floor outside. A bucket that is not collecting water from the sky when it falls is just a bucket that is going to be empty when the droughts start coming. Because I don't intend on basing here forever necessarily. This is just my my rosewood base is all this place is. A few of these buckets are going to come with me in an empty form, so that I have buckets at other bases. We have not plumbed this rain barrel, by the way. This rain barrel is on standby for when the water shutoff happens. So you could say that we are massively over-prepared in terms of rainwater collection. Character builds, the way the character development is reactive. That's how I would say it in King. The character build is a blank slate. It's a very blank slate. It's just you know, we literally start with 10 strength, 10 fitness, +1 to running, and +1 to axe. That's all we are. We are a blank slate with no crafting skills whatsoever because we don't need them. We can build them over time. All I care about in the early game is not having to level the physical stats because I hate them so goddamn much. I don't have the words for it. The physical stats in this game can just fuck right off. But I've leveled them. I've tried to level them so many times, and they're just the most irritating thing I've ever done in a video game. So I don't engage with it anymore. I start with the max, and the crafting can just come in time as I need it. Because I mean, honestly, if you build a character with a specific set of crafting skills in mind, what are you going to do when RNG comes along and doesn't give you the tools you need for those specific skills? I'm sure some people will have a plan. Other people are going to kind of Pikachu face, maybe start over or some shit. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. That is a very rhetorical question. And some of those buckets can just get left behind as whatchamacallits, car wash. Inevitably, we'll need that. Speaking of wash, we could take a bath before we deploy tomorrow. Now, just one of these buckets can come with me. Maybe 2. Yeah, I'll take 2. Usually buckets are not hard to find, but then once they are, they're actually really irritating. Oh, I already filled this one up, okay. Okay, we're clear to sleep. So tomorrow morning, the order of operations that we're executing is we are collapsing the base here. We are proceeding to Ekron. We are setting up base in Ekron. Now, where in Ekron is an open question that's going to determine how much interference we run into on the road. I don't want to end up like that lady, screaming for no reason. That would be pretty bad. Of the small form food here, we're just going to take a few essentials, and that's going to be about it. Because we're going to be coming back to deal with the rest later. Now we're going to be taking the red generator on our way out and dropping it off at the gas station. Because the gas station currently doesn't have a generator, so it's just coasting on the fact that the power is still going. So the trailer, as I said, we have allocated for the exact amount of space for these bags. Unless something stupid happens, we can fit everything straight from the freezer into the trailer. And then we grab the red generator to leave at the gas station. Leave it at the gas station. And then we're out of here. Shit. Oh, hey, yeah, no problem. That's, we've learned our lesson. We just don't tow anymore. That was basically the end result of that video. How it feels towing B42 Stable. We just don't tow anymore. We just don't tow vehicles. We use trailers. That's about it. So what I'm going to do is while we're filling up the gas, I think there's still a popsicle freezer here. I think I can literally just drop off my, whatchamacallits. Or, no, this is where we stole the popsicle freezer from. But there is one right inside there. Not very conveniently located. No, it would take more time than it's worth. So we're just going to drop off the red generator here, fill up the tank, and then get on the road, get moving. Now, the road that we'll take to get to Ekron, part of me wanted to go past Echo Creek. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go past Echo Creek to get there. I'm going to take Angel over here to Hamshank and then all the way at Porslick so we get a little bit new exploration while we're at it. And then we're on KY60. KY60 takes us to Echo Creek. We go through Echo Creek. Go past Guns Unlimited, make sure it's not, looted and trashed and whatnot, and then we take a right at the T intersection past Guns Unlimited. That will take us to Ekron from the south entrance without even going down KY144. So we don't have to deal with that stupid road that is literally filled with zombies that are... I have opinions about KY144. There's more zombies on that road than there ever needs to be, but it is what it is. See, I expect in this game that zombies are gathered around, maybe with a little bit of allowance for random distribution, but largely They should be gathered around places that you would expect the player to want to fight into. Not just randomly certain roads, just always have more than they really need to. But that's the game we're playing right now. KY-144 is just... It's a rural road with a bunch of houses next to it that are not very special. They're regular-ass houses. And yet, absolutely chock full of Zed. I need to make a marker real quick. That is the second animal trailer I've seen on the map after looking at all of the best spawns. So animal trailers in this character's journey are actually pretty hard to find. So far, Irvington has got the best spawn chances. This lot right here. And one of these lots here, I actually forget exactly which. I think it's this one right here. At the corner of Dempsey and First. Yeah, that's a farming and rural supply, and then that's a cattle farm right there. And we found exactly one animal trailer down there. So here's the second one we found. Marking that as more important than ever. See, towing other vehicles works fine as long as you keep your speed extremely low. And that's exactly what the fucking devs want. And that's a big black pill for me. I don't even like thinking about it, so I don't. Okay, you know what? What just happened, that little pause, because it had to reload. I'm just going to close and reopen the game. That is going to get ahead of that. Some sort of memory leak leads to that, so if we just close and reopen the game, that frees up resources. I was holding off on doing that, ideally, until we had gotten back to base and set everything up and then redeployed. So that is, that's where we're looking for that. It's linked in the description, buddy. That'll show you what happened to my previous character, and you can see all the silly mistakes that I made. There's about 4 mistakes in a row right there. The first and biggest was getting out of the truck. I should have just detonated the bomb and drove away. That's what I should have done. Lessons learned. I have a weird paranoia, but no, these are still frozen. We're good. I'm going to be real with you guys. There's absolutely nothing stopping us from taking a left and just doing the military research facility right now. Now that I have all of my stuff with me. But no, I don't want to be going in there without a lot better weaponry and a lot better combat skills and a lot better equipment. We don't even have the Alice belt right now. Without the Alice belt, I don't have a flashlight on my chest, so no, that's not happening. It would be a gamble about the zombies on the surface, because the zombies on the surface, I know you can probably run into a few military Zeds, but it's nothing like a checkpoint. Checkpoints, they're all over the place. We're pretty close to Axe level 5 here. We'll probably get that pretty quickly once we start fighting the checkpoint Zeds. We might even get it while we're locking in on our field base for the area. So KY60 goes in the general this way direction until you see a curve. When you see a curve start, there's going to be a road. That road is the road to Echo Creek. So if you're leaving Rosewood on KY60 going, what is this, west? Yeah, when you're going west from KY60 from Rosewood, you want to go to Echo Creek, then you just go in this road, wait till it starts to curve. And then there is the turn to Echo Creek. It's a smaller road. Here's the curve. I'm not talking about a right turn there. That would take us I think that would take us to Jamie-town. Jamie-town is also a question mark as to whether we would come away with any equipment that I really want. I've seen it spawn there before, and I've also seen it not spawn there. And here it is. So we're going to go right past a farm that may or may not have animals, and a Ovo Farms, the chicken center of the map. Now, on my previous character, we established precedent that Ovo Farms, if you just drive right past the chickens, it's not the end of the world. That is a ranch. It doesn't seem to have any animals in it. The chickens will still be there later on, as long as, I don't know, something stupid doesn't happen. We'll have to find out. So here's Ovo. You know, honestly, some of those cartons of eggs in Ovo Farms might actually still be fresh. I don't really care. Chickens will lay the eggs for me again someday. For now, we are here to explore, and that's about it. Now, Echo Creek is so small that just driving straight through it is sufficient for exploration purposes. If I needed to do anything other than just go straight through it, then I would I'd take the trailer and deploy the generator and the freezer and put the stuff that I have that I want to keep preserved. Shit. Fucker was right behind the water tower. Be advised, you can go right through these wooden poles here. If I had had an opening there... Looks like we got pigs over here. Yeah, pigs. Okay. If I had had an opening there, I would have tried to get out and grab some of the ice cream out of the freezer. But, that's alright. So, next target is now Guns Unlimited. We're not going to try to loot or anything. We're just driving past to make sure it's not looted and trashed. It was up here that we made the stupid mistakes and lost our previous character. Alright, Guns Unlimited is not looted and trashed. That's all I need to see. As we go past Guns Unlimited in this direction, we're going to be going past AMZ Steel. Quite the name, there's not, as far as I know, there's not that much useful stuff there. AMZ Steel is kind of... I mean, I've never actually looted it thoroughly. I think I've gotten out a few times and looked around, but nothing like, you know, no substantive searches through anything. Vehicle lot here sometimes has good spawns, but today does not look like anything worth stopping for. And here we are with AMZ Steel. You know, the workers might be targets worth checking for things like duct tape or whatever. I've seen workers spawn duct tape on them as zombies. Finding a roll of duct tape on a zombie is not a very common thing at all. But thankfully, most of them are on the other sides of the fences, and we are moving on. So, coming past AMZ Steel here, there is going to be a T intersection, and this is where we take a right. We take a right at the T intersection. That brings us to Ekron. If we took a left, we would go to Irvington, but we already took a look at most of what I wanted to see in Irvington. So there's our right. This is going to take us to KY 144. It's also going to take us right past another another place full of perishable foods that are growing on the ground. I don't know how I feel about that. It's going to be corn or something else random. I don't know if it's always going to be the same crops. Last time we came through here, it was corn. And corn is very relevant to my interests. So it's something if you keep it frozen, but then you dry it out, it is a permanent source of, I think it is the highest sustainable, dryable source of carbs in this game. So if you're thinking about super long-term food, macro min-maxing, corn's going to be somewhere in your diet. Of course, min-maxing a very stupid system feels very stupid. And here we are. So that is tomatoes and potatoes. And this is a survivor house. Okay. Now, what I would normally do when coming to Ekron, which is right down the road and around the corner there, is set up in a house right down the road and around the corner. But I mean, here I've got a house with its windows boarded up already and a bunch of loot in it. So what if I deploy the trailer now, or yeah, deploy the freezers in the trailer now, get everything refrozen, and then deal with the zombies here, establish my field base here, and then I've got an entire field of shit that I can work with. That feels like a good order of operations. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it a little ways. Fuck it, no, I don't really care. I'm going to put the generator all the way over here, so it will catch the freezer, but then I'll put the freezer right next to where the trailer already is. Studying their movements to see if anybody reacts to that. Generators feel a little unpredictable in terms of attracting zombies. I've seen some of them come from very far away, and I've seen some of them not even react to it at all. So basically, if anybody wasn't following with what we were doing there, the trailer, the contents of the trailer is 4 garbage bags, 2 of them completely full, 2 of them half full, 1 blue generator, and 1 popsicle freezer. That is the entire trailer. That's all I could fit as an organized person, but that is exactly what I need to have 78 encumbrance of frozen produce that I can just, on a whim, get out and start freezing again. To keep it good, so I can take my time clearing this place. I don't have to worry about the fact that my perishable food is going to go bad sometime soon. I'm going to relocate the trailer so that it's next to the freezer there. That'll make it easier to take the stuff out of there and put it back in. Fucking just spawn out of that fucking tree, why don't you? Fuck you. God, man, the trees in this game are bullshit. My reflexes told me to just keep running right past it, and in this case, my reflexes saved my ass. Well, if that window's gonna be locked, then fuck it. Sorry about the jump scare on that. I get a little heated when shit like that happens. Ain't no generators or anything. Medium range remote controller in there. Somebody in the main doorway.
Oh.
Come on. I need to live here. I don't need you stinking up the place. Oh, don't worry about them. Come this way. There you go. Good job. That's upstairs. Okay, that's not very reassuring. A closet with nothing in it? That's just mean. For a survivor house? It's incredibly mean. Top of the stairs are clear. Hello there. I can just show you one of the reasons I always aim up to the top of the stairs. Just wait for this guy to get up. See, if I go down to the bottom of the stairs, see how I'm getting a red crosshair right now? That's how I know that somebody's up there. Just failed at targeting. Come on, come around the stupid. Okay. Now it's gonna take another minute. I do find this to be easier than throwing them out the window or other dumb shit. Just leave them outdoors. It's a little complicated, but once you understand their behavioral quirks or how to account for them. Well, every once in a while I don't really want to knock them down, but whatever works. Yeah, you can do that now. You can throw them out the window after they become corpses. Oh, hello. He was able to jump off just now. Whenever zombies like jump down stairs, they kind of just appear there on the stairs, and that can lead to some disconcerting behavior. So I think the house is clear, but I'm not 100% sure yet. There could be some really quiet people in the bedrooms, so let's maintain vigilance. Yeah, this is vanilla B42. Okay, a couple of guns. So thankfully this is still proper survival loot table. Oops. One bedroom left here. Office, whatever it is. Okay, now I can barricade the windows back up. Just go get a couple of nails from the ambulance. Was it liquid coffee, KTO? Liquid coffee? Or solid coffee? Because right now all we can make is solid. Would be nice to have some liquid coffee. Now, about these crops. Here's how it works. It is, as far as I know, I don't think July is valid for some crops. Potatoes and tomatoes, I think it might be invalid. And what that means is within, basically the crops have a health bar. It's not visible, you can't see it, but crops have hit points, HP. And being in the wrong growing season causes the HP to just go down. What that culminates in, what we see, the player, what we see is that just means that within 2 days of the crops being in the wrong growing season, they all fucking die. So within 2 days, this will be a field of brown garbage. So, if we want to preserve any of it, we've got to harvest it now and get it into some form of preservation. That's going to be a little complicated, our ability to do so. I mean, okay, so the potatoes. The potatoes are probably an easy win. Because honestly, potatoes, you can leave them unfrozen or unrefrigerated for quite a bit of time and they'll still be okay. So I'm less worried about the potatoes. The tomatoes may or may not be worried about. For now, I just want everybody out of my yard here. Now, to be clear, I would not have stopped here if it was not for the fact that it was also a survivor house. That was kind of the nail in the coffin for me deciding to stop here. Otherwise, I just would have proceeded a little further up the road to my favorite place to base for hitting Ekron. Oh, well, can't really do anything with that if I haven't unlocked it now, can I? So what I like to do for barricades is if I have a surplus of materials, then a wooden one on both sides, times 2. I think I left the ambulance running. Okay. No need for that. Parking around front here. Next step is I get what's in my backpack into the fridge. Then we can proceed with thinking about the crops a little bit. Honestly, I'm just going to put all of my foodstuffs in the fridge right now. That's just going to make things easier because the cabinets in a survivor house, all the, whatchamacallits, all the counters are just going to be loaded with loot right now. So, not having to think about food is going to make things less complicated for my brain. I'm going to take this meat, the ground beef, and probably my bell peppers too, put all that in the freezer. Everything else is fine to stay here. Nice. We actually have some relevant stuff here. Cooking Volume 3. Do we still have water? We still have water, so I don't have to think too hard about how to clean up all these leather strips. We'll just right-click and clean them up. Hairspray could potentially lead to bombs. I don't know if we'll have the capacity to do anything like that while we're here, but I'm putting it somewhere visible just in case. Basically, just stuff that I'm not sure I'll want to even bring with me can get left on the table here, so I can see it more visibly. I wonder if they fixed pianos yet. That's we have a long history with pianos on this channel. Normally I would never go out of my way to test it, but there's just one right in front of me here, and it's not really in an essential location, so if something stupid happens, then I don't really need to worry about it. Found cooking 2 and cooking 3. Cooking, we've just barely eked our way into level 4, so cooking 2 is definitely on the read list. Elbow pads in the correct tactical black color. Beautiful. I feel just a little bit prettier than I was a few minutes ago. Cheapskate John magazine, it is prison defense, regrettably. I would certainly like to have a copy of the Explosives magazine, but beggars can't be choosers. Fighting knife, extremely useful thing late game. Regrettably, you can't make them yourself. So fighting knives, despite actually being best in slot, cannot be crafted. There's no crafted equivalent. It's the same baseline damage as a hunting knife, but the crit rate is better, as far as I recall. Finished grappling a road, 146 bags. That is dedication right there. I'm surprised you had the tenacity to count, because I gave up a long time before I ever could have gotten to the triple digits. No respect for that. Man, that hurts to see. Both of the cabinets in there are just standard house loot. So we're coming out of here with a couple of guns, but the most relevant thing so far is that hatchet. We have read the... Okay, here we go. We've got knee pads in custom color. Now, this is going to sound stupid, but despite the fact that there are random colored knee pads out there, the sporting type, they don't let you dye them yourself. So these that are like dark purple are going to forever be dark purple. We can't recolor them. But I think they're going to be a better match for my... whatchamacallit, for my pants here. I mean, a little bit less of a clash is what it is. So I'll hold on to them for now. They're better than the default stuff. The day from the road, good day. That was definitely one of the days of all time. Is that it? I think that might be it. Yeah, that's it. That's all the loot in the entire survivor house. I am thoroughly whelmed. Okay, well, that's we stopped here for a survivor house, and we got the survivor house loot, so I can't really complain harder. Of the stuff that we've located, hatchet, carbine, choke tube, 1911 magazine, and reading material, lots of it. I'm going to do a load of laundry because we still have what's it called? We still have water and power, so why not, right? I think there's actually a couple of barricades we can still put up. And while we're waiting for the laundry, there is reading material, a fair bit of it. Public service announcement on reading material. You can simply select an entire stack of stuff and right-click and hit read, and it will read everything in sequence. So I have a seat, I put on my reading glasses, and I click read. And while we finish that up, we take it from the wash, put it in the dryer. Oh wow, all three of these melee weapon plans are different. Okay then. You spawned in Riverside by mistake and you ah, nice. That's definitely one of the decisions of all time there. I'm going to do the lazy thing for food, but now what I'm going to do is take some of them bell peppers out of the freezer here. And take 8 of them out. And that will be our food after it thaws, which it will thaw overnight here. In the meantime, we've already got a bed with a pillow upstairs. Going through all that loot and sorting it is going to be a nightmare enough, so I'll hold off on that until after we've slept once. So there's a couple of reasons that are objective for clean clothes. One is if you ever take an injury, clothing dirtiness will affect your chance of getting an infection. Infections have gotten worse in recent builds of the game. You can take, they're a little bit worse now if you don't pay attention to them. You used to just be able to ignore a wound infection, not anymore. But another factor is, what's it called? If you take a different selection of traits, it is possible now to really want to always be clean. Like Fear of Blood, one of those traits, that's 5 points, but that means you've got to constantly be washing your clothes or swapping them out or something. Otherwise, you will be getting stressed out, and stress makes it more difficult to play. Stress affects quite a few things, actually. So we've got our book collection, and it continues to grow here. I'm going to swap blacksmithing, which is what I've been reading to pass the time. Going to swap that out for, I've got a number of options here. I'm actually going to take those out of that so that I can see everything all at once here. Maintenance. I'm so close. I'm just 40 experience away from not needing to read the book. Cooking is going to be more relevant. I mean, okay. Yeah, there's no like right or wrong answer here. I mean, tracking or trapping might be a wrong answer. But I mean, blacksmithing, welding. Now, if I had to pick between blacksmithing 1 or welding 1, welding is something that I usually do before blacksmithing. Okay, here's the thing. These crops out here, they don't get you experience because I didn't plant them, so I can't get any experience. However, if I level agriculture before harvesting them, then I get higher yields. That's just how that works. So if I've got agriculture 1, I don't really need to read it because I got like 3 or 4 VHS tapes here. Yeah, I've got like 3 or 4 VHS tapes that will get me experience in agriculture. Well, I've got 2. Sorry. There are 3 or 4. I have 2 of them. So if I watch one of them right now, I will get to the next level of agriculture. To be entirely honest, I probably don't need to read the books at all. I'm just gonna put these tapes in and see what I get. Wait, I'm gonna hold off just real quick on that because, shoot, I should be reading something while I watch that. So I'm gonna get blacksmithing out since I've already gotten started on it. Okay, now we can... So I'm getting agriculture experience, and I got a few seed recipes, but I did not get level 2. So that tells me that if I watch this tape, I'll probably get level 2, and very little else. But that's okay, because level 2 will be enough. Then I have a book. Then I can skip agriculture, whatchamacallit, I can skip the agriculture level 1 book. Alright, 5 a.m. is my second bedtime. So we're just a teeny bit early, that's fine. Hey, Grimbaki, welcome back. You're correct. No Alice yet. We stopped in Ekron. What happened is, as we were going to Brandenburg for the military checkpoint, the goal was to go through Ekron, explore Ekron, and then proceed in that direction as far as we could get. But then we come up to this field here, and as fate would have it, right next to the fields, this house was a survivor house. So we already have gotten a few more books, and now before we deploy to explore Ekron, we're going to clean up the rest of my backpack really quick, and then we're going to get the freezer of this thing here, this fridge, get the freezer filled up with potatoes and tomatoes. Actually, freezer is tomatoes, fridge is potatoes. Yeah. Gotta prioritize. Pretty much everything on the floor here is lower priority. Got to establish myself a lower priority bag. It's leather strips. That's it's coming with me. That's not even a question. And this trauma bag will do the trick. So this is trauma bag LP, and then we're going to separate the other stuff into a garbage bag because categories. That looks much cleaner. Should have no problem fitting that. It's more quantity than weight. Yeah, we have no problem whatsoever. If we come across another generator, we could pick it up. That's not the goal, but yeah, possible. So what we're going to do is strike out from here to explore the town. And what we'll eat in the meantime, we're just going to cook some of these bell peppers up. And when we get back from exploring the town, we've seen what we want to see in the town, we come back here, that's when we'll harvest the stuff from the garden that we want. Because for now, it should be fine for another day or so. Basically, any food stuff that's not canned can go in here. Cans or jars get separated. Okay. Alright, feeling good about this. It gets a B with a blue circle around it because the blue circle indicates that it is fully barricaded up. So, if anybody's not really understanding exactly why, despite the fact that the power grid is still on, why do I have a freezer over here powered by a generator? I'm glad you asked. It's because I just don't trust the power shutoff process, to be honest, with my bags of food. Last couple times I've had the power shut off, I have seen some very strange things where food that I would have put in garbage bags and then stuck into a freezer somewhere have just all gone rotten within less than a day. after the power shut off, and it never made sense. So because the power shut off is coming within the next 2 weeks tops, it could happen any day though. Because it's coming, this is already off the grid. So in theory, it should not be affected at all ever. But in practice, we're about to find out at some point. I don't know if we'll pass enough time during the stream for the power shut off to happen, but we're just going to remain prepared for it. What the hell? I've not seen a flipped vehicle in a very long time. That's interesting. Let's see how my vehicle thru works with the ambulance. The moment I try to tow this thing in any meaningful capacity, every zombie in that front yard will probably wake up. I also, speaking of not trusting things, I don't know if I trust this situation. Hey, look at this. What about this guy? No, he's alright. You know what? That's okay. Because now she can crawl her ass out of the road. I don't have to move her. Goodbye. What about you? Do you want to wake up? No? Okay. Well, we've got a key to the step van, ×2. 2 keys. Now I can double open it. I'm not going to try to get into it. You can, but I'm not going to. No, I just feel weird doing that. Alright, so I'm just going to try to do a thing that I've done before. You just tow it backwards a little bit and it should self-correct itself. It's worked with other vehicles. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if something stupid happens, then something stupid happens. You know what? It won't let me hook up. It won't let me hook up. So, you know what you can do in situations like this? It's stupid, but... Well, that doesn't work. Nope. That will not work. It used to. Let's try one more time. Nope. However... Alright, so the simple act of revving the engine. Yeah, see, look at that. Look at that. See how every single one of them just perked up. That's fucking wild, if you ask me. Just gonna try one more time, see if it lets me. If it doesn't, then... Yep, okay. I don't care. We'll just have to go around it. Ooh, that's a massive field of what? I see something in that field. Basil. Basil can be dried, but I don't really care. I don't have any drying racks right now, which would mean I would have to put it in a freezer, which means it's not worth... Basil is not worth freezers. I'll grow my own basil next year. It's fine. So anyway, Ekron is right up here to the right. The only reason I stopped in that house is because I know that Ekron is right up here to the right. The place I usually post up in Ekron is the house that is across the pond. Not this pond, but on the other side. Across the pond from the community college. Now, the community college has been a mixed bag from my experience. It might be completely empty. We might be able to just drive up, kill 2 or 3 zombies, and go straight to where the library is, and just loot the whole damn thing. I have no idea. We're going to find out. I see 1 Zed in the backyard there. But what I want most out of this place is probably 2 things. One is this. This is empty. I'm taking it. Fucking... Alright then. I guess he didn't want me to take his barrel. I thought I might... Yeah, I don't know what I thought. I didn't think. Not sure what just got hit over there. slapping a window up here? Not... Okay. Whoever was slapping a window was probably inside. This window is funny because the zombies, or we can't access it. I'm sure the zombies could. Looking for keys to the house, but that's fine. We can probably pop in this window. I don't like that open door to the left there. What's that fucking sound? It sounds like somebody flipping over a fence, but it's not. I don't... okay. There were clothes on the floor in here. I haven't seen any naked Zeds, so... Oh, okay. Not a full outfit, just a shirt. Oh. It's just some pipes. It freaks me the fuck out, though, because it's probably by design. It sounds very similar to the fence, you know, the chain link fences. I'm mostly here to see if there's any, anything that could help me immediately on the journey. A little bit of cookware that I don't have. Tell me that's not distracting. Sounds like a squirrel is stuck in the drain pipe or something. So we don't actually have any cookware here that we could use up that ground beef with. And I don't think you can put ground beef, assuming you've cooked it, I don't think you can put ground beef into a, just like put it into a salad. That would be too easy. I'll just deal with it when we get back to our field base. Alright, so anything in the garage useful for me. Brake, regular, really heavy shit, some spare engine parts. Not really. Okay, worth a shot, because this is just right on the halfway point to the college. I always check this place out, even if I'm not staying here. And one of the things that made me want to stop is the fact that I do believe we've got a weapons locker in here. Yes, okay. That's what it was last time. Looks like that's what it is again here. I don't know if that means it's guaranteed, but it does mean I'll be checking every time. Ooh, box of 38 special. That's relevant to me right now because I'm shooting 38 special whenever I want to shoot. The rods. Alright, so I've separated the loot so that I've got this garbage bag with gun-related stuff in it. I call it garbage bag GG. Stick it into the trunk here. That is such an obnoxious sound. That's going to fill up the trunk. Okay. Do a drop off at the field base really quick, and then we're going to finish exploring the town. We won't be stopping much. There is a gun store in town. It's rather hectic to get in and out of. It's going to be kind of a low priority item. Honestly, at that rate, some of them might end up down at my location here. Oops. Careful with that. Bumped into my own fence. Canning is not a thing, jarring is. And apparently they just fixed jarring. It used to suck. Jarring is now not quite as bad from what I hear. This sucks. I actually thought that there was going to be a window that I could get out of to get onto this little awning right here. There's not. If I had a sledgehammer, I could do that, but I don't, so I can't. Okay, that's whatever. I'll just leave the rain barrels here for now. We already have people showing up? What the fuck? I knew that we'd have one or two people coming this way. I didn't think they'd make it all the way. Alright then. That's why we barricaded everything. Anyone else? Yeah. Okay, let's just get this over with then. We've got a little bit more 38 special to work with. So. Yeah, jarring is a little different. It's just, glass jar with a metal lid versus canning is all metal. I actually think canning in real life is a little bit better than jarring in terms of just, efficacy. I don't know for sure, though. I mean, this game would have you believe it, because this game, lots of jarred food, or canned food that shows up, but it doesn't have a freshness stat until you open it. So this gun, the SN38, has about a 70 tile sound radius. So it is not like the shotgun. It won't be pulling people all the way from up there. That's one of the reasons I love leveling with it. That end, it's a revolver, so it doesn't jam at all, ever. That's a little cynical. The ground beef is already going bad. It'll probably keep if I just put it straight in the fridge. Yeah, we're still dealing with our hunger just by chomping on some of those, Okay, you can use ground beef in a roast. Good. Good, good, good. I'm not even going to cook this. I just want to get the ingredients into it so that they stop going bad. Oh, how I despise leftovers. Yeah, no surprises here. It's full once again. Assuming that you dry meat, you can't dry meats. Not in this game. Maybe someday. Today's not that day. Tomorrow won't be either. If it didn't make B42 stable, then no, it's not happening. It's regrettable. I very much would love to dry meats, but no. I'm just tired of this thing blocking my van. There we go. Alright, so if we go straight down this road, we can make it past the school and then all the way up to a gas station. After the gas station, there's going to be a wrecked train, just straight up blocking us from getting through. That's just a feature of Ekron. It would be much more interesting if that train was like a random thing that could happen sometimes. Maybe other times it'll actually have useful stuff in it. But no, right now it's just always crashed. So, variety potential houses over here. A diner to the right, and then the college. I'm guessing that's Dean's house or something up there. College is not looking as open as I've seen it in the past. Still very, very, very light. I have seen this place spill well over 1,500 Zeds in much earlier builds of the game. Keeping my eyes peeled for an improved step van. I'm still not seeing one. It's fine. That's a Survivor Zed up there. Okay, that's something worth keeping track of. I'm gonna try to mark that. Lots of Zeds at the gas station here. A little bit more than I was expecting. Meat preservation is called ranching. That's one way of calling it, yep. Alright, here is the crane. And of course, as always, it is a burned wreck of a train. You can go through on foot, of course, but then it's much, much harder to explore efficiently on foot. So going around is the only realistic option. This is normal for Ekron. The streets are just loaded with Zeds. The rabbits are not quite as normal. I'm not sure why there's just random rabbits running everywhere. We got a Meade County Sheriff car right here. I have no action capacity whatsoever to do anything about it. But it's something. Pepe with thumbs up. It's something. One of those garages that you can peek into. There's a sewing wheel in there. And there's a blue in there. I'm just going to mark the blue on the map. That could be like, so now that I know that there's a blue somewhere here, I possibly won't need to bring anything to power the gas station if I want to come back here and clear the town someday. Gen A. It's a Gen A. Pretty much nothing but residential to the right. That is not our current target. Look at this fucking intersection, guys. Look at this shit. That's a roadblock and a half right there. And don't ever try to go on the tracks. You're just going to make life very difficult for yourself. Now, this intersection is already annoying to deal with. I mean, look at the placement of the trees. Look at the placement of the street lights. Look at the placement of the... It is designed to get people crashed and killed. Like, from the ground up. And then, of course, those wrecked vehicles there, completely random. That's just our luck. So that intersection is far worse than normal right there. Grimvaki, I don't know. Sledge in those industrial buildings, I've never... To my knowledge, I've never found a sledge in one of those. But I don't know if it's possible or not. Beyond this house, which used to have 2 floors on my right, we are now in the commercial sector of Ekron. The Ranger truck, don't be fooled by it. The Ranger truck has a weaker engine than anything else with a light bar. It's not my not my kind of cup of tea. A very small bookstore there. If you're interested in rare decorations, the blue and white bar here has got a few flags and photos that you'll never find anywhere else. Otherwise, gun store right here on my right. Greens next to it. Bank. Pharma Hug. Most of this is just a very big fight for not that much. So far I've seen nothing that would compel me to actually stop what I'm doing right now. And, no, we're exploring. That's all we're doing, we're exploring. I've seen sheep in this field up here before. I do not right now. If there were sheep, those zombies would be moving. We've got corn. It won't last long, but there's corn in this field. That would be a fight. So far, it's the only corn that I've seen in large quantity. It would be a fight. It would be a risk. It's not really worth it as far as I can tell. So there's some maneuvers we could do. We could pull some maneuvers to get rid of these Zeds. You know what there's not maneuvers we could do to get rid of? A fucking raccoon better be thankful. All I had to do was not stop and he'd be dead. We got the church here. Sometimes decent vehicles in the parking lot. No idea if this is one of those times. I don't have the action economy to stop and check anything. I need this guy to be out of my way. We've got 1 2-step van so far. There is a way around here. Be cautious using it. It's a tight fit. See? It's a tight fit. It's alright. Don't ask me how I did that. It just worked. Clyde Howard moment. Now, something special about this church, again, if you're in the market for cosmetics that are hard to find elsewhere, the church has a lot of purple carpet. Purple carpet is hard, violet specifically, violet carpet. Violet carpet is hard to find elsewhere. There are a few complexes in Louisville that have a fair bit of it. Now, every time I use this road, I regret it. And yet, I'm using it anyway. That should tell you a few things about me. Because all it needs to do is work once. The random tree placement, I don't think it can create any roadblocks, but we're keeping an eye. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Don't try to do that if you're past the 90-day threshold. Because then it's just going to be Bush City. And there's... okay. Welcome to Project Zomboid. The worst part is, normally when that shit starts happening, I try to find a safe place to close and reopen the game. I don't exactly have one right now. I think I see a way through here. Yeah, I see a way through. I don't like it, but I see it. Fable Gorgon, how's it going? It's truly a blessing, is it not? I actually, to be entirely honest, I expected it to continue getting worse, but that's okay. It doesn't have to. I'm just going to get a little farther outside of town. We'll close and reopen the game, because sometimes when the audio starts stuttering like that, sometimes that means a memory leak is building up. So you can usually clear memory leaks if you close and reopen the game. I'm going to check this garage, because it's open. Oh, lots of stuff, but I don't see a generator. I'm working on my vehicle too. It's to be honest, I'm doing pretty good with it. This field up here where the Zeds are, sometimes aminals, not this time. Even when they do spawn, I hardly ever have the action economy to help them because they are animals that will bolt off into infinity. So what I'm doing now is I am going to loop back because it's the evening. It's 1800 hours fatigue is not far away. This road, I believe, goes around the whole town. It's been a while since I've looked at this road, so I'm not 100% on that. I also have not looked at this road since the glow up, so not only am I not sure, but anything I do know could be outdated, so we'll see. The glow up has hit Ekron to a lesser degree, but I think it also hit a little bit of Brandenburg too. Most of the starter towns have been benefited the most. If anyone does not know what I mean by glow up, the map changes. Big map changes. The starter towns are much prettier now. Every house in the starter towns has more resources in it now. That is tomatoes, I think. I would actually have to get out to find out, and if that's worth it, I'll do it. Green peas. Now that's interesting. Green peas can be dried. They're right up there with corn. I forget what their nutritional value is. but that is also a lot of zombies. Like, that is a ton of zombies. Just for green peas, I would need another couple of reasons to go up there than just green peas. So far, I haven't seen any. Okay, so just like that, we're back to cleared or explored territory. There's nothing cleared about this territory yet, but it is at least explored. So we're right on time. Where's my... I have some backup water somewhere here. There you are. We've been sweating a lot today. It's been hot. Yeah, that scrapyard's definitely new. It's not the biggest in the area, but it's a resource to be aware of. I'm gonna shoot these guys. I want this area clear, and we've got a little bit more ammo to work with now. People ask me a lot how I level aiming. 38 special, point blank range. Point blank means it's basically just a melee weapon that ragdolls them instantly every time. And if it doesn't one-shot them, then just finish them off with whatever your go-to melee weapon is. Yeah, it's all different. So if I had to pick one to jar, it'd probably be cabbage, because cabbage has got a lot of oh shit, wrong button. Cabbage has got a lot of carbs, and it normally has an extremely short shelf life. So the simple act of jarring it gives it a much longer shelf life, and is a great source of carbs. The only reason I'm going for this set is that he's a biker dude. Biker dude. Looks like he's got holes in his pants. Damn it. If I stomp on him, then that counts as a... What is he doing? There we go. Stomping is a blunt force kill, so it doesn't put any holes in his clothes. But he's already got holes all over his leather pants. So spare boots, that's about it. And the crash helmet is a meme, don't wear it. It just blocks all of your visibility. Would you like to play which bedroom has the ringing alarm sound? I wouldn't. I'm only really harvesting this because it gets me both basil and free seeds. The blooming part of it. See, that's why I'm always interested in things that I can put on the drying rack. That's corn and green peas are both things we saw here in town. But I don't have a drying rack to put it on, and even if I did, I'd be questioning the efficacy. The nutritional values that are on the wiki may be out of date. I'm not 100% on that. We'll use some of this basil we just got on the things we haven't cooked yet here. Seeds can go in LP here, low priority. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do with the tomatoes. I'm going to take a garbage bag and take everything that's currently in the freezer, put it in that garbage bag. Then I'm just going to grab tomatoes until this garbage bag is full, and then put it right back into the freezer. That is how I'm going to play that. That way we know that we're not taking more than we can support right now. Garbage bag, regardless of your organization skills, garbage bag is equal to other containers, kind of like a driver's seat, passenger seat, or a freezer, that kind of stuff. Okay, that's close enough. Delicious. Still, without, or rather the water is still fully powered. Fully plumbed, rather. No, thank you. Now, because these are potatoes, we can just put those into the fridge. So I'm going to fill up a garbage bag of potatoes, but it's just going to be fridge. It's not going to be frozen yet. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Surprisingly, not quite as many that I thought we would be getting. I actually thought we'd be full by now. That's okay. I wonder if that's because we're further outside of our growing season here. It could be. Potatoes you're supposed to plant as early as February, but I think the optimal is March. Meanwhile, tomatoes, I think, are several months beyond that. But I've never even experimented with crops being that far outside of the growing season. Potato. Alright, so next I'm going to go ahead and spend the evening reading. Just put away these seeds here. And while we are reading, we are cooking these things I started preparing yesterday. Beautiful. Very beautiful. Glad to hear it, because that is what my suspicion has been. So we got a 15 fry and a 90 roast. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and bedtime. July 28th, 1993. Oops, I did not want to do that. So I'm currently reading blacksmithing. That's a bit of a long-term deposit in terms of reading material. But when we're done with that, we switch to welding. That is going to be slightly more relevant, slightly more quickly. But we only really do that to pass the overnight hours at this point, because during the day we've got a lot to do, as long as the weather is good. Which it seems to be. Cryogenic comp. I wish we could do the kind of stuff that you could do in RimWorld. I wish we could just use air conditioners in sufficient quantity and mass to just create a walk-in fridge and or walk-in freezer. That'd be fucking amazing. It's almost as if this game with temperature-dependent mechanics would be amazing with temperature-responsive systems. But yeah, that's... That's the lady right there who just found out that she can't really do anything about that. Alright, so, order of operations here. If I wanted to pack things up, that would be a lot of carry weight. That would be a lot of carry weight. Let me check the status of the generator. It should just be these two freezers and that, or rather, yeah, those freezers and that's it. That's what it should be. %% fuel in 2 days. Or rather, that wasn't full 2 days, but it was... What would this be in a week? That's 168 hours times 0.018 liters per hour. Theoretically, it would use 3 liters in a week. 3 liters is about a third. That does not sound correct. I don't know why it doesn't sound correct. It really doesn't. But, I hear a rabbit down there. You know, in real life, if you hear a rabbit and you've got a field this big, you're pulling out the varmint rifle and you're sniping that bitch. Otherwise, you're not going to have very many things to harvest. But, I digest. I'm pretty sure we didn't have really anything worth... maybe a couple of things worth taking here. Rope, twine, duct tape. And that's just about it. Scrap. Bulb. Medium range remote controller. I don't know. We've already got a long range, but, you know what? Fine. I'll take it. I'm going to take these planks and just add to some of the barricades because I can. Free carpentry experience on our way out of here. Actually. So here's one thing I can do. If I put... I can't build stairs yet. I won't be able to build stairs for a while. Disregard. The question I'm thinking about right now, what's on my mind, is do I trust that the power is not going to go out anytime soon so that I can just leave the generator and the perishables running? Or do I assume the worst, take everything with me, leaving myself combat ineffective while I'm carrying the trailer? That is a calculated risk right there. A very, very, very risky thing to do. The thing making it worse is I don't have military backpacks to stuff everything into yet. This is why finding a step fan would have been amazing. Decisions. I mean, we are pretty much done with Ekron here. I've seen what I want to see from it. We are ready to go to Brandenburg. And so, I think we are going to go ahead and try to take everything. That's going to be difficult, but I'm going to see if I can do it. So what that tells me is we're putting this regular fridge stuff directly in my backpack. Stuff on the floor right here also. And that's a full backpack. Now this is going to sound really stupid. I'm going to split this garbage bag full of potatoes into two. Because a full garbage bag is going to be too much to pick up. So I'm going to transfer that until it's down to 13 encumbrance. So it's 65 potatoes in each. Okay, that's not going to work. Unless I do some shenanigans, that's not going to work. What can I do here? Canned food does not need to come with me. That can stay. Okay, I can do that, and then I can do. Okay, so we have an order of operations here. It's stupid, but it's going to work. All right, so we put the freezer bag back in because that needs to stay frozen for until the last second here. So potatoes back in the fridge. Potatoes also back in the fridge. If we're going to shut down the freezer, then that means I'm going to pop it up. We've got some scrap electronics and gas now. Now, I will advise everybody about a thing that you can do that works, but probably is not a good idea. If your inventory is completely full, you can keep harvesting crops. Unless they've changed something with that. You can limit break your inventory size and just indefinitely harvest crops. I'm not going to exploit that right now. But if I really wanted to come home with nothing but 1 billion potatoes and 1 billion... I wouldn't even know what to fucking do with them all. But if I really wanted to do that, that would be an option that I could do. Alright, so the freezer bags are in the trailer, and the freezer is in the trailer. And now the generator is going in the trailer after we refuel and repair. Put 1 garbage bag of potato into the backpack, freezer bag into the offhand, potato bag into the main hand. We're heavy, but we're out of here. We're going to be extremely uncomfortable while driving, because that is the nerf for that, but who cares? We're good. Just imagine driving with a huge sack of potatoes on your lap. That's basically what we're doing right now. It doesn't help that I have that gasoline bottle still in my inventory, but too late. I think this road goes through to where I want to be going. I'm taking a calculated risk here. I think this road connects to the one that leads me to Brandenburg. If I'm wrong, then we'll have to double back. I think we'll be fine. Seeing as we're going to be in the vehicle all day, this is we're doing ourselves a favor by turning on the AC here. Now, be careful with the AC in this game. You can make your vehicle below freezing very easily. A little weird, but that's how that works. Completely untouched system for several years now. This is relatively new to me. They've definitely glowed this part up too. Let's do a map check after this field. Interesting. Interesting, okay. We're kind of going in the right direction, but I think we'll be alright, yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking of something in my mind's eye here about how we can handle this. Yeah, I think we're gonna be alright. That's the best part, Kentucky. It can freeze us, but not the food. That's criminal right there, is what that is. That's just downright criminal. Speaking of, that's okay then. Interesting looking fridge there. I've been waiting until we get double hungry to eat a chunk of this roast because it's a big roast. So I've not been ignoring that hunger moodle out of complete disregard, rather out of patience. Okay. Coalfield Road. Okay, okay. I have actually not spent much time in the Coalfield area on my whatchamacallit, previous characters, so I actually am not very familiar with this area before or after the glow up, but that's fine. Alright, this road with the divided highway, straight into Brandenburg. It'll come to a crossroads with the mall area here. I think this is the gas station crossroads right before the mall. About to find out. This would be a storage unit to our right, if so. Now, because we are, what are we up to? 19 days in. We're not quite to max population, but we're higher than early game population, and therefore, when we get to the Brandenburg military checkpoint, there will be some more Zeds there than some of my last couple of characters. Last couple of characters, I got there super early, and because of that, there were fewer spawns. Fewer spawns means fewer chances at zombies with military backpacks, so I'm actually okay with that at this point. He told me to grow tobacco. No, thank you. Alright, here we are. I was wrong. Okay, also ambulance over there. I'm just going to mark that really quick. Wrecked ambo. We've already got one marked that is like almost on the other side of the map. Like literally on the other side of the map, but it's in a place that we're more likely to go to. We'll see. Wrecked ambulances are a strategic resource at the moment. Probably not going to be that way forever. Here's the U-Store it on my right. I don't see any looted and trash units. That's a nice thing. We got Spiffos over there. Jay's Chicken, and then the mall. I'm just going to survey the lot, see if we see any step vans, because we are really tight on storage space in the ambulance right now. Step van would be real nice, which is why there's 0.0 of them here. That's okay, I guess. I'll survive. It's not like I could tow it anyway, is it? Well, you know what? You're probably doing the base and red-pilled option right there. Just turning growing seasons off and refusing to engage with this broken, buggy mess. Yeah, I mean that's just probably the correct response right there. That's the I'm above this bullshit response. All right, I see 2 LEO vehicles. State Trooper car, State Trooper truck. I do see a red van up there. We're going to take a peek at that. This is kind of the operating area that we'll be in for the checkpoint. We've got the court and the prison to the left. Very little, if any, loot in there. But, of course, the checkpoint being over here to the right. That is a very inconveniently placed wreck right there. Before we start dealing with the checkpoint, I'll probably relocate that wreck. Our destination is not immediately to the checkpoint, but a little ways up here. Because a little ways up here is a lovely little plantation chateau sort of joint that has been converted into a motel. There's going to be some tourists up here, tourist zombies. If I needed fanny packs, I would take them from those tourist zombies, but I don't currently need fanny packs. Before I try to engage those zombies, or just try to do anything else here, I'm just going to deploy the generator up here. It looks good, still fresh. Yep, everything's still fresh, good. Oh, come on, what is this shit? I hate it when this happens. I'll just take one of these lettuce out. It's fine. Yeah, for some reason it wasn't letting me put the... Even though it would be a perfect fit, some floating point math bullshit right there. It's whatever. We've got the freezer running again. Adding gasoline back to the ambo. Get that out of my hands. I'll just chomp on this lettuce. It's fine. Get it out of the way. Lettuce is hard to make work. Alright, couple Zeds here. Mostly round back, looks like. There's somebody slapping a window. They're probably upstairs. Nice Hawaiian shirt, buddy. One of those unfixable windows. Thanks, lady. Okay, looking good out here. Smoking room right here. Clear. mouth breathing to my center right. So that's either the kitchen or upstairs, most likely upstairs. Or the kitchen. Okay, I looked in this window. That's what I thought. You can throw corpses out the window, but I prefer to make them throw themselves out the window. Thank you, lady. Now, of course, with all these windows, this is hardly the most secure place. However, it's the second floor that I'm interested in personally. There will be no rats in my base. Thank you very much. Alright, time for my perishables here to go into the fridge and or freezer. Now, we're going to be locking in for a minute here because of reasons. The checkpoint is just right down the road. Now, the reason I am putting this stuff directly into the fridge, taking it out of the bags, is because I expect the power outage any day now. And for some reason, I feel like, it's just a feeling, I feel like the stuff that is in containers inside of a fridge or freezer is like something stupid happens to them. That's my current theory. No idea if that's true, but that's what I'm operating under. Do we still have water? We still have water. Beautiful. Just a random pocket watch. Neat. In a, whatchamacallit, what was that, a container? Now with this place, there's a lot of variety loot here and there. I'm just going to kind of consolidate it all into one place. And then split it into a couple of categories. Cooking on this side. And foodstuffs on the other side. And everything else we hold on to for a moment. Oh, wow. I was not expecting this. This is just a counter full of books. Okay, so this is a counter, a cupboard, with the same kind of loot table that I expect to only ever see from cardboard boxes full of books. That's significant. That makes me never want to overlook a counter ever again, or a cupboard ever again. I mean, if you can get Masonry 5, Forging 4, Masonry 5. This is just your standard cardboard book box right here. Cardboard box with book in it. That's the kind of thing that I usually go very far out of my way to try to secure from a what's it called? To try to secure from a storage unit, because that used to be the only place you could reliably find those. Interesting, very interesting. Saw some of that in town halls. Good to know. I'm just going to straight up disassemble all these electricals. Now, the safe and sensible thing to do would be to go upstairs and try to clear the rooms, make sure that there's no lurkers up there. I feel like if there was any lurkers left, I would have heard them by now. I think we're fine. But if not, you know, room by room, careful movement. Usually just booze in these, cookware in this case. Teacups. I think I can make coffee with those. It's been a minute since I've tried. There we go. Huh. Alright then, wood glue, iron pipe, copper scrap, and bags full. Now, booze in this game, I actually do have a niche use case for it. It's if I need to gain weight and I'm ready to go to sleep. If those two factors are met, then I'll just have a big old drink of like a bottle of whiskey and go to sleep. If that sounds insane in real life, yes, absolutely. In this game, there is no hangovers. So you can just drink an entire ass bottle of whiskey and then sleep it off and no consequences. I'm sure the hangover update is right around the corner, but for now, you get a fair few calories from alcoholics. A more sensible thing would be like a bottle of wine than a bottle of whiskey. I think wine will get you a little more calorie. Alright, it's categorization here. Stuff I'm highly unlikely to need on the far right here. Electrical and first aid can go here. We will actually be finding a lot of electrical and first aid, so it does actually make sense to have a dedicated container for it. Materials next to that. I'll just put all materials in there. Alright, so now I can add the books we found here into the vehicular device, which is currently just kind of functioning as our mobile library. Bludgeoning 3, Forging 4, Masonry 5. Get those in there, mark them as unwanted. Now, the notion of a library vehicle is a bit antiquated for my playstyle, but it's useful in this circumstance because we've got a, whatchamacallit. In this circumstance, we don't have a base that I could be leaving it at. Not yet. I mean, we're basically, everything, my entire fortune is basically mobile right now. Now, I do think that we're probably going to be here until the power shut off, because we're going to strike out from here to hit both the checkpoint itself and the a little bit of Brandenburg. Maybe not the whole town. We're going to play that by ear and see how things play out. We'll have to explore the town and see what there is to look for, and if there is stuff worth taking, or if we should actually be moving on instead. Think about those later. For now, I'm just actually going to be dumping guns on the floor until we get more boxes. Okay. That should be it for emptying out the ambulance. Everything else can stay in it for now. It's basically just library, currently used weaponry, and variety stuff that's always going to be useful. With the exception of these 2 trauma bags can go in there, because I don't need to have them on me at the moment. In preparation of the water shut off, assuming it's going to happen sometime soon. We're just going to fill up these 2 buckets I brought with me with clean water. In preparation of the power cutoff, we'll need to have... Well, we'll just play that by ear. We theoretically could get warning of the power shut off. I know the radio is supposed to give you warning if you know the emergency frequency. Regrettably, I don't know the emergency frequency, and I'm not even sure if that works. Last couple times I paid attention to it, it did not seem to work. But I also, you know, it's been a few versions of the game since I've actually tried. Alright, we still need to secure the upstairs here. Okay, so with that, the only windows we actually have to worry about, 1, 2, 3 back there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 up here. All the rest of them, you know, you can kind of just, if you don't want to barricade every single window, then just close all the redundant doors, and then you only have to worry about 1, 2, 3 right there, 1, 2, 3, 4 up here. And then everything else is on the second floor. Or behind a door, right? So if somebody breaks in the window to the bar, they've still got to break through that door to get to me. So, you know, just if you want minimum viability. First, we worry about the open doors. Open door is a door Zed can just wander through. I don't hear any mouth breathing. I want to say that if there were anybody here, they would have come along by now. Take nothing for granted. This is the master bedroom in the corner here. Shot at a couple of pillows, which we do have. Shot at a key to the joint, which we probably don't need. I mean, no, we don't need it. Not even close. But basically, the master bedroom is the only place where there actually appears to be somebody living here. Everything else is a sort of hotel room kind of thing. And because of that, there's not going to be much loot in them. Oh, this room. See, the pillow in the corner here that I can't get to doesn't count as being on the bed. Pillows only seem to count if they are on the north side of the bed. It is the stupidest rule in this game. And I don't know why the devs did that, because it was working fine before. They broke it. It was working fine, and now it's not. So these hotel rooms, probably the garbage cans and the other things that can't have anything on them. The Bible and the nightstand or whatever. Bath towels. Now this room right here is usually the one I use. It is closest to the stairs, so the most convenient. So in order to make it sleepable, I have to put a pillow on this side of it. Yeah. Silly. Quite silly. So about the water situation here. If the water were to go out tomorrow, and I actually wanted to stay here like super long term, I don't really recommend that. There's not that many resources here for super long term, but you can get roof access to the lower level over the bar if you open up one of these windows here. You can put a rain barrel out there and then a sink down in the bar somewhere. I don't have any rain barrels right now, and I don't have the high enough level, whatchamacallit, carpentry to build the good ones, so I don't even care. But that is something to be aware of. Just washing up because the water is still free and we're close enough to bedtime anyway. Some of these cabinets actually suck. They don't take decorations very well. Let's just say that my character is going to have very clean teeth. Much better than mine. I'm going to hold on to this radio for a brief moment. I don't know if, because it's a perfect premium tech radio, I might want to put it in a vehicle of some sort, but no guarantees there. Okay, 22:30, we're close enough to bedtime here. Because I have a frying pan right in front of me, I'm going to try to use up some of these things that are in the fridge right now, because the ground beef going stale. Steak is also going stale. I'm not even going to cook it, I'm just going to put it into the recipe here. Actually, yeah, that's what we're going to do for the rest of the evening. We're just going to get the stuff that's going stale, that's in the fridge, out of the fridge and into something. I left the fucking ambulance running, that's not good. It's not my fault that it's so quiet. Gotta watch out for the silent ones. I'm just going to use the outer doors. It's a little redundant. Oops. So I'm using the cookware that I normally keep in the ambulance to get rid of the rest of this. God, man, these leftovers. I'm only cooking level 3. These leftovers just so irritating. Whatever. Okay, we'll worry about trying to cook those tomorrow. What I will do is take 1, 2, 3 basil out of the freezer and basil those bad boys up. Chalky milk. Okay. Bedtime. Now, let's just say that I was willing to roll the dice on moving a bed. That would be extremely difficult at my current level. But if I was willing to roll the dice on it, the most common bed in this joint is the mahogany one. We would get like 3 or 4 shots at them. Hi, looks like vanilla. Yeah, this is vanilla. No mods. We don't mod here. All right, we've got about an hour and a half of reading. I want to say that we should be able to finish up blacksmithing here. While we read, we I'm going to steal a chair so that I can cook comfortably. Rabbits outside, great. That's gonna get annoying, but it is what it is. Alright, what do we get? An 80 stir fry. That's one of the biggest I've ever made. 80 stir fry. And a 40 fry over here. And a Zoomer number roast. And boom. We still got an hour to go, but we are done with Blacksmithing Volume 1. Next is going to be Welding. They both work with each other in terms of the early game experience. If anybody has not seen my procedures for that. Basically, I read all the book for blacksmithing, I read all the book for welding. I use, if I can, I level up welding first. Then I use welding to disassemble a few cars to get the necessary materials to build up my blacksmithing infrastructure. So welding is now our go-to read to pass the time. Loading cabinets and yeah. Oh, there it goes. There's the fucking power. Okay, good riddance. Let's take a look at my freezers. Let's see. Okay, it's just thawed, but it's still. Oh, look at that! Look at that! It's not actually fully thawed. Okay, so I'm just gonna take the generator that I have in the area that's down the road. I'm just gonna bring it down here and put it in the corner so that it keeps the fridge powered and the corner room powered. I'm glad that that happened finally. I was actually sick of waiting for it. Now, here's the real question. The billion-dollar question. This shit over here was already off the grid. So, in theory, this shit should be completely unaffected. It better all still be frozen. But I have a theory that it might not be. Let's find out. Okay, it's still frozen. I'm so glad to be wrong. You have no idea how glad I am to be wrong. Good. Good. Yeah, not bad. Not the best. It could have lasted another week. That's completely subject to random numbers. If anybody's not familiar with the power shutoff. Looks like there were some zombies hanging around out here that the generator and or I guess my ambulance might have caught this one up here. Use my van foo. Alright, so I have powered this place many times for the power shutoff. I still don't know the exact perfect spot for it. 2, 3, 4. I want to say that right there is going to be fine. I just want to make sure that I catch the corner room and a little bit of the upstairs so that I got some lights. We got the fridge and 4 lights, and I'm 99.9% sure that that can reach the stove. Alright, no loss. And again, the trailer is just, that's a perfect fit, really. Perfect fit. Blue generator, freezer, and the contents of the garbage bags that fill the freezer up completely. Just a quick peek to make sure that my, stove can turn on. Yes, it can. Okay. Don't need no lights. Not right now. Beautiful. Alright, so for food for today, we've got one bite of this roast left. I'm just going to go ahead and eat this bite of roast. And then put the roast pan back on my driver's seat where it belongs. And then we're going to grab, let's see. .40 stir-fried bell pepper, that'll work. Yeah, okay. So, like I said before, we're going to be here for a few days. And I want to say that this generator is going to be fine for a few days, but I don't know that for 100%. Let's just eyeball it, make sure it's still 97 fuel, 96 condition. We'll get a generator bags put together for refuel and repair. So I do have a nice collection here. I don't have anything else in a full set yet. Only mechanics, and that's already packed up. I am going to go ahead and pack up books into bag. It's easier to not have them in bags normally, but now it is just a case of I would prefer to have them so that I can take them in and out of the vehicle easily. And then VHS right next to them. Now all we've got is the essentials, so we can come home with plenty of loot if and when we pick any up. Not guaranteed, but we'll see what kind of progress we can make. Oh, okay, so while we're out, what we want to do is be able to put some gas into the tank of the ambulance. There's no gas in this thing, so what I'm going to do is siphon... do I have any more gas cans or just this one? I got a dispenser bottle. I'm going to use that, I think. I don't know if dispenser bottles are safe to store in without any worry about evaporation. Evaporation is a thing, but it only... I think it only affects containers that could have rain fall in it if you leave them outside. So if you try to put gas in a bowl or like a fucking bucket or something, then yes, you should expect the gas to evaporate. Alright, so this is my refuel and repair bag. Got a full can of gas and a full, or a complement of electrical parts. And if I want to siphon gas from vehicles as we go out into the world, we got the dispenser bottle. We can siphon a huge bunch out. Hey there. This is, yes, this is just a temporary base. This is not my permanent base, but this is a, it's a chateau outside of the Brandenburg military checkpoint. I'll give this place a B. It does not get a B with a circle around it until we have defenses established. I'll probably do that tonight when we get back. It's good enough for now. It's good enough for now. It's not like I'm trying to sleep in there. Not at the moment. I will check, just in case this thing has a gas can in the trunk. It doesn't look like it's going to. Yeah, a little bit of everything, but nothing that I need. So, the Brandenburg military checkpoint. A lot of zombies in there. Lots of zombies. Some of those zombies have military gear. Now, there's military gear likely to have a lot of holes in it. So, your jackets, shirts, pants, boots. That's not what we're here for necessarily. If we happen to see an intact pair, great. But that's not what I'm particularly looking for. Be advised that hay bales are steel barricades. Don't bump into them. But we don't have to worry about that in this big old field, now do we? So, first of just a few Zeds here. I don't know if I'm going to turtle the entire checkpoint. However, because I'm not going to be using fire or explosives. And I do kind of want to empty the checkpoint out. Some of them are already reacting to my van noises. Axe level 5. My power as a fire officer continues to grow. So before things get hectic here, before we start luring zombies out of the checkpoint, I am going to approach on foot, kill anybody who's coming out of there, and then move those barriers, move all of them out of the way. Once this place has started spilling its zombies, it's going to become very difficult to come up here and move these, so if you do it ahead of time, you'll thank yourself. Cones you can just drive over. I don't like doing that, but you can. But these things are hard barriers, so picking them up, moving them is much easier than anything else. Now, if you were to put them back down, let's say that I picked these up and then put them back down, these zombies would then attack them, because then the moment the player places them, they become a player-placed structure, and every single one of those can and will be attacked by Zeds for no reason. Literally, all they gotta do is walk past it, and they'll start attacking it. Alright, easy access has been established. So what I'm doing on foot first is just eyeballing around to see if I happen to notice any easy targets with backpacks that I could lure away from the group just by getting close. Highly unlikely, but technically possible. Over here, I do see some people with backpacks. Or, I'm sorry, not backpacks, but Alice belts. I see non-military backpacks. I see helmets. That zombie in my right ear is very distracting. Yeah, I don't see any primary targets yet, so that's fine. So, at this point, all we've got to do is fire up the light bar. So what we're also going to do is when we fire up the light bar, everybody from the trailer park over here joins us as well. So starting down here actually is not the worst thing in the world. As long as you identify your ways through the trees, which is going to be different for everybody, as the trees are now quite random. I don't see any easy targets down here. As you can see, they do have a way through on this side. So starting over here is probably not the worst thing in the world. I haven't actually done that recently. Alright. Set phasers to stun, boys. Cruise control at 5 miles an hour. Keep you ahead of just about anybody behind you. Now, this is not my favorite vehicle to be doing massive horde movements with. The ambulance is vulnerable on the sides, a little bit more so than other vehicles with light bars. If I could have any vehicle, it would probably be the truck, but the problem with the truck is lower storage. And we're completely mobile at the moment. If you need to maneuver around a small group like this, you can boost to 10 miles an hour. Can't RP as Ned Kelly. Oh, that's unfortunate. No backpack carriers spotted yet. So the way I like to do this, if we're going to start on this side, it's been a long time since I have, but if we start on this side, there's plenty of room for them to exit out of the checkpoint. It's tighter to maneuver down here. However, you do get the opportunity to pull them from other areas around nearby here. I'm going to boost it to 15 for this part. $15 helps me stay ahead of people even as I go past them. It's not a perfect solution. And in fact, it does sometimes give you enough speed to cause more damage to yourself. But what it does is it lets us loop all the way back up here, and then I boost it, or deboost it back down here. So we can pull more people out of the back part of the joint. Regrettably, it does look like the primary gun locker tent there is been looted and trashed. Nothing we can do about that. I mean, other than finish the map tour earlier. I do see a step fan down there that might be one of my future primaries. The restaurant one that is right there, next to the black van. Okay. I have a theory on this. We're not going to get very many clean runs through the forest like that. Unless... Holy shit, that could have been a really hard collision. Okay, so with this guard tower, do not let the guard tower distract you from the fact that half the road is hard blocked right here. I almost hit that fence. I was within a centimeter of hitting that fence. Oh, look, one of our primary targets right there in front of us. I mean, we can't do anything about it, but damn. Yeah. Now, on my last character, we tried something to deal with zombies that were carrying backpacks and right in front of us in the middle of a group. It ended very poorly. It ended very poorly. We took a laceration to the lower torso. It was not a good idea. So even though I do see two backpack carriers right now, I see a desert camo to my left there, screen left, and I see a forest camo just right there. See, by kind of looping around in here, we're pulling them out of everywhere. From the trailer park now, and from the main part right here. Now, they have a tendency to get stuck up in this corner right here. But I don't know. There is no but. Yeah, look at that. They're getting stuck up in that corner right there. We can't get all of them out of there. I don't know if using the trailer park would help them path better. I have no idea, actually. Because I don't usually use the trailer park. Alright, there's my opening. I'm so glad they're not getting stuck on the fence like they used to. That used to happen a lot once they made these fences all attackable. For a short period of time, the fences were actually not even attackable. Now, you can ram into them while they're carrying a backpack. So that guy right there, this fast shambler, I could have probably rammed into them intentionally and then come back, and I've done that many times in the past, but I usually do this activity, what I'm doing right now, I usually do it with a throwaway vehicle, like just a regular ass car. I'm not doing that anymore, not with how unreliable things are with bad engine conditions. Probably never again. I'm going to use reliable vehicles, or I'm not doing this kind of thing. That's probably what the devs want. So we're going to loop back around now. Get as close as we can to the inlet to continue to pull people out of the building, or out of the enclosure. Including the slow ones. At this point, it's more of a strategy game than a like first. What is this? What is this game? It's not a first-person shooter. Isometric top-down bullshit. But right now, it's more of a strategy game. Now, once we've pulled as many as we can out of the trailer park and the enclosure, we can actually start to ditch them out in the field here and see if we can start splitting up the groups into manageable chunks. Well, you see, okay, literally me, when you're talking about getting things early on, when you're talking about military backpacks, you have to factor in all the time you're going to be wasting if you have to do multiple trips instead of just carrying more stuff at once. Military backpacks free you to carry so much stuff that not getting one early on is just literally going to be wasting time in a different way. This is absolutely worth a day or two of early game. In fact, if I had done it a few days earlier, we'd probably come home with more M16s right now. Those are indeed going to grow legs and walk away, because the looted and trashed mechanic will take them from us. So keeping up at this pace, We'll separate the fast ones from the medium ones from the slow ones, usually. Yeah. Be mindful that the horn is louder and more far-reaching than the siren. So some of those people who started effing off into infinity over there, on the far right side of the screen, we were able to retain some of their attention by duding the horn. Now, it's okay for some of them to F off into infinity. I'm actually okay with some of them. But I want to make it as even of a distribution as I can. This is the opposite of what I usually try to do with big groups. Because this big group, I got enough weapons. I can actually just turtle my way into parts of them that have, whatchamacallits, that have the backpacks. This is the part where we can cut the siren a little bit here. And if we just use the engine at this point, some of them will follow us in this direction, but a lot of them will just lose interest. The hay bale fields is kind of like, you know, I don't mind bringing them a little bit halfway through it, but halfway through the hay bale fields, then you're kind of running the risk of screwing up your own road to get back to the chateau. I don't want to do that. I definitely don't have enough time left in the day today to, you know, do some serious damage to any large chunks of this group. I just want to kind of like split off a little segment of it and kill everybody who's on their way. And I think we're right on track for that. So remember, we have the aiming book read. We have plenty of axes, and we have a good chunk of 38 special ammo available. 38 special is nice and quiet, so it won't pull the entire field if we need to shoot a few of them. Alright, here's the halfway point. I cut the... Actually, hang on. Halfway point is split between the fields here. So I'm going to actually drive all the way up here to the halfway point. Just refilled my water. Got plenty of food. Off we go. I'm proud of this one. She really broke the mold. Kept up with me the whole way. Oh, but Irish. She doesn't look Irish. So, I only recently learned that your own melee weapons have a tendency to create holes in zombie clothing that were not already there. Same with bullets and whatnot. So if you see a ghillie suit zombie, do your best to use blunt weaponry. Pull them out of the pack, stomp them on them, whatever. Because then, ghillie suits are extremely rare, and they cannot be repaired. It's mostly for the memes. Ghillie suits don't actually do anything for you, but I'm here for the memes.
Hey!
We don't actually own a bandana yet. I only just kind of realized that. I suppose we could take this, ladies. Wasn't something I was really thinking about for a minute there. Bandana hasn't really, I mean, corpse stench has not been that big of a concern, but now it is. So. see what we get with a 38 special here. Yes, that is actually how it works. Now, that's not the only place the holes come from, obviously. Plenty of Zeds will spawn with holes already all over their clothing. But if you actually want the clothing they're wearing, and you want to maximize your chances, then make sure you use blunt weapons. For me, I've got my hammer that I could switch to, but I'm usually, if I see a target that I actually want to preserve the clothing of, or try to at least, then I'm usually just pushing them over and stomping. Now remember, this part, what I'm starting to do now, this is not the most effective course of action. The most effective course of action is to go back in there with a vehicle and try to just pull whoever has the backpack away from the group, using the side of your engines. That is far more effective than just hurtling your way through the, hurtling a little path through the group. That is, I'm only doing this because, now that we've gotten past most of the ticking clocks, and I'm ready to lock in and get some combat experience going. Now, we don't actually own a angle-headed flashlight yet, so even if we get a Alice belt and suspenders, we will not be able to put a instant flashlight on it just yet, and that's okay. We do have a hunting knife on standby, so we'll be able to have a good knife. I'm avoiding running for the moment. The bandana on my face does create more insulation. Because of that, I will get overheated and sweat much more quickly. Hey. So I was able to get the attention of this guy here with the desert fatigues. Now, when you see a guy wearing camo, and it, you're pretty unambiguous that it's a military zombie. If they're wearing a jacket, the jacket will hide the belt and suspenders. So it is possible that some of these dudes are wearing a belt and suspenders that I just can't see because the jacket's blocking them. But you can also notice the jacket if you look close enough. So I don't think this guy is quite thick enough to be wearing a jacket. I'm looking at him, and it's not... You'll notice a bit of an extra thickness to the chest area. But regardless, we push him over and we stomp on it. So any military gear he does have has fewer holes. Delmar Griggs still got holes in everything, so that was not a successful operation. That's okay. It's luck of the draw is all it is. All you're doing is maximizing your chances if you don't create more holes yourself. And our paradigm for basically the next little while here is we're just going to keep doing this till we get tired every day. Now, we're not going to be, going for every single zombie, right? We're working our way towards anybody who looks like a potential target. And if it looks like there's a chunk of them that have no potential targets, then, yeah, for example, here's our belt and suspenders guy right here. Got the little marker under him, bottom left there. That's our first major target. So I actually don't want to I want to avoid anybody beyond the green line right now, because we've got one target perfectly acceptable. Let me see if I can... Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and shoot some dudes with the 38 special. Checking the response. We did get a few people from the other side of the green line, So I'm going to fall back a little farther. Now remember, just because they heard the gunshot doesn't always mean they immediately know you're there. Sometimes they just move. They just start moving because they heard. So we should not assume that every single person who started moving actually is coming right at us. Just assume that it's possible it could be. Like this guy right here, he's changing course. He knows where we're at. Probably same for... Oh, maybe not. Okay. Let's guide them along then. Whenever I kill them, I'm killing them close to the hay bales because I'm going to be avoiding those anyway. We managed to pull our primary target pretty far from his backup dancers there. Pushing them over, kicking them in the head, that works. That very much works. If you don't use sharp weapons, then you're not running into too many problems with holes in clothing. It's guns and, whatchamacallit. Guns and bladed weapons mostly. So we got his attention with our footsteps there. We also got everybody else's, so caution. Alright, had to keep an eye on that guy behind me there. Not sure what he was doing, but he's not aggroed, so we're okay. Now we can just pull this guy a little ways out from the rest of them. Loot him in peace. Trust me when I say that looting specific Zeds in this area can get crazy if you try to get nuts with it. No. Nah, it's alright. We're just going to take it nice and slow because we're not in any sort of rush right now. Alright, so how do I upgrade myself to Alice Button Suspenders? That's a multi-stage process. First, I'm going to drop literally everything I'm wearing, except for the bandolier, because I don't have a replacement for that yet. Alright, now I drop my my holsters, because I want my holsters to be ordered in a certain order. So I drop my holster, drop my ankle holster. Remember, the shoulder holster is mutually exclusive with the Alice Button Suspenders, so we are switching from that to this. The Alice Button Suspenders also gives you the 2 slots right there, so when we got that, I'm going to go ahead and deal with these guys next. So now everything that was in all of these side bags here, directly into the Alice Button Suspenders, except for the remote controller and the can opener and the silver fork. Those were a little gratuitous. I think if I had to choose a color to go without, I would be very upset. I don't want to choose a color to go without. I'm going to just get rid of this knife. I don't need it anymore. I was carrying a small knife in my fanny packs before. I no longer need one. Beautiful. That is a fit. It's not an optimal kit, but it's a fit. So I'll take it. Now we have... Oh, a flashlight in there. I don't need that for now. That can go elsewhere. And then beta blockers are gratuitous. Anything else? The remote controller is also gratuitous. Those. Okay, now I can take the magazines that I like to carry around. If I'm having an M9 on my belt, then I'm having spare magazines somewhere. Now we have them in Alice Button Suspenders where they are very efficient to be. So now I can put the satchel back on, I can put the backpack back on, and just for the sake of whatever, I can put the stuff that I'm... Oh, sorry, not the backpack yet. The backpack comes with a slot, so for the sake of my guns, I put ankle holster next, so that that's on my 6, and then holster on 7, and then backpack is 8. The most useless slot in the game is the fucking backpack slots right now. I seriously dislike them. I would prefer they be more useful, or just not in the game at all. In their current form, they're just fucking distracting. So we do have a hunting knife. I thought I had it with me. I don't, so that's fine. Small knife on my webbing then. So we're almost kitted out, but I don't actually have an angle-headed flashlight yet, so that's alright. Next upgrade would be a actual proper military backpack. I did not see anybody around here with one at the moment, so that's fine. I'm surprised we're not tired yet. I was actually expecting to get tired a little earlier, but we'll basically just fall back whenever the fatigue hits.
Hey!
Ooh. Disrespect you for that one. It's cute though, I'll take that. Now you can delete these haystacks. The hay is very lightweight. You can just right-click on it and take it. It's only 20 units of hay. So if I actually cared about being able to drive around in a specific area, sub-area of this, I could do that. Kraken. Yes, we are at Brandenburg. I don't really care about the car lot. I mean, I only ever found out about it once, and it was kind of funny, but I knew it was going to be gone. I knew the car lot was not going to be there forever. It was funny that it ever made its way into a production build to begin with. But yeah, I was under no delusions on that. That's, the fact that I engaged with it at all is probably a bit of a sus thing. Switched my tie because the polka dots were getting a little weak. We got a nice straight red tie now. Matches the shirt. Those look cute. Do I see anybody with a backpack in the side here? That looks negative. See, what you're looking for is, of course, anybody who might have a backpack that might have kind of just, deviated away from the others and become a good target, but I don't see nobody. So we'll just continue chipping away at the edges. But if I have to fall back for the night, then what we'll do tomorrow morning is just drive right in there and see if we can find anybody and maybe shake up the group. I could probably get a lot of sneaking experience if I just sneak around up here. Sneak? Sneak? Smeagol is so kind to hobbits, and Fat Hobbit accuses him of sneaking. Alright then, what were you doing? Sneaking. I'm almost due for my yearly rewatch of Lord of the Rings. It's a yearly tradition for me. I can feel it in my soul. Every once in a while, I just want to turn my brain off and watch some really good black and white morality fiction. People don't make it anymore. I'm contributing to the problem, too. My book is very, very gray, morally gray. I mean, there are good and evil forces. They're just, you know, there's a huge gray area in between. And there's people who don't understand that they're working for evil and all that shit. Oh, right as she gets to us. Right as she gets to us, the fatigue hits. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we're falling back. I mean, in fact, I could shoot somebody right now, but I'm not doing that right now. I was also just seeing if anybody else had come up, but no, we're good. So we fall back to the ambulance, and we get ourselves cleaned up for the evening, and read a little bit overnight, and then we've got another day of this ahead of us. Hopefully the weather's all right. Now there is another, if you have, okay, there's a thing you can do to get a backdoor entrance to the military checkpoint. And I don't know if I'll know if I'll do it. It's a bit of an exploit. It's a bit of a cheese. I wouldn't call it an exploit. It's just a cheese. Now, as for zombies up here, very rarely do the people from the checkpoint ever make their way up here. This guy, I don't know exactly where he came from, but it's probably the same place that the other ones that were by my generator came from up here. And which, you know, they were up here long before I ever started pulling the checkpoint. There's probably just some people in the woods somewhere nearby. Yeah, like this guy here. It would behoove me, of course, to make sure that I'm finding these guys. Sorry, just looking to solve orc unemployment, guys. Oh, that's funny. That's really funny. I mean, orc unemployment, it probably would be a massive issue. They would probably just sit there, because remember that scene where Frodo and Sam were turning them against each other? How fucking easy it was to turn the orcs and the urks against each other? Yeah, man, unemployment would probably really make, it would be horrific for their manpower. They would just sit there and kill each other if they didn't have anything to do. Yeah, no, that would be a serious problem. Not even kidding. So it was a little bit gratuitous of me to create fully organized containers for everything, but that does mean that I can just put things where they belong and think no further of it. We got a container for equipment, wearables, whatnot, and we got a container for memorabilia. We even have a container for agriculture stuff. Now, I was carrying around a can opener with me. At some point, we're going to be able to locate a keyring can opener. I haven't quite gotten there yet. Okay, I'm going to actually go ahead and send her to bed a little early here, so that I can, because I have to step away briefly, IRL. I've been drinking way too much water. Careful with that, it can creep up on you. So I'm going to have her sleep, and then when she wakes up, she can read welding for a minute. Now, I'm sneaking mostly because if there does happen to be somebody outside, I'd rather not deal with them right now. It's a question of preference. Alright, so I'm going to fire up the lights and sit on the bed, which is a little hard to see. I know where it is. I'll just turn all the lights off and save a little bit of generator gas. There it is. It was one tile off from where I thought it was. Okay. So I'm going to have her read for a moment. I will be right back. Alright, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Hopefully the chair had something valuable to contribute this time. I don't think we have too much personal maintenance overnight here. We're just going to disassemble watches and whatnot. Our order of operations for things like electrical leveling is that we want to... kind of what I want to right now is get to level 2 through disassembly, and then see if I can't nail the book. I'm sorry, not the book, but nail the VHS. Because I'm only aware of one electrical skill VHS out there, and it says something about foundations of electricity or something like that. Like it has the word electricity in it, so it's pretty obvious. But it gives you, for us, if we read the Volume 2 book and then just use it to get from 0 to 100 for level 3, that's probably the most efficacious way for us to do it. Because seeing as I'm pretty sure there's only one tape out there. In any case, we are now up to July 30th, 1993. We are 20 days in, about to be 21. And I'm allowing her to build up some hunger here, because then we can eat one of the bigger chunks here. We got a 60 roast and an 80 fry, so I'm going to go ahead and use the 80 fry first because we're going to have an opportunity to build up some hunger here. And I'm going to hold on to this bandana that we found. We still have unlimited water, so I can clean it up here so I don't have to have zombie smell all over me. But then I'll hold on to it for when it gets smelly again out here. Catch our second sleep, and hopefully the weather is okay. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. It's a little cloudy. Since we still have the infinite water, I'm going to be rather meticulous about making use of it wherever possible. Every time you wash yourself, once every 24 hours, your character gets happiness back. So the act of looting a lot of zombies, you can negate that by just taking a bath every day. That probably is enough. So, while we were sleeping, it is very possible, nay likely, that the zombies distributed a little bit, just kind of randomly, random movements. So what I'm going to do is hug the road for our first regression back down here and see what, just on the off shot that maybe a backpack carrier actually deviated from the group. That's always a remote possibility. Don't be too concerned about the guys all the way over here. They are going to stay in there as long as we don't go too crazy. For now, it's easier to not deal with them because none of them are going to be backpack carriers. Rather regrettable. I don't see anybody. Now, we can always just drive straight into the joint and see, because we did a pretty good job about pulling them all the way out. So we could just drive all the way in and see if there's anybody, you know, kind of still near the inside. It's definitely not going to be empty. There's that little Z trap that I pointed out the other day. It's still going to be flush with zombies. And trust me when I say they will figure out quite quickly how to go around that. I can help them a little bit. As you can see, they've given me a bit of an opening here. This is a bit of a risky maneuver. But it will prevent them from slapping too hard in that corner. At least that was the goal. See, look at that. They just can't help themselves. I wish I could explain exactly what makes them think that going in this direction. You know what it might be? It might be that stupid godforsaken window right here. This stupid window right here might be letting their pathing think that they can use that, they can go through that window. Like, that might be one of the reasons that they keep kind of doing that. Yeah, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I tried. So what we're going to do now is go dark on the light bar and just use the engine to distribute this group all over the place out here. I don't see any backpack carriers either, so... This is a far more manageable group as long as we split them up all over the place. As long as the windows stay closed, we're gonna be perfectly fine. We got nothing to worry about as long as them windows stay closed. You do not roll down the window and take any pot shots. Nope. I gotta say something. It's gonna be discomforting for some people. In this game, it's a Java game, of course. Java is object-oriented. So everything is an object that is extending from a class. You know, clothing is an extension of items. Did you know that bags are an extension of clothing? Whenever a class is extended on something, it inherits all the same mechanics. There is an entire set of features in the game right now for bags that have holes in them. Just like clothing can have holes in them. Not currently implemented as far as I understand it. But it could be someday. We might someday have bags with holes in them because we took them from a zombie. And so, the notion of taking a pot shot at a zombie who happens to have a military backpack, probably not a good strategy in the meta sense long term. They might come after that. Are you talking about the aiming system? I have no idea. Yeah, look at this shit. Look at how many of them think they can get through that fucking window. We went straight to 0 to 125 stress. That's fucking wild. But yeah, there's no backpack carriers in this group, and if there are any in the area, then they're going to be in that stupid-ass window there. That's okay. We have ways of dealing with them. For now, I just want to, like, distribute this little group that we've pulled together. I just want to distribute them all over the place here. Mission success. Mission big success. Now, out of curiosity, I'm going to proceed all the way down here and go all the way around it, and I just want to see if anybody got stuck in the trailer park area. I seriously doubt anybody with a backpack would have. But this allows you to go all the way around if you go like this. Step van just at the gas station. That's interesting. But one of the step vans that I was interested in, restaurant one right here. Checking the trunk real quick. Okay, it's completely locked. I'll worry about breaking a window or whatever later. So remember, at one point, this whole trailer park was just flooded. But it seems like we did a great job of emptying it out. I mean, if I was more brave... If I was more brave, what? What would I do? What would I do here? Would I do the thing? I mean, I'm already doing it. See, look at how many... Okay, look at this. Look at this nonsense. Look at this bullshit. Look at how many of them are just stuck in that one little tile. That... If I had a shot... Which I do. I think I have a shotgun. I have a shotgun. I have shells. And I have the aiming book read. The problem is my shotgun is a... it's a... I don't have any... What is it called? I don't have any shotguns that are the non-pump kind. I've only got tube shotguns. So, you see, what I can do is just the same kind of maneuver I just did. And, see how many of them I can get out of that corner. Look at how many of those fucking things were stuck in that frickin' corner. And if I just hang out here for a moment... I just pay attention, real close attention to their movements. Okay. You know what? I think this is enough out of that corner. That's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. Big success. Big success. Big success. Very big success. I did not even dream that we would have that many get out of that corner. Because they can... Remember, an infinite number of them can stack on that stupid little tile right there. Regrettably, yeah. And that's the worst part about it, is that it would make sense. It's something that would be very inconvenient for us, which is why I'm kind of baffled the devs haven't put it in yet. Which is also how I know they keep working on this game and they keep just doing whatever the fuck they want. Then, yeah, they'll do it. They'll make it a sandbox setting, and modders will remove it if they don't, but I mean, like, that's not the point. I always try to keep conversations about default settings here. We want to raise the bar. Now, I have, in the past, successfully emptied out the entire place. But most of the time, that was because I had either a sledgehammer or a torch and cut holes in the fences in strategic places so that they could, you know, pressure valve release to empty them out in the right spot. This is going to be probably one of the first times I've ever emptied out, like, 90% of them just by making sure that I can unstuck them from that stupid-ass corner. Because otherwise, that corner, it just traps so many of them that you're fighting a ground war from any angle you enter from. Okay, looks like we got as many out of the primary containment area there as we can. So we can now take them out of the secondary containment area here. The buffer zone, as it were. See, from here, even the slow ones will have no problem eventually making their way out. Boosting it up to 10 for these. Whenever you see me turn, usually you're going to see me boost it up to 10. Cruise control is God's gift to the zombie hoarding. Would you guys believe me if I told you that we have lost almost no storage space in the trunk for this whole operation? I feel like I've jinxed it by saying it out loud. I really do. I feel like I might have just jinxed it. But I mean, honestly, we've done great. Not bumping into any zombies with the trunk of the side, despite how close we've been letting them get to us. And now we just drift. Just set ourselves adrift and watch them distribute all over the place. Well, I do lie in my bed. I've made my bed, now I shall lie. And now we just get a little bit of speed, and suddenly all these fast shambies lose us. Okay, so there were at least 3 backpack carriers that we spotted with the initial pull. Problem is they've distributed themselves all over the place now, including the other side of the road here. That's a little farther than I thought that they would be doing. Wait a minute, is this? No. This guy has fooled me a few times. It's the combination of the hunting camo hat and the military camo pants. So this guy, I do see a guy with a duffel and a guy with a hydration pack and a guy with a radio pack. So 3 out of the 4 kinds of packs they could have. Hey Callum, how's it going? We are in search of some zombies with military gear. Regrettably, we spotted some and then we lost them, which is expected to happen when there's this many. Oh, we've got one of our targets here. Now, this is a difficult one. This is a difficult target right here. This is a difficult target because I would kind of want to hit this guy with something blunt so that I don't break his ghillie suit. But he's also, okay, one of the first actual military backpacks we've seen in a minute. We still don't have one. We have the belt and suspenders, if anybody wasn't here earlier. We got the belt and suspenders, but no backpack yet. Now, we can get backpacks from the chests in the actual checkpoint itself. Though they do have a chance to spawn there, but it's not guaranteed. It's kind of actually the same kind of chance as the Army Surplus store. It is a bit of a coin flip. I've had characters find several, and I've had characters find none. It is totally at the whim of RN Jesus. He who would randomize the numbers for us. No, this is... Okay, I mean, I can understand that they'll all look the same, but no, this is not the field that I lost my last character in. Most importantly, this is not the weather that I lost my last character in. It was not really the field anywhere near as much as the weather that got us, and my decision to get out of the vehicle. I mean, that was the biggest mistake. The first mistake was getting out of the vehicle. Second mistake was not staying on the road. If I kept things on the road... But again, that's major cope. Getting out of the vehicle was the first and biggest mistake. There's no need to. Fucking rainstorm and everything. It was already a push to be trying to do that bombing activity. No, I don't regret the bombing activity, because we would have been fine. If we just drove away after bombing them, we would have been perfectly fine. They literally would not have had a chance to get us. But, yeah, that's... let myself get subsumed into that late game mentality. I'm being very cautious about that here. I'm not overestimating my capacities whatsoever. Ooh. Here we go. This guy right here is our target. I might be able to catch his attention from this direction. I'll catch a few other people's attention, but far fewer than what I just had. The problem is he's a medium shambler. And that means I'm going to get surrounded by fast shamblers before he gets to me. And if I let them get too close, then I start taking damage on the ambulance. In fact, if we have not taken any damage yet. Come on, notice me, senpai. That's it, that's it. Perk your head up. There you go. All I gotta do is dodge the fast ones while the medium one keeps coming my way. And we can pull him away from his backup dancers, as it were. Well, I mean, that's another problem, is we've got everybody's attention now. And the problem has just gotten 100 times worse. But, because he's a medium shambler, we can probably take all the fast ones and ditch them in this direction. And look at that, he already lost interest. Look at that. Okay, so his attention span is lower than his backup dancers. So if we start ditching people in this direction, then he might just chill there. Okay, let's see if we can get away with that. Oh, hell yes. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. If we turtle from the road now, that's manageable for the rest of today. It does depend on a few other movements, but, okay. Let's boost our speed a little bit. See if we can ID anybody else on our way out this way. There was another guy with a forest camo and a guy with a desert camo out here. I just don't know what happened to them. I don't think any of them deviated into the forest, but I don't know. It's possible. I mean, look at this guy. Look at this guy. He deviated into the forest a little bit. I don't know. The migration system is definitely an enigma. And connoisseurs near you. Yes, no, that's exactly what we're doing. That's exactly what we're doing. What we did is just pulled the one who's the subject of interest to the edge of the field where that wreck was, where at the inner. Ooh, no! I got excited. He's just this guy right here is just a hydration pack carrier. Yeah, not really interested in a hydration pack. Now, all these guys here, a little threatening because they're that close to the road, but if I just get some speed and go down the road, I can probably go right past most of them. I knew I should have moved these stupid wrecked vehicles here. That's okay. So what we do is we go a little further down this way today, and we fight from the general this way direction. Start by cleaning up my 6. I don't want anybody to have a chance to be coming from this way. Luckily, if anybody comes from that way, if they come from the prison complex, we'll get early warning from the chain link fence here. If anybody within 70 tiles flips over that fence, we'll hear that distinctive chink, chink, chink sound from the fence. Alright, having a bite of our 80 fry here. It's all base game, Callum. We don't have any The only mod that we have is something that changes it from olive drab, or the ugly puke green color, to tactical black. Forest green is part of the base game, as is everything else. The only thing that has changed by mods, I have it explicitly mentioned in the description. There you go. Nice try. Better luck next time. So remember, our primary target we abandoned kind of at this corner, but that does not guarantee that he'll still be here. He may have tried to group up with somebody who's way far away from us, so. So I do see one target here that I'm going to switch to blunt for. This guy right here. Regrettably, he does have holes in his pants, though. I was kind of looking at him for his pants. Oh, here's our target. Top right corner. Right here. So as long as that group doesn't just randomly move farther away from us, which is actually possible, that group could just randomly move away from us and get surrounded by more Zeds. But assuming they don't, then we'll be able to get their attention rather comfortably here. Nice. Doesn't really match, though. Okay, so our target didn't necessarily leave us, but people did come to him, so that's something worth thinking about, I guess. So, yeah, his leather pants have got holes all over it, so that's okay. Shirt's fine. I got a music t-shirt now. And his boots are fine too. But I like the other style of boots that I'm wearing right now. So let's see if... Okay, he's facing our way. Let me see if I can sneak past some of these... Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we got his attention and 4 others. And she's got the whole group. Whatever. I'm gonna... I might have to ruin this. I'm just gonna ruin this. I'm gonna ruin my progress here. Got the backpack. Got the everything else. I will find out later if it's got damage in it. That's all I need for the moment. Just grab it and run. Alright, so it took us 21 days and 9 hours to get the kits that I really wanted. Starting out in Rosewood instead of Riverside has definitely slowed me down in that regard. I'm not even going to pretend that it didn't, because we had to go much farther. And it also incentivized me to start my map tour from the other side of the map, so... whatever. We've got the best backpack in the game now. It's not the correct color, but it is a backpack and it will work. The ghillie suit torso has 2 holes in it, so that's no good. It's not worth the encumbrance to carry around. The ghillie suit pants have 0 holes in them. So, the ghillie suit pants, we've already got half of a ghillie suit set now. I'm going to go ahead and put that in my trunk here. Actually, let me just start a... we'll use this duffel bag you stole from his head. Let's set this up as a duffel bag equipment. I even stole that guy's wallet. Okay, so that's minimum viability. Now, of course, just because we have a forest camo backpack, that does not mean that we're done here. First of all, there's the correct color to consider. The tactical black ones... I did not spot any zombies with a tactical black, so we might not have tactical blacks that are easily grabbable from a Zed. We might have to get our correct color from someone else. I'm okay with that. I'm not... Color is important, but it is secondary to function. So we do have Homeboy up here with a ghillie suit. However, I can see blood stains on his torso. So that tells me he's probably got holes in his torso. And the other one already had holes in his torso. I only need an intact torso now. So I don't really care about that guy. I'm going to check again on the interior. See if anybody may have separated themselves from the group in a more sensible manner. If not, I mean, maybe it's actually really quiet in here now. Maybe we did a really good job of emptying this place out. Probably not a perfect job, but maybe a really good... See, look at how many people are still in there. I have an idea. I don't want to fire up the siren or the horn, but a simple shout is probably enough to unstuck a good chunk of those folks. And then what we do is we don't use this highway as a safe angle of approach. It used to be that this highway didn't have any spawns. That has changed. It's probably an infinite spawn highway now, just like the 31 West on the other side of Louisville was. Regrettably, none of the people who were stuck in that corner appear to be backpack carriers, and that's fine, that's whatever. I just wanted them out of that corner, because I hate that corner with a fiery passion of 1,000 suns. I think the watchtower does have a small locker up top. I don't know if the locker up top of in the tower here has anything overly substantive. My memory banks are telling me that it's going to be electrical parts, or things you can disassemble for electrical parts. So now what do? We just go right in from a different direction. See how they continue walking out? Almost as if that's exactly what I planned. Sometimes I have plans here. Sometimes I'm not just winging it. Very often I'm winging it, but that was my favorite form of an executed plan there. So let's see what the loot tables here have to offer. Now, I said this already, but it bears repeating. I noticed right away when we got here that the primary gun tent is looted and trashed. It's normally your telltale signs of looted and trashed is broken doors and windows. But beyond that, it's the garbage and then the items on the floor inside. My eyes locked onto that, and I'm like, well, fuck. So, yeah, you can see a couple M16s. That's nice. Not going to be as many in the lockers now. So, a huge number of M16s have been deleted from our universe because we waited a little too long to come here. That's the life we're living right now. That is Zomboid. I know that some people have mixed opinions about my tendency to do these map tours and get things viewed early to get ahead of the stupid-ass loot and trash mechanic, but it results in this shit not happening. This shit right here. This shit where these things on the floor, they're all damaged. All these M16s on the floor are either pristine or heavily damaged. Meanwhile, okay, you know what? You know what? I sat there and yapped, but that's not bad. Some of these containers are completely empty like I expected these empty. But a lot of them still got shit in them. That's great. Okay, yeah, we're gonna need the whole van for this. Let's get any stragglers who are still in the area dealt with. Don't let this shipping crate excite you. There is containers in it. They're almost all electrical parts. Nothing to snub your nose at. Lots of electrical experience, but not exactly a extremely important thing. The large frame pack can store a higher upper ceiling of stuff. The large frame pack has a lower encumbrance reduction factor. So the encumbrance reduction factor, the best you'll ever see in this game, is 85. You see that on your military backpack, Alice belt and suspenders, even fanny packs and shit like that. But you have to be on the lookout for weak encumbrance reduction factors, the Satchel here. The Satchel encumbrance reduction factor is only 65. Similar problem with the frame pack. Because the encumbrance reduction factor is so weak, let's just say that you've got frame pack on your back and one in each hand. You will struggle very difficultly to fill them all up. Like the heaviest object you can pick up is going to get lower and lower and lower because you're going to struggle to actually fill them up without filling your main inventory up. We're a little bit in the weeds on that explanation, but I mean the long and short of it is the okay, I'm gonna have to deal with these guys. I don't know if I'm going to need to put that directly in the ambulance. I might come back and pick it up again after we loot up some of the stuff inside the building here. Alright, just going to make a garbage bag and call it M16. Damaged or intact, we put the M16s in the bag. Look at that. Just some random lady. Hello, random lady. Why don't you come this way? Silent. Fucking... Not a single noise. Didn't even know it was a dude, because it didn't make a single noise. Spooky. I already see a bullet bandolier here in the correct color. I'm actually going to swap that out now. I've been carrying around this shotgun bandolier for God knows how long. Not that I dislike this shotgun bandolier too much. It's great when I'm using shotgun, but I mean, I have not been using shotgun. I would have much preferred to have this for quite a while now, but now we have it. I think I hear another person on their way in here. Okay, that's just about everything that I would want to be sorted. Otherwise, we can start garbage bagging everything else up. Here's another garbage bag of M16. Ooh, okay, so let me tell you a little thing about gun attachments in this game. There's one of them that, for the last build of B42 Unstable, suddenly just became very hard to find. It's called ammo straps. It looks just like a bandolier, but it's actually an extremely rare attachment that makes your reloading faster for certain weapons. And when I say extremely rare, I mean good luck reliably finding one in the latest build of the game. The only reason that we just found one was because it was already on a JS3T here. I have seen them spawn in, what is it? The guns that you find in a police duffel bag. That is the only other place that I would reliably state I have seen them. So we've got a little less than 10 encumbrance left in the trunk. We've got a radio here. Now, the radios are a bit superfluous. However, you can stick them into emergency services vehicles, mostly, with the notable exception of the D6. So, yanking out the radio that's currently in this thing and replacing it with a better one is always prurient to my interests. Someday, this is how we'll communicate with our NPCs over long distances. At least that is my theory. .101.6, that is our channel. I should have probably marked that down a while ago. Didn't realize it was already programmed in this one. Now, hey, look at that. It is already programmed into our new radio. Beautiful. Okay, that's about all I can fit into this vehicle. Now we are focused just on hand carry. So, what is my priorities to hand carry out of here? Well, I was complaining before about the fact that we cannot just pick up beds. That is a privilege reserved for carpentry level 10. Until then, there's something else you can do. Observe. We've got here some large medical beds. Sleeping comfort is good. If you go to pick them up, you'll notice that no tool is required, no skill is required, and the parts are more lightweight than a regular bed. So we have here 2 beds that only weigh 15 for each part, and if you empty enough stuff out of it, you can fit one of these into a military backpack. Such as the one that's on my back. Other targets while we're here are medical shears, forceps, painkillers, sure, bandage. I'm a little bit more scrutinizing with alcohol wipes these days because they can be dead weight even if it's like an almost empty pack. So I will only take alcohol wipes if they are like a pack that is almost full. I will hold off on the second medical bed. Just having one is fine for the immediate moment. Fatigue has hit, so disregard that. Disregard that. I'm going to get both of them and just do a trip home now. So my second backpack here gets part of the bed, and I'll put the other part of my bed in my primary. So right now, my character is carrying 2 perfect quality beds to sleep in that she requires no tools to deploy. That is a very important thing for restless sleepers. Or, I mean, anybody. I mean, honestly, even if you're not a restless sleeper, a good night's sleep is a very good thing. Don't underestimate it. Of course, we don't have any room for the generator, but like I said, we're making multiple trips. That's perfectly fine. Base is not that far away. very successful day, if I do say so myself. Alright, it's bedtime. Now, there is, unlike before, there is reason for me to desire to barricade the kitchen and just place one of those medical beds in there, so that I don't even have to go upstairs to sleep anymore. Save myself a few minutes. Bring my pillow downstairs here. See if we still got water. No, we still got water. Looks like our character is going to have water probably till very close to the end here. I am totally okay with that. Water is fun. Water is the source of life. We all come from the water. Alright, so we have a proper hunting knife waiting for us now. We no longer have to be using a small knife. back up. There's deer right up here, and they keep making stress noises. I'm gonna come up there with the shotgun if they don't shut up. Can't wait for the day they add bears to this game, and suddenly you have to worry about bear making noise. See, I don't know exactly where they're at. Oh, there it is. See it? Wonder if I could sneak up on it. Probably not. I do have a trapper carbine right here. I don't have very much 45 ACP. Honestly, if I was gonna shoot a deer right now, a shotgun would probably be the best way about it. Despite the annoyance of the lack of aiming skill. This shotgun does not have a choke tube on it, so I'll slap one on because there's one right in front of me. Yeah, that's right. Get the fuck out of here. Stop making those fucking noises. I've never actually hunted in this game before. Not properly hunted. There was another one up here that I don't know if it noticed me. Well, now it has. Yeah. No, hunting at night, honestly, where you can't get a good shot with a scoped weapon, probably not going to work very well. Oh well. It does give you sneaking experience to sneak like that. So now that I've got the windows barricaded, I can just take the one of these large medical beds inside with me. And now I don't have to sleep upstairs anymore. Sleeping quality good with pillow. Alright, so we got fog today. We also got deer today. But shooting is even worse in the fog. You can actually technically melee them, you're never gonna get close enough. Why are they coming back here is my question. I scared them all off last night and now they just come right back. I wonder if the generator attracts them. That would be really funny. That would be really funny. Anyway. So, in order to go get more loot, all I gotta do is take these garbage bags full of stuff that we already looted and just drop those bags on the ground. Next thing you know, I've got an empty trunk. Oh no, somebody died. Alright, so another looting run is a go. Ideally, what we're going to do is go sneak into the, I'm going to go all the way around the prison. So the great thing about this place is you can keep going this way and go all the way to the next T intersection. And the next T intersection will take you right back down to the same road. Right back down to KY60, and you can basically just bypass anybody who might have gummed up on the prison road. Now, that is not the most fuel-efficient thing to do. But one of the things we're going to pick up is a generator. And we can secure that gas station and deploy the red there. All part of the plan. Hopefully the fog will lift and we'll be able to observe the guys out in the field, see if we can identify any more backpack carriers. I'm not holding out too much hope. We did a pretty good look through yesterday and we did not really find anybody other than the one we nailed. So I don't know. We'll see. And honestly, there's no reason not to get out right now and just kill anybody we see so that we can have the gas station, because that's just right down the road. More in that graveyard than I thought. Valid form of crowd control. It's just a clusterfuck. Come on, assholes. Really fucking loud. Suddenly they remember exactly how to get to me the moment I'm on the right side of the fence. We are in need of a sharpen. I think those might have been the only guys who got caught in this corner, at least. Dead under the coasters. That's one way to put it. Now, of course, whatchamacallit, one thing to be aware of is if you hear a bumpity bump while you go over them, I think the sound, the fact that it plays a sound, means that there's a chance of damage. So if you go slow enough that you don't hear a sound, then I think you're avoiding damage. That's always something that something that I find I take pride in, is avoiding damage to my vehicles. I think I've done pretty damn good today, all things considered. There's been so much opportunity for damage to this ambulance, and yet it's pretty much the same as when we got it. Now, I have not, looked at the exact percentages. I'm mostly referring to the trunk, because we don't have to open the hood to see if the trunk has been damaged. It's been a 146 pretty much this whole time. Yeah, this guy is tough. There you go. I'm kind of just, I'm learning my vehicle food, but I'm also fucking around and making noise to see who else decides to show up. If it's just these two down here, or if there's more waiting in the woodwork. These are the things I'd like to know before deploying a generator here. I see two down the road on my 6 here. And a couple people slapping the fence. I think this gate is usually unlocked. I'm not going to act like I 100% knew what I was doing there, but I opened it from the far corner to avoid, completely being surrounded. Anybody who was in there would have eventually been a problem for us if we wanted to get some gas here. So, yeah, that's fine. Who else is going to be a problem? How about these guys? Anybody keep track of me, or did y'all give up? Come on now. Don't be like that. Don't be a drive-by Zed. Oops, wrong button. One of my 6. This is what we're here for. Make all that noise, bring all them assholes out here. I'm not quite ready to be shooting yet. I can, even in the no shooting gas out here, I can still point blank them, but that's not the point. Point blanking them is not the point. I just don't like shooting in this weather. Even if the visibility wasn't a thing. Or rather, even if the crosshair wasn't a thing, actual visibility would be a thing. Okay, so I've gotten a bullets bandolier. I've had one for a while. Let's put the 38 special rounds in there. That's public service announcement. As far as I know, you don't have to have the bullets in the bandolier to benefit from the reloading speed. That might sound counterintuitive, but I'm pretty sure just wearing the bandolier and then putting the bullets in my backpack. But at least for a bandolier, it does make sense that bullets are the only thing you can put in it because, bandolier is just a leather thing with a bunch of little compression things. Probably somebody over there by the diner. I'm hearing some mouth breathing somewhere. That's fine. So, yeah, for the most part, I mean, there's some people in the road up there. We'll deal with them, and then we'll go get the generator. And what we're going to do is put the generator down, turn it on, and then just let it run for a minute and see what happens before we start filling up. It's van food time, baby. Ow! Swing and a miss. That's what I'm talking about. Remember, the goal is to not hit the trunk, so if we took any trunk damage from that, then... Nope, we're good. No, I know, right? That's, we're not done here. Not in the slightest. We gotta go check the, whatchamacallits. We gotta go check the lockers in the tents, the individual tents. We gotta check those, cause see if they have any, backpacks in them, if it is possible. Shot in the dark, but I'll take it. Now, I'm not particularly fixated on coats right now, but if I get the opportunity, why not? I think we missed our opportunity to sharpen, which would make me an official doofus. Okay. I am allowed to doof. Aurelia Epps. Wonder if she's any relation to Ray. We gotta go inside the checkpoint. No, we gotta go inside the checkpoint. Inside. Let's go. Everybody inside. No, I'm not a Fed. What are you talking about? Get inside the building. So this generator is an actual guaranteed spawn in the Brandenburg military checkpoint. It always shows up here if you're willing to fight your way to it, and you're not having good luck with generators anywhere else. For us, it is our gas station generator, so that we can refill the ambulance, among other things. I love it when there's a window right next to a door, because then you can do this. That was not what I meant to do, but he's still alive. That's the funniest part. I'm just gonna let him suffer, because otherwise it's gonna be me suffering for trying to hit him. Did he just... Oh no, it's a different one. That's a busy trailer park house right there. Yeah, you know what? They can just, I could do that again. The thing is, you've got to, have a window right next to the door, but then you've also got to be able to see through the door, so it's got to be a window next to a door that has a window in the door. So it's rather specific, but that does actually happen a lot in Louisville. Yeah, we got the crazy ragdoll dude. Bunch of money on the floor in there. I'm not sure what's going on there. I didn't put that there. Oh, poker. Yeah, a bunch of cards, chips, money on the floor. Alright, so I don't have a spare gas can on me right now. I'll just have to bottle this. That's okay. I have done worse. Oh, look at that. Look at that. We still got some people here. Why don't we get you into the pile? Damn, I missed. There goes my axe. I had a feeling that was going to happen sometime soon here. That axe head back. We might get lucky and find a handle somewhere nearby, but if I do, I'm pretty sure there's something better I could save before. This axe is down to half. So let's take one that is not down to half. Banana Crowbar, I am not on Twitch. I have a long story behind Twitch. I have had a Twitch account since before it was called Twitch. Back when they called it Justin TV. But I tried to stream, when I started my last character for the first time, I tried to stream it to both YouTube and Twitch, and I just kept getting errors from Twitch when I was trying to test it. And I found out through no small amount of problem solving that was not very intuitive, that Twitch does not accept HEVC. So, you know, that video standard that the entire internet uses that has been around since 2013, no. If you want to stream to Twitch, you got to use X264. So that means no HDR. That means no improved compression ratios. That means no 10-bit. No, I'm not going to get too deeper into the weeds on that. No surround sound. No, none of the good shit that about 30% of my YouTube audience is here for. So, yeah. I mean, if Twitch does not want, I also can't. I mean, 4K, the obvious thing. I can't stream in 4K. Right now on Twitch, only the Glazers in the partner program can get 2K. Nobody can get 4K. So it's like, all right. I have no idea how Twitch is more popular. I guess it's just the fact that they were first in, best dressed in the live streaming scene. I mean, YouTube is, in terms of quality, and I'm a big quality guy personally, if you're just looking for stream quality, Twitch is probably the worst place to go. Unless you're looking, okay, so if quality by your metrics has something to do with how quickly the streamer can respond to chat. Some people care a lot about that. Personally, I'm very patient. I don't really care if there's a delay between chat and the response. I mean, every once in a while it's a little bit annoying, but I mean, it's hardly that big of a deal. But that's part of what enables me to stream at higher resolution. Yeah, I mean, honestly, why did they ever make it so that it was about... Okay, so I understand why they made it so that Twitch could do more than just gaming. I understand that. But then it just turned into females being females on the internet. And the next thing you know, Twitch ended up getting staffed by people who have certain proclivities towards females being females on the internet. There's not much more to say about that, really. It's kind of unfortunate that it went that direction. See, if Twitch was not so lucrative as it already is, they probably would have had to keep up with the competition in terms of quality, but they don't. Hello. So like I said, we're not even going to start pumping necessarily. Not yet. We're just going to let the generator run and see what happens. In the meantime, I do see a few foot mobiles over here that I can handle. Or gambling games. There's the never forget the gambling scene. My God, when I saw how big the gambling scene was, I was like, okay, shit, you gotta be kidding me. I do get the spectacle, right? I get the spectacle. It makes sense. Speaking of spectacle and gambling, I need to consider falling back because this is the situation that we were in when bad things happened last time. So where did this guy come from? I don't know. Could have been any number of directions. I know where he's going, though. Just let that generator do its thing. Need butter here. Margarine. Some of this stuff is actually still fresh. Still unlimited water. Very relevant to my interests. Regrettably, we didn't find any coffee. That was actually what I was really looking for there. I saw a coffee machine, so I looked in the back, but ain't no coffee. That's fine. Worth a shot. See if the generator has pulled anybody else out of the woodwork here. Doesn't look like it. Okay, does that mean it's safe? Not necessarily, but it means I'm a little bit less paranoid. I'll probably do like a third of the way there. Take a quick perimeter check. Especially behind these stupid trees. Alright. I don't do tea packets much, mostly because the amount of caffeine they reduce is really weak. Or rather, the amount of fatigue that they reduce is really weak. Compared to coffee. Coffee is like 5 times as much almost. And that's not realistic in the slightest. A cup of black tea in real life is not all that different from a cup of coffee. Like black tea and maybe dark roast. Very similar amounts of caffeine overall, but the devs of this game, you'd think that the British guys would not know their tea. Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe they just assume that us Yanks don't have tea with a good amount of caffeine in it. Maybe they think we only drink the weak shit. That would be incorrect. Hey, a gas can. This thing does have a good trunk. Let's see what the engine looks like. We do have hood damage. Engine is shit. Not even looking at it any further. It's not even worth... Yeah, it's literally no... It's literally worth nothing. I know, right? Okay, so we've gotten the generator deployed at the gas station, and the gas tank of the ambulance is fully refilled. That was kind of slightly higher priority than resuming looting of the a military base, because of course I don't know how much exact longer that'll take, and I want to take my time. Mission success. See how many deuterinos are still on this side. Doesn't look like many. Now be advised, just because we did a good job of pulling them out of here, does not mean we might not have tent lurkers or something like that. It is possible, sometimes you'll look at these dudes, and one of them will have a key that is labeled Army. To this day, I don't know what a key to the Army is, but they keep dropping them, so if we looked through enough of these guys, we would find a key to the Army. It doesn't unlock the shipping container over here. That's like the only locked thing in the area that I would think that it would unlock, but, I mean, maybe it unlocks one of the tents. Do you think one of the tents might be locked, boys? I don't know. I don't see any locks on the tents.
Hey!
Better there. Not going in there until I've done a comfortable amount of noise making outside of it. Unlocks the guardhouse. Is that it? Wow, that's rather disappointing. Yeah, that's it. That's all there is for the guardhouse. Stupid fucking window. If you destroy the window, they actually can't attack it anymore, but they'll still congregate in there, so... Yeah, make of that what you will. I don't even... Oh, you know what? Okay, so that actually... So what that would do is that would prevent stress. Because the act of them slapping the window but never breaking it, that would send your stress into oblivion. So these tents are now our primary target. Chance of intact, pristine military gear, such as the rare officer jackets. Which we just got a copy of. Officer jacket. I talk about this in some of my literary work on this game. The officer jacket is technically the best in slot for the jacket, bar none. Problem is, it is massively overheating. If I so much as wear this for like the next 30 seconds, we'll be stage 2 wet from sweat. It's fucking bonkers. But there's nothing that comes close because it is a military jacket that reaches all the way down to the thighs, covers the groin, and it gives you all the protection levels there. Nothing even comes close in terms of coverage with protection. It's fine. Unless you want to go for armor, which, no. Codpiece would do the same thing. No. Reloading 1, basic reloading. Hell yeah. Wasn't exactly what I thought I would find, but I'll take it. I'm gonna check around behind these tents before we go in them. Looking okay. So, every one of these footlockers are Gibbs. Urban camo. Maintenance level 2. We can now read the book, which we will do so probably ASAP, because then we can just get rid of the we can fast forward through the rain. First aid 1. Okay, I think moratorium on officer jackets. As useful as they are, too, is probably pushing it. Alright, that is one tent wiped out. This tent, they decided to put cots in front of the door. For what lot of good that would do. Didn't stop the base bunny here from biting everybody. Ah, yes, my first military jacket in green camo here. Fully intact. Now, we don't want to wear this long term. I'm just wearing it because it'll take the encumbrance factor off. So I don't have to worry about the weight. Caffeine pills, don't get excited. They're fucking useless. For fatigue. That's less than a bag of tea. As somebody who takes caffeine pills every day, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, but okay. I really want to find the dev's address, just so that I can send them a care package of things that they clearly have no experience with in real life. I would literally just send them free shit. Just be like, hey, try these caffeine pills someday. Just see what they do to you, and see if you feel the need to update the game. Like that fucking legend, I don't know who it was. Somebody sent Todd Howard a box of, what the fuck was it? A box of bobby pins. With a message that said, weigh these. And next thing you know, Skyrim had an update. I don't know who that legend was that got his address and actually used it for the correct thing. You know, normally you find somebody's address, you think, oh, I'm going to fuck with them somehow. No, I'm going to give them free shit. I'm going to give them free shit that they clearly don't understand very well. I would do that in a heartbeat. Alright, so that's 2 of the big tents. Here be the 3rd. We're going to do a perimeter check around the side first. See, look at this. We're already unpleasantly hot just from that little bit of running while we're wearing the military jacket. It's okay for the, you know, we're almost done here, and we're going to get out of here soon, but be advised, be very advised. It is a very quick to build problem. There's new ambient noises for the tents that are freaking me the fuck out, but I'm dealing with it here. I can guarantee you that those sounds are 100% engineered to sound like a zombie possibly flipping through the flap, but it's not. It's not. We're fine. Hotties! That's our first copy for this character. Hell yeah. Okay, I believe that's all the tents now. Last but not least, we've got the shipping container. The shipping container, like I said before, it's mostly electrical. And it's going to take a minute to cut open with the axe. But I'm going to go for it. It's gonna take like 10 hits to kill this. Oh, never mind. I sorely overestimated that. One box in the way of the others there in the middle. That out of the way and you can access them all. Oh, a little bit of ammo back here. Okay, that's good. A little bit of ammo goes a long way when it's really boring shit like this, electrical stuff. Okay. It's a pretty good collection. And then, because the power bars are just so bulky, before we leave, I'm just going to dismantle them right here because get a little bit of experience for it, but mostly it's the wire. Not doing much else tonight anyway. And we're out of here. That is everything we could possibly want from this place. Except for radios. I'll grab radios until the van is full. I mean, okay, so let me rephrase that. Everything we could want from this place that is functional. At this point, Anything else is fashion only. These floodlights are kind of useful, but everywhere where I would want to deploy them has got floodlights that are going to be easier to access than bringing these back with us. On our way out, we'll check the tower. The tower, I don't actually know if I've been up to the tower in this particular checkpoint before. If I have, it's been a very long time. We are currently fatigued. Thankfully, she fell down. Getting up the tower is actually going to be harder than I suspected. I'm going to take this jacket off because it's really heavy. This is not happening. Yeah, I will not be able to sneak my way up there and safely get down. They'll see me, and then I'll be surrounded, and then, no, I'm not doing that. That would be very, very silly to do. I, should have known that before I even got out of the van, but that's okay. So, on our way out, I do want to take one more look at all the dudes up here. Just see if we can't happen to find ourselves one of those backpack carriers. I know I saw a desert camo, and I know I saw another forest. And I know I'm not confusing the forest with this guy over here. This is not the guy that I'm thinking of. I know I saw a forest camo backpack carrier who was wearing a forest camo jacket as well. Because I remember specifically differentiating him from the guy who was wearing the ghillie suit, who had the backpack. That's the one whose backpack we're wearing right now. I will briefly risk getting close to the prison here. If only to prove to myself that nobody near the prison actually was a backpack carrier. No, the one other thing that could have happened is they could have gone off into the forest. If they did. We'd be able to see, like, somebody. Yeah, if they went off into the forest, there'd be, like, a sign of them somewhere. But I don't think they did. I think they just vanished into thin air. I mean, they probably didn't, but I'm at a bit of a loss as to what happened to those other backpack carriers. Maybe the game realized what we were doing and was like, nah, we're gonna despawn them. Goodbye. Goodbye, Z-boy. So, fun fact, you can hug the river and go back this way. There's a number of things you can do here. I have tried many different approaches in the past. I'm mostly just doing this to see if any Zeds did make their way back here. If they had, we would have seen them by now. Hey, look at that, we're back to base. Time whip to 9 hours 46. Honestly, for a work day, that's not bad. I think I'm going to be calling it here after I get my bag sorted out here, or rather, we're going to take all the stuff that I'm currently carrying with me. You would think putting radios on the ground in the rain would not be a good idea, but I need them out of the trunk so that I can see them and count them and know the weight. And we still got unlimited water. That's kind of wild, all things considered. Sorry, this is the most entertaining part, of course, as always. Single most entertaining part ever. It's all part of the play. A little late for bed, about an hour, but otherwise we are... Bags are all cleaned up. No telling if the water goes out overnight or something like that, so using it as we can, when we can. So these guns that we found in survivor homes actually have ammo in them. capture a quick screenshot here. See, it's so hard to catch a screenshot of a salute in this game because, I mean, it's like her hand is next to the head for like 0.5 seconds, and the item is in her hand and everything. I usually end up, if I actually want to catch a screenshot of a salute, it's usually, I mean, it usually, okay, so her hand is out like this. It actually looks more like she's doing a Roman salute. I've looked at several of those screenshots and been like, yeah, I can't put that in the thumbnail. That's going to look really weird. I guarantee you that Ada is not that kind of person, but you take the wrong screenshot, you're going to get the wrong impression. I'm making a few meals because I actually have a few more cooking utensils now, and we can start with a couple of different stir fries using this ground beef here. It's going to keep giving us leftovers. It's actually kind of infuriating how many fucking leftovers we're getting. These -1 pieces of left. Fuck off. So annoying. That's alright. At least for this case, it's a very chunky thing. And these tomatoes are just used in their entirety. So that used up some of the stale stuff that we picked up. And we'll close things out today by washing up and cooking up. So we came up with an 80 roast here. And a 60 fry here. And a 70 fry here. Hell yeah. Chunky. That ground beef was annoying to use up, but it got used up properly. Fish fingers, too. I just straight up cook these. I would put them in the freezer, but we're out of room. And since we did not get to use these in a recipe, we have to eat them first, because they're going to be the first thing that loses its freshness. Alright, second sleep, and I think we've done a pretty good job today. So if anybody is new to the channel, feel free to like and subscribe, the usual YouTuber stuff. My streaming schedule generally is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then usually I can swing a Wednesday. So I'm probably going to be off tomorrow. Like 99% I'm off tomorrow. But I should hopefully catch most of you guys on Wednesday, and that is going to start out with us Probably doing a mixture of reading and then organizing. It's raining. It's raining really heavily. So going out there and looking for zombies that have the backpack is going to be a non-starter. Even if we see one, fighting our way to that backpack zombie is... I don't want to be doing that again. That's how we lost our previous character, fighting with it like this. So we're going to be even more cautious about that kind of nonsense. In any case, I think we've done great things here today. We still have unlimited water. And I am here for that. I am totally here for that. Alright folks, I'm going to go ahead and drop out for today. I will catch you guys on Wednesday, hopefully. Peace out, and have a good one. Adios.